It's the ACC Men's Emerging Team Asia Cup semi-final number 1, Sri Lanka versus Pakistan. Hello and a very warm welcome. We are live at the Pisara Oval. And what a game it promises to be. Two evenly matched teams. So important that the teams, they just make sure that they get their act together in this important game. Right now, very, very important is the toss. Let's go across and join Parvez Maroof, who's out there with the two captains and the match referee. I'm very keen to see what the captain winning the toss would do.
It's toss time for the first semi-final. Two very good teams have made it this far, and today they're going to battle it out. I've got the two captains here, Sri Lankan skipper Dunit Wallalage, Pakistan skipper Mohammad Haris, and our match referee Shakti Singh. Dunit, you got the coin?
Head.
Heads is the call. Head it is. Pakistan has won the toss. Mohammad Haris, you won the toss. What are you going to do and why?
I wanted to bat first because of the strength we have in our bowling, so that's why.
And the pitch looks a decent one. This is a new pitch, has not been used for a while.
Yeah, that's why we wanted to bat first, because we have a depth in our batting as well. And we have a good bowling unit, so we'll look to defend the total.
And leading up to this game, you did have a brilliant game against India. How was the confidence dent after that game?
No, we will look to game by game. That's good learning for us, but we'll see how we play here.
And what do you think about the pitch? What's the best score to put up?
I think 280, 290 above will be a good score here.
And any changes from the last game?
Yeah, 4 changes.
Take your time.
Sufyan Mukim, Arshad Iqbal, Tayyab Tahir, and Ahmad Bhatt comes in for Shahnawaz Dahani, Kamran Ghulam, Hasibullah, and Mehran Mumtaz.
All the best to you. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dunit, if you had won the toss, you'd have batted first as well?
No, actually, I think this is a good wicket.
Yeah.
So we have good bowling lineup and batting lineup. I think we have a good decision.
Right. And from the, before you played the last game, you were rallying around the third in the group, finished up the group as the top ball tappers. What do you think about the confidence leading up to this game, especially after beating Oman in the way you did?
Yeah, we have good preparation, and my team always have a good experience side. So, yeah.
And any changes from the last team?
No, same team we are playing.
All the best, you Dunit.
Thank you.
So the news out from here is that Pakistan has won the toss and elected to bat first. Right, taking a closer look at the pitch, as I said, this pitch has not been used for a while. The curator just told me this pitch was used about a month ago for a domestic game. Ever since then, it's not been used. As you see, hardly any grass, lots of dry areas, and these areas will dry up even more, and the spinners will come into play. And for the batters, Pakistan has done the right thing, winning the toss, batting first. I think that's a good decision. With the new ball, it's the best time to bat. Once ball loses the hardness, it'll be hard for the batters to time the ball. So I reckon overall good toss won by Pakistani and do the right decision.
Very interesting thoughts in these. That is the trophy they're playing for. I got Sana Mir with me. Talk us through the Pakistan A team, Sana.
Thank you very much. Pakistan A make 4 changes. Tayyab Tahir finds a place back in the team. The middle order bat, Shahzada Farhan remains the opener with Saim Ayub. And we have got the left arm wrist spinner back, Sufyan Mukim. Arshad Iqbal is also back in the team, and Ahmad Bhatt, the all-rounder, he comes back into the team.
Sri Lanka going in with an unchanged but an experienced side. They're going with 2 seamers, an all-rounder, 3 spinners, 2 of them frontliners, and 1 all-rounder. So Sri Lanka fielding. They lost the toss. And just to try and remind you that there is another semi-final happening, a big one, India A versus Bangladesh. That will be live at 2 p.m. from the R. Premadasa International Cricket Stadium. And this game, a day game, starting at 10 a.m. at the Pisara Oval, Sri Lanka A versus Pakistan A. And this is the trophy they're playing for, glittering trophy. Right, we're going to have spin. Would you believe it, Sana?
I think I would, because spin has been the go-to thing for most of the teams here.
Oh, yeah! Straight away on the money. Sahana Arachige with a left-hander on strike. Saim and Farhan. Saim Ayub Sweep straight away. He's just looking to play that horizontal shot.
We saw Saim Ayub got out to pace in the last game. So as a batter, it's very important to get off the strike. Important for him. Pakistan was not able to rotate strike against India. So that is something they definitely want to do in the power play.
This is a very interesting move by the Sri Lankan captain. He's got 3 seamers in his side. I'm just wondering how he's going to make up the 50 overs. Sahanarachige is not a front-line bowler, but he'll be hoping for 10 overs from Sahanarachige as well if he's going to open the bowling with him. Obviously, the left arm leg spinner and the right arm leggy will bowl. Hopefully, their full quota, which means they'll have to find 20 overs from the 3 seamers. Oh, just a little bit quicker. Fired in a bit.
Sri Lanka only used 5 bowlers in the last game against Oman A. So they do have extra 6th bowler in their lineup. At the moment, both the batters look comfortable.
They haven't seen any glimpse of any turn or grip or anything like that. Of course, don't forget it's a new ball. Hard seam, pronounced seam.
Ball.
So 4 off the first over. Pakistan doing it quite easily. 4 without loss. That's an experienced lineup, Sana. You'll know more about them. I know Haris was very proud of the batting he has and the experience he carries.
Saim Ayub has been a very good prospect for Pakistan in terms of batting. Tayyib Tahir had looked impressive. Umair bin Yusuf was very instrumental in the last win, the title win for Pakistan in the Emerging Asia Cup. Sahibzada Farhan, he has got a couple of good outings. 50 also and 30 plus score.
Right, Lairu Samrakon. Bowling all-rounder, brisk medium pace. Can strike the ball, can hit the long ball. That economy is just under 5.5 runs an over. Very interested to see what he might get out of this surface. Hardly have any grass on this, so you might see a lot of cutters, slower balls. Oh, that ball just jags back, stays down. That's what he generally does. That's gone for leg byes, I think. Yes, it's 4.
A similar start for Sahibzada Farhan, this time off his pads against India also. In cutter, in swinger coming in. This time off his legs. And that's why it's so important to start well as a bowler. Just one stump towards the offside and it could have been a very good shout.
And also if you saw that, the ball started to swing very early. So it became a little bit predictable as well, and it was going down the leg side. That's not the length, but punched off the back foot. The first one was a good length, the line was wrong. This one, just a little bit too short. Allows the batter to extend his arms through extra cover for a couple.
And this is where Sahibzada Farhan is quite comfortable. Back foot punch. And he has definitely looked more confident with the runs he has been able to make at the top. He has not gone really big, but he has been amongst runs for Pakistan A.
See, this is a good field because he bowls in swing, so he's encouraged to bowl, try and off stump, say wicket to wicket or off stump line. He's got 3 men saving, 1 on the leg side. But he needs to be just a touch fuller in length, because he tends to swing it back into the right-hander. On the back foot, gives the batter the option of either playing it away on the onside or through the offside field. Well, Sana, what do you think? I know I didn't go down there, but looking at this, I hardly see any green.
Absolutely, I agree with you, and it's a dry pitch, so definitely spin will come into play, especially in the second innings, I think, because it's dry, the weather is quite warm as well. And you can see there's hardly any grass, there's dead grass, and there are patches where there's almost, you can see the dry surface. So the spinners will come into play. The cracks are smaller as well.
I don't think the cracks will open up at all, but it is the slowness of the surface, the dryness of the surface. That ball's not bouncing. That went on the second bounce to the keeper. That's a little bit ominous, I'll tell you. We're talking about Lahiru Samarakone bowling with a new ball. And he's not express, but he's decent medium pace. He could get a bit of bounce, but that delivery just on the second bounce. Again, punched off the back foot. Should get a couple here. So much of freedom when there is short and wide. So 2 done, 12 without loss. Just to try and bring you up to date with the past winners of the Emerging Asia Cup. India won it in 2013. Sri Lanka has won it twice. Pakistan once. So Bangladesh has.
Saim Ayub, a very good single there. Overall on this pitch, as it's still double pace when you see it, very important to bring the stumps into play. The moment you're going to give room, that's where easy runs can come.
Now the field continues to be interesting because the mid-wicket area gets open. Sahan Arachike bowling over the wicket. Now he has to be outside the off stump. Now, when you bowl that line, oh, could be trouble. The intention was right. When you bowl that line, spinning back, you got large acres on the leg side where you could just nudge and get singles.
Absolutely. This field, if you're bowling the traditional off spin, you need to have a short mid-wicket right there, because there's a big vacant area. If you're bowling that arm ball, taking the ball away and bringing that slip fielder in, then it might be fine. But I would like one more fielder on the leg side, short mid-wicket, and then mix it up. Some off-spinners and some arm balls.
Well, this is great fielding by Sahan Arachike. He was attempting the single. His anticipation was good. He knew that that's the area they're looking to try and target. Great reflexes, reaction at slip.
Absolutely good backing up at slip. Definitely saved a couple of runs there.
I'm just wondering, they got a man behind point. Yeah, you could see that man behind point. I think they can dispense with him. Now he's going a little bit square, but they can definitely take somebody from the offside and have him at short mid-wicket, because he will turn back into the right-hander. With this field, he'll have to be on a length and wide of the off stump. Not that length. Well, this time there is a man behind square leg, and also the line. Bowl straight, you'll get milk through mid-wicket.
And if you choose to bowl the arm ball, yes, then this field can make sense. But we haven't seen any arm ball yet from Arechege.
But again, the arm ball has to be a surprise weapon. It's not the stock ball. You try and look to dismiss the batter with that surprise weapon by building the off break, just luring him into some sort of false sense of security where you surprise him.
Maybe most plans was for the left-hander, so that's the field is right for the left-hander. But the length is not too short.
Arechege is somebody who tends to fire the ball in, so he's not that flighty type of off spinner. He's a typical one-day kind of bowler, bowls back of a length, but with a newish ball, looking for that outside edge, you'll expect slightly different kind of trajectory. Too easy, really too easy. 16 without loss, 3 overs completed. Well, the big event, the Asia Cup 2023. Look at that group. Look at Group A. So it's a 16 tournament. India, Pakistan, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Afghanistan. Group B. India, Pakistan always find themselves in the same group.
That's a good strategy. You can have a couple of games between India, Pakistan in a tournament, and you can see so much hype and so much following for this big game every time, no matter what platform they are playing at.
Ooh, what about that? What about that? Interesting to see whether it was intentional. If you look at the wrist, he tends to push it in. I'm not sure whether it was an attempted one or just a natural variation.
This time the line and the length both were perfect. And extracting that extra bounce really surprised Sahibzada Farhan, who looked comfortable in the last over.
See, that's his stock ball, where he tends to slant it back into the right hand unless he had his wrist much straighter. If you really look at his wrist, he tends to push it, and with that open-chested action of his.
And these are the Asia Cup groups. Group A consists of India, Pakistan and Nepal. Group B, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh and Afghanistan.
It looks to hit it more straighter, but the ball goes off an inside edge, and that's because of the movement back into the right hander. But still very effective because Farhan gets a boundary.
Played it a bit dangerously. Wasn't in full control of the shot, but runs nonetheless. Pakistan is taking the pressure off themselves in this important semi-final. Some not really good bowling and not effective planning from Sri Lanka.
The bat handle turned. The bat turned a little bit, and that's because of the inward movement. He was aiming mid-on, went through square leg. See, that's the line and length he needs to bowl, just outside the off stump, that in-between length.
And that's where you can trouble Sahibzada Farhan, because generally he leads with the head. So anything that comes into him, he can lose the balance. And that's where Sri Lanka A needs to bowl. They have been able to give some width and bowl a little bit on the leg side occasionally.
So far the surface has looked reasonable. Some deliveries haven't really come on, like just like that one. There was one delivery that bounced and went straight through. No real turn that has been visible. But what I see is in the second half, more than the turn, I think it will start to slow down, where stroke making becomes difficult, where batters will have to adopt a different approach. "20 without loss." Well, Siam hasn't really got much, just 6 deliveries. It's all been Farhan. So 20 without loss. Pakistan off to a confident-looking start. Still very early days. This is over number 4. We're going to have pace at the far end after 2 overs from the off-spinner. Pramod Madhushan. He's a skiddy kind of fast bowler. He's not a tall lad. But skids on, can surprise you a little bit with the pace he generates. But on this surface, if it starts to sort of, it's still not too paced, but then you'll straight away recognize it. If the bowlers start to bowl cutters and pace off the ball, then you know what's coming. At the moment, it's seam up.
Pramod Madhushan, he's had a good outing. Last one got a couple of wickets for Sri Lanka A.
And playing on his home ground. He plays for the Tamil Union Cricket and Athletic Club, which is here. And Sana, in case you didn't know, this ground actually hosted the first ever test match, the official test match way back in 1982. And this used to be the ground where almost all visiting teams would come and play. So the likes of Don Bradman, Sir Donald Bradman has played here, some really big names. The great Sir Viv Richards, Clive Lloyd, Alvin Kalicharan, I'm sure some big Pakistan names. And the scoreboard.
And Saim Ayub, he was able to score a 50. 56 in the last few games. He has been the promising batter for Pakistan. Plays spin really well, goes on the back foot really well. A good head on the shoulders, Saim Ayub. Last match he got out on not, so he is due runs in the big semi-final. Can he make the impact?
Nicely driven, nice stride out. Just continuing the story on this ground, the scoreboard. If you look at the scoreboard, it's very historical. And if you look at the way it's been built, it's operated manually still. And you know what used to fascinate me? Those little openings, like the pigeonholes on either side. One used to be for the scorer, and the other used to be for the press. It's a little pigeonhole, a small room. Way back I'm referring to. Just sliding down the leg side, I think.
So much history. And these manual scoreboards, how much detail there is in the scoreboard. Going down the leg side, Saim Ayub. He would really want some runs there. That's the scoreboard you were talking about.
See, look at the two sides, those windows. One side used to be for the scorer, the other side used to be for the press. So we as kids, when we used to come and watch here, I mean, we didn't know what the press means or the media meant. And you would have 1 or 2 people who would come and take notes or just report the game. Oh, he tends to swing it across the line and he'll get a boundary. Perfect swinging length. It was almost full. And the horizontal shot was in play.
And that is where Sri Lanka has erred. They have been bowling short of the length on the leg side as well this time. Saim Ayub won't miss on that. Dragged it away. And that's something he really needed. A release shot. Boundary. Definitely Helps the confidence of the batter. 8 of 11 now.
They're going at a good click. They're going at almost 5 runs and over. And he wants a single. There wasn't one. 24 without loss. 5 completed. I started when I was 32. I was playing a little bit of cricket. 24 without loss. See, so it used to be the Colombo Oval. Now it is the P. Sara Oval, where the Tamil Union Cricket and Athletic Club is based. This is their headquarters. Some big names have played here. One of the names was Mahadevan Sathasivam. It's a very, very famous name. One of the finest batters produced by Sri Lanka. I'll tell you a story about Mahadevan Sathasivam. You would know who he is, but if you do a little bit of research, you'll know. Now, I knew of a person, I knew of a gentleman who's late. His name used to be Brian De Silva, and he was a young guy, and he used to keep for a club which is Coles Cricket Club. So it used to be two-day cricket. So he tells us the story when Mahadev Sathasivam. That's another look at the scoreboard. Right, look at those two windows on either side. The scorers are still there. The media used to sit there then. I'm saying back 40 years ago. Slower delivery, straight to the man. So Satha, as he's called, likes his drink. So he would party the whole night, and the next day he would come out to bat. And then Brian De Silva used to be the wicket keeper. So he would stand up to the stumps, and Satha would tell him, all right, you tell me where do you want me to hit the ball? So Brian would say, hit it to mid-wicket. So he'll hit it to mid-wicket and get a boundary. And he will just do that. And this is not an exaggeration. He was so good.
You really need to be good to be able to do that. Definitely playing where you want the ball to go every time.
And toying, basically toying. No, he used to be respected, heavily respected by international cricketers who came here. I know that even the great West Indians held him in very high regard. Not just them, but many. Bowled him. Didn't come on. Really didn't come on. That's the first sign of this surface. Just take a look. Perfect length to pull Sana, but it didn't arrive, and it also stayed down.
And this is about the awareness. We have seen this pitch staying low. That's why I was talking about keeping the stumps in play. It didn't come at all. Hitting the off stump, Sahibzada Farhan was already through with his shot. The only good thing about this ball was that it was directed to the stumps. Sahibzada Farhan has to go back for 12. Pakistan A 24 for 1.
Right, Sri Lanka getting their first wicket, the breakthrough, but I'm afraid it's a little bit ominous if you're a batter, because the ball didn't arrive. It wasn't a cutter. It was a seam-up delivery. The ball didn't bounce. I wish we could show that wicket again just to try and see the height of the ball, because I think it hit the middle in terms of the height. Umair bin Yusuf. Strike rate of just under 80. Nairu Samarakon into his third over. providing the much needed breakthrough for Sri Lanka. Starts off with a good delivery. That's the length.
So important to start off well against the new batter. Umair bin Yusuf, he plays for Sindh in the domestic cricket and also Quetta Gladiators. The promising batter from Pakistan had a good outing against Zimbabwe select, 89 not out. After that, smaller scores, 36 against Nepal, 24 against UAE, and was not able to score against India. So he's due some runs.
Nicely driven, nicely driven. What a lovely shot that is. Not the easiest shot to perfect the on drive. And I'm not talking about an on drive that goes straight, on drive slightly wide. 28 for 1. Just looking back at the Emerging Asia Cup past winners, India 2013, Sri Lanka has won it twice, 17 and 18, Pakistan the latest. And the problem has been that the Emerging Asia Cup hasn't been played regularly. But Sana, I'm sure you'll agree, quick single, that this is a wonderful platform, especially for the fringe players that could, come in and showcase their talent. You see the likes of Oman, UAE playing. It's good competition for them.
Absolutely, and what you were talking about before also, we'll go back to after the wicket. That's the wicket. Sahibzada Farhan going across the line and the ball stayed low. Lahiru Samarrakoon, he was able to get the first big breakthrough for Sri Lanka and disappointed Sahibzada Farhan. He was looking good.
Yeah, that was the first wicket. And look at where Farhan was batting. Just take a look as to where Farhan is batting, which tells you that this surface is slow. He's outside the crease. He's trying to make his own pace. And look at where the ball's striking that wicket. It's just almost halfway up. So it tells you that the bounce is dying a bit.
And that's why it's going to be so important which team bowls more into the stumps. Which team is going to bring the stumps into play a bit more. On a surface like that, navigating with any ball that's straighter, a little back of length, that will be the challenge for the batters. This is the Pakistan A squad. You're talking about the fringe players. Shahnawaz Dhani was once in the team. He's got to go here. Kamran Ghulam, he has been a brilliant player in the domestic tournament. Got only one international game. Arshad Iqbal is knocking the door as well. Umair bin Yusuf. I'm really impressed by Qasim Akram's temperament. He played a very good knock against India when Pakistan was under pressure. And Mohammad Haris, the captain, he has been part of the T20 Pakistan team.
And also Dahani bowled well. Got a 5-wicket haul. So nudge down to third man. That's gone for 4.
And both the boundaries by the bat of Umair bin Yusuf have been quite impressive. This time very intentional. It was not an edge. He played it very late with soft hands. And the previous boundary on the mid-on was really good too. Look at that, it was really close to his body. Played it with a lot of control. Knew exactly where the third fielder was. It was wide and he played it very fine.
Yeah, soft hands. That's the word. Just waited for the ball to come on to him. Pace of the ball. Straight away you could see the response from Pramod Madushan. And just look at that shot, how he held it back. He delayed his shot. If you see that he was adjusting and then waited, there was pace off the ball.
And that's good skill. Adjusting to change of pace on this pitch. He's a very talented batter. He's due runs, scored a 250 against Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe in a 2-day, 3-day game. That's the over after 7 overs, 33 for 1.
Well, that's the game coming up in the afternoon at the R. Premadasa International Stadium. India A versus Bangladesh A. That's the second semi-final. But here at the Pisara Oval, it's semi-final number 1 between Pakistan A and Sri Lanka A. So Pakistan A electing to bat first, 33 for 1 after 7. Lahiru Samarakone has been the wicket taker. He will continue. He's into his 4th over. This is good. Samarakone getting into his line, getting into his rhythm, because it's not an easy surface to bowl on. You need to be more straighter. You can't afford to give anything away. It's not extra space. The batters will also have to adjust on how they bat on this track. As you say, good morning to Maha.
Morning to Kosala. Morning to all our viewers. It's been a steady start by both the teams. Sri Lanka with the ball. First few overs starts the proceedings with Sana Arachige with the new ball. And Lahiru Samarakone, as you correctly said, has bowled well. Working to his 4th over. What he's doing well is that he's bowling pitch wicket to wicket and with a good length. This wasn't that short, but take a look at how early Farhan was into the stroke. He had almost finished his stroke, then the ball arrived and hit the top of our stump.
Apesh, but that will find the gap and that will go down to the boundary. So that's another boundary to the Pakistan A side. Now what Sri Lanka needs to do here is they need to minimize these boundaries. They just can't allow the batters to get away on this surface. Because whatever they get, Maha, they have to get back.
The length was too full. I was just praising Lahiru Samarakone for the lengths he's been bowling. But this occasion, attempted off cutter, but it was too full. Saim Ayub is a player. He plays the ball on its merits and he doesn't predetermine. So these kind of batters, the bowler just have to hit the right length consistently. Any loose delivery, Saim will be happy to put away, but if not, he's just happy to stay in the crease.
That's a better delivery. That's a better delivery. More in line with the stumps. That's what they need to be doing more often, Maha.
That's exactly what should be bowling. Players like Saim Ayub, who's playing the balls on its merit. Ball wicket to wicket on those good lengths, and the pitch is not so easy when it comes to timing the ball. Make it harder. Either when it's full or short, batsmen have plenty of time. When in that in-between length is not being the easiest. So Lahiru Samarakone, yes, the figures suggest that he has bowled well, but a couple of loose deliveries have dented his bowling figures.
Again, looking for that width. If you really see, again on this surface, we'll talk about that as the game goes on. The bounce has not been really good for the batters. They had to go down. You can see that shot. He had to go down on it to play that square cut. So these are things that the batsman will have to keep in mind. The bounce of this track. Let's see how Samarakone can finish this one. Slower delivery. Gets the outside edge. It's a dot ball to end over number 8. It's 37 for 1. There you go. That looks a very strong batting lineup to come. Haris, Tahir, very capable batters. But they've not been in the best of forms in this tournament so far. Will definitely want to come good in this very important game. So Pramod Madhushan will start his third.
A similar field to Lairu Samarakon, 4 in the leg side, 5 in the off side, predominantly bowling those back of the net. Bounce attempted, oh, just clearing the short mid-wicket fielder. Rashid Cruz Pulle does the mopping up from mid-on. I think the change of length is very important. Pramod Madhushan almost had the second wicket for Sri Lanka.
Was that on the length to be playing the pull shot? I thought it was a little bit more fuller, and it just hurried on to him much quicker. Now, it was short, but it hurried on to him much quicker than he expected.
That's what Pramod Madhushan does to you as a batter. All of a sudden, the effort ball hurries the batsman up. Pramod Madhushan plays his domestic cricket for Tamil Union, and this is home ground. He knows the conditions very well. But overall, I think that young man has done really well in this competition, bowled really well, especially in the last game against Oman.
Stamp Fuller driven.
Holiday clearly. It's too late for the low to the stroke, Omar bin Yusuf. In the end, pretty lucky that it evaded the short mid-wicket fielder and just agonizing for Sri Lanka, just ballooning over the mid-wicket fielder.
Take a look at the field. Indicate there's a deep square on the boundary. There's no deep fine leg, so indication that Pramod will take it away from the left-hander. He looks to work that one away. It's a chase for the field at deep square. Does well. And restricts the scoring to 2. That's the effort that you need, the commitment.
That's a good bit of fielding by Sahana Ratchige at deep square leg. This occasion, it wasn't meant to be short. It was a drag down by Pramod Madhushan. The slowness of the pitch gives the batsman plenty of time to play those horizontal strokes. And as you correctly said, this is the commitment you like to see in these big games. The semi-final, winner takes it all to the final. So I reckon Sri Lanka got to be really careful. So they need to chase in this slow surface.
Good, this is good. Running with the stroke. This is the type of cricket that we expect from these youngsters. A push and run. They need to keep rotating the strike. A left-hand, right-hand combination always gives pressure when you start rotating the strike.
Yeah, when the boundaries are hard to come by, this is what you do. This is what good batsmen do. Take a single, and as you correctly said, left-hand, right-hand combination. You keep rotating the strike. That's a nightmare for the fast bowler, especially.
Again goes short. Well. Very well executed. He waited for it for the last minute and picked his spot perfectly. End of the over. It's 45 for 1.
Lovely stroke by Omar bin Yusuf. Another digging shot by Pramod Madhushan. But take a look at that. Uppercut, whatever you call it. But the secret behind that stroke was Omar bin Yusuf was watching the ball to the last moment. Then he opens the blade up and finds that gap. It's brilliant batting and a decent ball as well.
Well, they pick up another single, so that's a big over for the Pakistan A side. It's 9 done, 46 for 1.
This was the last game Sri Lanka played from the group the third place, they became the champions, beating Oman comprehensively. That was a confidence booster, led by many players. Surya Bandar in the end was a man of the match, but I thought everyone chipped in and played their part.
So it's a change in the bowling. The captain decides to come on from the com box end. This is what they're all playing for. And this is Dunit Bellalage. Economy is good. Listed career. 41 wickets in his 33 games. He's got experience. He's been with the national side. Starts off well. Single, but that's a good start.
A good start by Bellalage. Been really impressed with his captaincy. The way he has bowled, the way he has handled his bowlers. As a batter, I think he could have contributed much better. Got to be said, but the contribution that this young man have shown and given to this team, it's a huge confidence booster come the Asia Cup selection. He was one of the standby players in the ICC qualifiers up in Zimbabwe, just couldn't make it to the 15. The performance of this will be very, very crucial going forward.
Well, that beat everything. Sham was trying to go over the top. It beat him. It beat the wicket keeper. But Pakistan will get another boundary, courtesy of Bais, and it's also the 50 up.
A false stroke by Saim Ayub was probably trying to go over mid-off. The power play on, just the two fielders outside the circle who are at deep mid-wicket and deep long on. Wrong option, but very lucky to be remaining in the crease. And Vinod Bhanuka, before he even moved, the ball past him.
It's a better comeback. And also the fact that I thought Vinod Bhanuka, he didn't really move in to that, and it went very quickly to him. He was really grabbing at the ball. This time looking to find that gap between short, fine and square.
Wicket keeper and the bowler was surprised this ball was given wide. Was it the glove pad? I think it touched something.
Pushed quickly through there on this occasion. The Sri Lankan bowlers need to get into a line. They need to get into a rhythm here. This time given a little bit of air. They go through for look for a single. Quick work by Crucible.
Nicely flighted by Bellalage, just slowing things down. It's not easy for the batter when the ball is being delivered so slowly to time it.
Oh, you can see the slowness of the surface. The ball not really coming on. The batsman into the shot a little too early. The 10th over comes to an end. It's 53 for 1. So this is the ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup 2023. You can see the signal for the second power play. Overs 10 to 40 will allow the fielding captain to have 4 men outside the 30-yard circle. Madhushan, he's been expensive. He's gone for 18 from his 3. And again, that's a pickup shot. Very well executed. Just a fraction on leg stump. Wow, what a shot.
There's a glimpse of Said Anwar in that stroke. I was just informed by our co-commentator that Saim Ayub has made a name for himself playing that no-look stroke. For certainly reminded me a bit of Said Anwar there.
This is good. This is very good from Shyam. A boundary, a single. He's causing a few problems for the Sri Lankans.
This happened last tour. Take a look at where the ball touches. I just reckon the balls were caught by Vinod Banu. It took the glove. No one appealed. Or just meeting the shoulder, something. Very close, but in the end, the wicketkeeper was not interested. Most of the time, the evidence will be given by the wicketkeeper. I was surprised that none of the Sri Lankan fielders or the bowler went up in jubilation.
Oh, they look for one, but then decide against it. Maha, you did mention about a very a name that has been in Pakistan cricket for a long time, Saeed Anwar. But I can remember as a teenager watching Saeed Anwar and Amir Sohail open the batting for Pakistan and how many runs that they made during their heydays.
A bowler's nightmare, those two partners. Two elegant left-handers. One is commentating with us. Amir Sohail is in the country at the moment, commentating on the Sri Lanka-Pakistan Test Series. Saeed Anwar is a coach. Elegant player, isn't it? It just reminds of Kaluitar Jai Surya partnership. Attacking minded. I think Saeed Ayub, that stroke definitely reminded me of the great Saeed Anwar.
I can still remember Amir Sohail had that famous white band tied underneath the helmet. So this is the past winners of this Asia Cup. Well, it starts on the 30th of August in Sri Lanka and Pakistan. A game to look forward to, a tournament to look forward to. So elegant looking stroke again. I like the way these two batsmen are settling in, especially on this surface, identifying the length, identifying the pace. This is good batting.
Very good batting. I just saw the graphic of past Asia Cup winners. India has won it 7 times. Sri Lanka has won it 6 times. Can Sri Lanka make it 7 and equal India? No, India can make it as the 8th time winner, or else Pakistan, with the co-host this year, can win it. There you go. Last time Pakistan won 2012, India 2018, Sri Lanka last year up in UAE was fortunate to play in that 2004 final against India at the R. Premdas Stadium. And definitely highlight of my career in that final in 2004. 11 overs gone, and Pakistan is 60 for 1.
It's 60 for 1 here at the end of 11, but we're talking about that Asia Cup in 2022 in UAE, where Sri Lanka won that. They started off very badly, losing to Afghanistan, but they came back very strongly and to beat Pakistan in the final. What a game that was, Maha.
I will never forget that day. I clearly remember that I was working for one of the channels, and after the final I just couldn't talk. I started crying. That's how emotional we were as Sri Lankans. The country was going through a period where it was pretty hard to everyone. And all of a sudden, these young men up in Dubai, beating a strong Pakistan team. Before that, beating an Indian team, beating a Bangladeshi team. As you said, lost to Afghanistan the first game, won in the second round. That Sri Lankan team inspired many and put a lot of smile and happiness to all the Sri Lankans who were going through that tough period.
We're back live here. Look at that turn that Velalage is getting. So this is something that we'll be seeing more often on this track. Again, more optimistic from Vinod Bhanuka, but Velalage, he's settling into that good line, good length that he normally does. Look at that. Look at the turn he's getting already. Mind you, Maha, this ball is not that old.
It'll be tougher when once the ball loses the hardness even more and the shine and the seam gets slightly worn down. It's going to be tough work for the batters. This is where I think, as I said before, Sri Lanka's got to be really careful of leaking runs unnecessarily. Everything what they give away got to be scored back, which is going to be tough work in these conditions.
Oh, that's a loud shot. Maybe a fraction outside the line. But this is good. This is good. Pressure being built up by the skipper. Let's take a look at that again. He gets wide of the crease. That turn. Just sitting outside the line, Maha.
Correct. Outside the line, and a very good decision by the umpiring. The word on umpiring on this tournament have been very good right throughout. 12 gone, 60 for 1.
For 1. Now, Sri Lanka bring Chamika Karunaratne into the attack. What a game! What a tournament he's had. 3 wickets for 3 runs in the previous game.
Yeah, the senior players got to stand up for Sri Lanka today in the crunch game, and this man on screen will have a huge responsibility with the ball and with the bat later on. Good numbers. When it comes to wickets, 2 number of matches, economy can be a bit better. But as you correctly said, the last game, the way he played, but the different conditions, underlight, ball was seaming and swinging a little bit. It was a different Karunaratne. But today, the challenge is going to be how he's going to adapt to these conditions, overhead as well as pitch. That will determine how the fast bowler battery, who's been led by Chamika, is performing, and the number of runs being leaked.
Doesn't start off that well at the line. He will adjust. Just a loosener for him. Now, I would say Karunaratne is a bowler who uses a lot of change of pace, bowls a lot of cutters, bowls into the surface. So that will be the ideal type of method that you need to apply on this surface.
100% in that length, when the in-between length. The game he played against Afghanistan, he was quite short and he went for boundary, square of the wicket, and then he got the length and picked up 3 wickets. This is where the experience of the man will come through. As you said, slow balls into the pitch, that's the way forward. But the length is going to be crucial.
Yeah, that's better. That's better. Invite the batsman to go for that. Now, Chamika Karunaratne is a player. Let's take a look at that again. That's a better line to bowl. He's played in all 3 formats for Sri Lanka, and he's desperately trying to make it back into that white. This is the 3 wickets that he took against Afghanistan.
Before this happened, it was taken apart, being too short, and then the experience of the player made sure that he came back really strong to pick up 3 wickets and put the run scoring lower than expected. We were expecting Afghanistan to score 275, 280 that day. But the efforts of Chamika Binura made sure that Sri Lanka had a score they could chase down. Unfortunately, in the end, Sri Lanka lost by 11 runs. Definitely a commanding bowling spell by Chamika.
So Chamika desperately trying to make his way back into that white ball team, the 50 over. He'll be definitely a candidate for the Asia Cup. Now, this is men's emerging teams Asia Cup. Oh, that's a good one. I like the intent, Maha, the invitation. Try and hit me.
2 slow deliveries followed by a quicker one. It was angling across. Chamika Karunaratne at the moment with 7 wickets. Rajvin Ajwadran Hangrekar bowled really well against Pakistan in the last game. Top of the table with 8. Akib Ilyas, the captain of Oman, 8 as well. Some good bowlers there, as well as Sanjeev Hassan from Bangladesh. So overall, I think all the players who are the fringe players to the national team in their own respective countries are performing really well with the bat as well as the ball. This is good stuff by Chamika. Last delivery, which was a seam up, going across this time, going back to the off cutter. He's thinking this is what you need in these kind of surfaces.
This is experience that you bring into the table, isn't it, of how well you played your games, experience of playing international cricket. This is how he's set him up in this over. The way swinger, the angle, and that one, rolling his fingers over. Oh, he's gone. He's worked for this. He's worked on this very hard, and he's got Siam playing the penalty because that is fantastic bowling.
Saim Ayub is undone by an over ball by Chamik Karunaratne, which had everything. We had 3 slow balls, 3 seam-up deliveries, and in the end, the seam-up delivery went across, went with the angle, trying to play for a single towards the third man. But played too fine, and Minod Banuka safe as the houses. Ayub gone for 22, Pakistan A 61 for 2.
Batsman in, gentlemen, batsman in.
So there you go, 61 for 2. Both the openers now back in the pavilion. Karunaratne, what a start he's got to this game. He really set him up. Set up Siam for that wicket. The away swingers, the ball angled across, and then made sure that he got one to find the outside edge. So Tahir is the new batter in. He's got experience. He's played in the Pakistan Premier League. He does pack a punch. Sri Lanka will be well aware of that. It's going to be the captain to continue. And it's Yusuf on strike.
Yeah, Velalgi will enjoy bowling to two right-handers. At the moment, Sri Lanka fighting back after losing the toss, being put into bowl first. They need wickets to stay in the game. And Chamik Karunaratne provided just that, with that working over, with plenty of variation, and in the end, getting his reward of picking up one of the best batters of Pakistan A.
He's good. Look at the loop, look at the flight he's getting. He's not afraid now to put it up in there because he knows that how important wickets are here for Sri Lanka. I like the intent, a slip in place now. So Sri Lanka attacking. Another dot ball. Oh, they take a single off the misfield. But they just can't afford to let that pressure. They can't afford to leak runs. They need to keep building that pressure. Velalgi has been good. He's into his third over. This is Tahir. Over 2,000 runs. Decent strike rate. He's a dangerous player when he's on song. Oh, well bowled. Very well bowled again. Oh, that's a perfect delivery. Coming in with the arm and then trying to turn off.
Yeah, well said, Kosala. They said perfect. It was angling it in. And in these kind of services, you play across the line. As soon as you come, that's a danger shot. This is where I think Velalgi is doing the right thing by having mid-on up in the circle. asking the batsman to go against the turn, and this is a lovely delivery. Turn, bounce, beaten, all ends up to end the 14th over. 62 for 2. The 14 gone, 62 for 2. Well, LANKA bowling that magnificent over, and great figures so far. Has given away 4 runs in his 3 overs. 5 bowlers been used. Madhushan was the most expensive, 24 of 4 overs. Arachigi and Samarakon started decently, and at the moment, well, LANKA and Karunaratne, the 2 national caps for Sri Lanka, doing the job for.
Yeah, Chamika Karunaratne has had a very good first over. See, this surface is starting to worry me because there's so much of cutters into the pitch, pace of the ball, mixing things up. This is the last over we spoke of. Look at the way he takes the pace of the ball. It's a good over, good thinking over.
The first 2 deliveries seem up outside the yaw stump. Third one was a slow ball, fourth was a slow ball, and then all of a sudden, probably Saim, are you waiting for another slow delivery? Got a quick one outside the yaw stump, trying to dab for a single towards third man and pays the price. The experience of Chamika Karunaratne is showing case for Sri Lanka. Remember the first game, because Afghanistan, he was guilty of trying to bowl too quick and went for run square of the wicket, and then he realized the length is got to be fuller, bowl well. And against last game against Oman did the same. This is where the experience of these players, not only Chamika, the other players in the Sri Lankan team who has played for the country, has to stand up in a crunch game in the semi-final.
One thing about Chamika is his celebration when he gets a wicket. Amazing celebrations. Quick run here. Good fielding, very good fielding.
He's animated always. I wonder whether he's animated while he sleeps as well. He's somebody who plays with passion, enjoys life, celebrates hard, which is important. Most importantly, you go out there and you perform every time you're given an opportunity. When you perform, this doesn't mean that every day you could perform as well. But at the end of the day, you put your 100%, you leave the park knowing that you gave your 100%, you don't perform, it's okay. As long as you leave everything out there.
Slices, 2 is the call. The outfield is so quick, it will race away to the boundary. Pace on the ball. Nicely sliced through point.
Ashen Bandar at cover point was flying across to his left. There's a seam-up delivery again by Chamika. No, big off cutter. But was guilty of bowling just outside the yaw stump. This pitch, you need to bowl wicket to wicket. Try and hit those stumps. Anything outside the yaw stump or anything short, you're asking for trouble.
Closer. Still turning out to be a good over. They've got 6 runs. They've got 7 now in the over. Into the 15. So you reckon 250 is going to be tough?
I reckon, Roshan, anything above 250 will be a tough chase for Sri Lanka. Both of us agree that the big pitch will get slower and lower even more. And chasing in a crunch game is always difficult with a decent bowling attack what Pakistan possesses. It's important that Sri Lanka try and restrict as less as possible.
Short delivery. Oh, goodness. That rushed and beat the fielder. That was, I think, just wondering who that fielder is. But anyway, it's a boundary to end the over. 73 for 2. Well, this is an experienced Sri Lankan side. This is the Vijay Sundara, Matisha Patirana, Janit Lianage, Lahiru Udara. They haven't got a game in as yet. But that's a strong bench. And there are also some really exciting young cricketers. Bit of turn. More runs of an outside edge. They'll get a couple. Guys like Chamita Karunaratne have already played for Sri Lanka. Dunit Velalage has made a brief appearance at the top. A few others. Avishka Fernando, who's fighting hard to try and get back into the side. Lasit Cruzpulle has been on a tour, wanting to make an impression. Another name is Ashen Bandara. What a wonderful fielder he is besides his batting. Sana, you must watch him field, Ashen Bandara. I'm wondering where he's fielding. Trying to pick him there. He's a short extra cover. What a field. He's a gun fielder, as we call him. So quick. Dives and throws himself around. Oh, did him in flight. Did him in flight.
Sri Lanka has done really well after the power play. Pakistan were 58 for 1 after 10 overs. And in the last 5 overs, they have really kept Pakistan quiet. 16 runs and 1 dismissal in the last 5-6 overs.
So what would you put it down to? Do you put it down to good bowling, or that's good fielding? Or is it the surface that is starting to challenge the batters?
I think it's a bit of both. I think the bowlers after the power play were bowling within stumps and with variations a bit more. Initially in the power play we saw that the room was given to the batters and therefore it was easier to score. So both these bowlers, Velalage and Karunaratne, they were more disciplined. They have kept the wickets in play.
It's an interesting line Velalage is trying to bowl. He's going to bowl middle and leg. He's got the mid-wicket cap. When I say mid-wicket cap, the boundary open just to keep the batter interested. And it's a good length. 76 for 2. So Pakistan are the reigning champions. 2019 was when this ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup was last played. So Pakistan carries the mantle. And here they are, defending their title against Sri Lanka. Batting first after they won the toss.
Umair bin Yusuf. He was instrumental in lifting that title for Pakistan. Along with him, Ahmad Butt is the only member who has made it to this Emerging Asia Cup as well. He has looked good so far. Beautiful shot to get off the mark. This time left the slow one. Very important on this pitch to leave the ball as well. It's a 50-over game.
This time a single. Yeah, I like the way Karunaratne has looked to mix it up. The first delivery was back of the hand with the wrist, a kind of a leg break that bounced. Just got stuck in the pitch, bounced a bit. And as you say, it was wide, it didn't arrive, so the batter saw it. The next one slightly quicker. See, this is the quicker one. That's the second delivery. Batters will enjoy a bit of pace on this surface. Quicker you bowl, it will become easier. See, that's why it's so important you don't become predictable. You just don't bowl the same way. Now, he wanted a single. You just don't become predictable. Just try and break things up.
Chamika Karunaratne has been really good because he has brought the stumps into play and he has tried to take the ball away from the batters. When Saim Ayub, the left-hand batter, was on strike, he was bowling off cutters. Now to the right-handers, he's bowling leg cutters, and all with a lot of control.
Good spell, this is really good spell. That had hardly any pace. That didn't arrive. He was interested in looking to pull it. That strike rate is decent. Economy now in the modern game, around 5 is good, but 5.47 might be slightly high. So anything around 5 or under 5 in the modern list A or the 50 over game, international game, ODI is generally acceptable. Oh, gets at the bottom edge. One thing that this ground offers is a very fast outfield. It gives you value for money.
Tayyab Tahir wasn't fully in control of the shot, but important runs for him. He's an important clog in this Pakistan batting lineup. Inside edge for 4 runs. He made a 50 in the first match, then only played 8 deliveries the next, rested, dropped in the third one, and now finds himself in for when Pakistan is 81 for 2. Important innings required of him.
Good run.
See, they love to rotate the strike, just keep nudging and deflecting. See, the boundary gets complemented with those runs, with those singles into the over. 82 for 2. 82 for 2. Yusuf and Tahir just getting that partnership together. "17 overs bowled, 82 for 2. So we're going to see some spin in the form of Dushan Hemanta. 71 wickets. That economy again over 5 runs and over. Pretty decent all-rounder Dushan Hemanta. In the local first-class team, he's more a batting all-rounder, but at the national level, he's first a leg spinner and then he also bats. That's fairly low in the order. Number 8, I think. Oh, that's a poor delivery to start off with. It's a drag down.
And I'm okay with now the leg spinner giving that gap on the short mid-wicket area, because you want the batter to play against the spin. But then your line and length has to be really good. If you're going to bowl short, then they will be able to manage that.
Again, that's not the shot you want a batter to play to the mid-wicket area. This is brilliant running, really good running. Didn't hit it hard, just nudged it into the gap. The intent was good. But yeah, you have that area open, not to play horizontal shots or off the back foot. You should try and lure the batter to play off the front foot and then maybe turn the wrist and hope for a leading edge.
And they're keeping that field. They want the batter to play that shot. The line just needs to be adjusted. No, now the short mid-wicket fielder has come in.
I think that had a lot to do with the length the bowler bowled. I wouldn't be surprised if it's the bowler who asked for that fielder, because the first ball was a drag down, second one was also just short.
And on a pitch like this, when the surface is so slow, mostly these catching fielders, short mid-wicket, short cover, come into play a bit more. So there can be a catching opportunity created at that point.
They certainly rely a little bit on those close catchers, particularly, as you said, short extra cover, short mid-wicket. That you do, because driving becomes difficult, and suddenly if a ball stops, your bottom hand comes into play, then you push a little bit early. Now, he did have 3 wickets from his previous game. This was against Afghanistan, if I'm not mistaken. In fact, Bangladesh, I beg your pardon. That was the decisive spell. 85 for 2.
Wait. One ball you came close. The last was fine.
Oh, a big game coming up. India A versus Bangladesh A. Another really good game. Bangladesh, an exciting side. India looking very strong. They've already expressed their intentions. They have dominated the games they've played. They won quite easily. They're making a massive statement.
3 out of 4 teams in the semi-final come in with the winning momentum. Bangladesh, India and Sri Lanka. Pakistan, the only one who had lost the last game before coming into the semis. So definitely Bangladesh will be quite confident, so will India.
Again, pace of the ball. One of the substitutes, Janit Lienege. Down the third man. Shamika Karunaratne was very good in his first 2 overs and then went for a few in that last over. So his figures spoiled a little bit.
But he has looked like that he can create chances. He has been bowling very intelligently. keeping the wickets in play, the variations generally taking the ball away from the batter.
Oh, where is the short mid-wicket? That's what you were talking about. In the gap. Great effort. They'll come back for 3. This is precisely what we are talking about. Just pushed it. I don't think there was too much of pace on that ball. And went uppishly.
Good cricket overall. Umair bin Asif played it late, played it away from the fielder. An excellent chase from the captain. He tried to do all that was in him, gave it a really good chase. Just at the end, we see the rope moving, but let's see if he was in contact with the ball. Yes, it does seem like that the hand was touching the rope and the ball.
10 out of 10 for the effort, but sadly I don't think he saved a single. Yeah, that's a confirmation. I think at the last minute, flicking back, there was a contact between the fingers and the ball and the rope, and in that scenario it has to be a boundary.
But what an effort, excellent effort.
Well bowled, very well bowled. Oh, called a wide. But it still doesn't matter. He's batting outside the crease, so Karunaratne changing it up a little bit.
And Umair bin Yusuf, he looks really determined today. Missed out on an opportunity against India, gone for a duck, but this time very disciplined. He has been able to leave deliveries, timed the ball on the leg stump really well. He's not being over aggressive, but he has been able to dispatch some for boundaries.
Yusuf batting in his crease, but we did see Tahir batting outside the crease. Because that's an indication where batters like a bit of pace on the ball. They try to create a bit of pace on the slowish track. So Karunaratne in this over has conceded 6 runs, including that boundary. He's still got 3 deliveries to go. Pace off the ball again. Cruz Pulle on the boundary. Couple more.
On this pitch, anything above 3.5, 4 is not a good over. And these are the 2 wickets. Sahibzada Farhan out of the crease, tried to go across the line. And then Saim Ayub getting out to the keeper in similar fashion like he went out the last game.
2 important wickets for Sri Lanka, but Pakistan gradually. Oh, what a shot. What a lovely shot. Good piece of fielding. Again, the on drive, so pretty to watch. Never easy to execute. Just need to make sure that your body is behind it, you get your foot right.
Especially on a track that's slow, any little flaw in your technique in your head can fall waiting for the ball. But Umair bin Yusuf, he has been on the money since the first ball, and the first boundary from him, I think, was the best one so far.
Should be 2. And 2 is what they get. Big over again. 96 for 2.
That's the match Pakistan played against India before the semi-finals. Not the outing they would have wanted, but Qasim Akram with a very well-fought 48 and Sahibzada Farhan amongst runs. Hunger Gaker with Pfeiffer for him. And what a brilliant century by Sai Sudharsan. 104 not out. India won comprehensively, and Pakistan will definitely be looking to win this one and then maybe get India again in the final.
Oh, that's a full toss. It's important that Dushan Hemanta should start getting some control, looking for some spin that time. You could see that the effort with the wrist, but just over pitching. Oh, well played, well played. Such a useful shot, this paddle. It is a boundary. Great addition, I'll tell you, to the batter's repertoire. That little paddle, the reverse, the sweep.
And Tayyab Tahir, he missed out on the game against India, and he's making his presence felt. Excellent batting, paddle, sweeping the spinner. This was missing in the middle for Pakistan A.
Oh, lucky, really lucky. I'm referring to the bowler. That was short and wide. Great effort by Sahanara Chige at backward point. It was hit hard. That was 4, written all over it. So far, Dushan Hemanta has been not up to scratch. He's dragged a few balls down on both sides of the pitch. It needs to be tighter. That's more like it. That's a little bit the type of line that he would want to bowl.
And Pakistan has built up this partnership nicely. They've got the 100 up as well in the 20th over.
That's another poor delivery. That's 4. This is really a poor spell by Dushan Hemanta. Both bowlers leaking runs. This is a massive over. 11 runs already. Pakistan prospering.
Takes the partnership to 46. Another short delivery by Hemanta and punished by Tayyab Tahir. He has looked really good. 51 in the first game. Didn't get much of a chance in the second game. Was rested in the third. He looks in good form, Tayyab Tahir.
He's certainly scoring quickly. 23 of 18. Last ball goes through the offside. Again, a big over. 12 of it. It's 108 for 2. 20 completed.
This has been the story for Pakistan A, batting 22 from Saim Ayub, 12 from Sahibzada Farhan, and now Umair bin Yusuf and Tayyab Tahir. They are building a really good partnership. Already 47 of this partnership. And what they have done really well in the last 8 overs, they have scored, last 4 overs, they have scored 32 runs, 8 runs per over. On a pitch where anything above 3.5, 4 is a very good over. It's not an easy wicket to bag. Maybe 4 or 5 runs is okay, par. But being able to score 8 runs per over when you're 2 wickets down, Sri Lanka has missed a trick there.
Now this is forcing the captain to think differently. He's taking the seamer off. He's bringing himself on. And don't forget, he's got to use his spinners very carefully. Now, Dushan Hemanta, one of the leading spinners, have gone for runs here. He's bowled 2 overs and gone for 15. Velalage has bowled 4 overs already. Just conceded 7. So he's looked the best. Then if you look at Sahanara Chige, 2 overs, 8. And then he's got the seamer, Samarakon, Madhushan and Karunaratne. Now Sri Lanka's plan will be to try and find 30 overs from the spinners, because it's that kind of a surface.
Yes, and Dunit Willalagi had to come back because they need to break this partnership. So a good bowler like him needs to come back. But the problem is Pakistan batting is deep as well. That's a really good shot. Umair bin Yusuf taking on the bowler here.
Excellent shot. Picked his gap. That was tossed up. See, they can afford to play that shot because we don't see turn. So there is no element of risk in that shot. Willalage tossing it up on the leg stump. You see that drift also drifting onto the pads. So that mid-wicket area is a good option because it's open. Now what would the captain do? Would he go wide of the crease or would he go wide of the off stump? Or look to push it a little bit quicker? He's got the long on out, long off. Backward square leg and deep cover. Those are the four fielders. I think they're just checking that boundary. They're just wanting to make sure before they signal it or confirm it. Just checking whether it's gone over the line. It was a very good shot. Let's see. Very wide of the crease. I think it's four. Just bounced inside. My eyesight tells me it's a boundary. Just bounced inside. Maybe a few centimeters, inches, Sana?
Yeah, really difficult to tell from this angle, but mostly inside. Yes, you're right. Spot on. 4 runs for Umair bin Yusuf and Dunit Willalage. First time under pressure for 5 of the first 3 deliveries.
50 partnership of just 46 balls. Pakistan looking to dominate here. They have, to a point, dominated. So Sri Lanka captain has a few issues here. He needs to make up 20 overs, hopefully with his seamers. That would have been the plan. Samarakon has bowled 4, Madhushan has bowled 4, and Karunaratne has bowled 4. So he needs to find 8 more at a minimum from those 3. That's better. That's better. 1-1-3 for 2. 21 overs completed.
Good Lamai, good Lamai, good Lamai. Good Lamai.
52 of 49, that's the partnership, and it is promising, and it is more than promising, it's threatening. Tayyab Tahir has contributed 25, Umair bin Yusuf 26, so it's been very even in terms of the contributions from the 2 batters. Now Dushan Hemanta, he needs to try and settle in, up his game. Needs a really good over here.
Tayyab Tahir looking to attack him. Sri Lanka still carrying on with the slip. Dushan Hemanta went for 15 of 2.
Now Sri Lanka are having 2 men out on the leg side boundary. So he's not encouraging Tahir to go in that direction. So straight away, to me, that's a bit of a defensive line by Sri Lanka, and that's understandable because Pakistan at the moment are doing it easily. But it's important. The only way you can stem this and peg them back is with wickets.
And that's where these 2 batters have been doing well. 2 dot balls, and he doesn't go and play a big shot. He takes a single, gets off strike.
Hit hard. They want 2, but I think it might be only... No, they're coming for 2. This is brilliant. Really brilliant. Chamika Karunaratne on the boundary. Well, he got to it quickly, but I think I'll give it to the batters the way they ran. The pressure they put on the fielder.
They have been running really well. The calling has been pretty loud and clear. Good placement there, but the way they have run, that has been pretty good. Jamika with the throw.
Right, we do have some attention that is required. I think there was a dive by the field at short extra cover. Ashin Bandar, Sri Lanka could ill afford to lose him. Brilliant fielder and a very good batter. So 116 for 2. Simon Farhan, the two batters dismissed. Ashin Bandar going off the field. I'm just hoping that it is something temporary, just running repairs, nothing serious. Hopefully it's a little bruise or something. He's walking all right.
It does seem like that he has got something on his hand. These are the two wickets fallen for Pakistan. First was Sabzada Farhan. Samar Rakun taking that wicket, and second was Saim Ayub taken by Chamika Karuna Ratne.
Yeah, that has been the only success for Sri Lanka so far. They need a few more to try and pull things back. At the moment, Pakistan well away. Don't forget, Pakistan seemed to enjoy Sri Lanka's company. Winning the first test at Galle yesterday, a close game by 4 wickets. And here, looking to dominate.
Maybe you are the lucky charm for Pakistan.
I'd rather not be.
Now it's too late. You're already here.
Again, just a little bit of width outside the off stump. He gets a boundary. My goodness. What about the timing? Brilliant.
Umair bin Yusuf showing his class. This innings has been really well accelerated, well made. And he has raced away to 49 on a pitch that's sluggish. He has really dispatched all the bad deliveries. And if that's the case, you need to come for the finals as well.
So you're already sure of getting there, are you?
Whether it's Sri Lanka or Pakistan, I think you should be there anyways. But at the moment, this partnership is giving me some encouragement.
Last ball of the over. That was an amazing shot, that last delivery. Spera gets a single. It's 50. It's 7th list day 50 for Yusuf. 121 for 2. 22 overs completed.
So it starts at 2 p.m. Sri Lanka time at the R. Premadasa International Stadium. Bangladesh A versus India A. It's a day-nighter, the second semi-final. But here at the Pisara Oval, it's the first semi-final. It's Pakistan A versus the Sri Lanka A team. Pakistan A winning the toss, batting. A 1-2, 1 for 2 after 22. So Sahan Arachige comes back into the attack. Now the problem here, Maha, for Sri Lanka is that one of their spinners going for runs. Dushan Hemantha, 2 overs for 19. That's more than almost 20 runs. So that's expensive. So that's a concern now that the Sri Lankans will have going in on how to manage their overs.
The danger now for Sri Lanka is that Sahan Arachige turning the ball back into the right-handers, and both the right-handers are well set, so they could
eye him up. But the LANKA has bought him from the right end, which is the far in the scoreboard end. But the leg side boundary is quite a big hit. So kind of cat and mouse going on at the moment. But I feel Pakistan will be in the driving seat and will be the happier team at this occasion.
Oh, they pick up a single, look for two. No, this will be happy with one. So this is how half-century was brought up. He was very good on the paces. Umar bin Yusuf, anything short, anything full was driven. And he used to go across the line very successfully. And you can see that Arachige is not trying to spin the ball much. He's trying to draft it and dart it across the right hand. Maybe a better move.
That is purely because of the situation of the game. Both these batters are set and looking really good. And damage control at the moment, and Sahan Arachige brings the all-important wicket for Sri Lanka. They needed something to stay in the game, and the experienced Sahan Arachige with the accuracy and guile gets rid of Tayyip Tahir, beg your pardon, for 26.
That's a big wicket. Here you go. He was trying to work it on the onside. Maybe held up a little bit coming onto the bat and delayed his stroke. That's the end of Tayyip Tahir. He goes for 26. Pakistan A, 122 for 3. So this is how the Sri Lankan bowling has been so far. A wicket apiece for Arachige, Samarakon and Karunaratne. But Dushan Hemanta, that would be the concern. 7.67 is the economy. He's a bowler that Sri Lanka would expect him to bowl the entire quarter of 10 overs.
Absolutely. He's the lead spinner for Sri Lanka, unfortunately having a day off. I'm interested to see how well LANKA uses himself. 5 overs, 12 runs. Just 5 overs more. Plenty of right-handers in the Pakistan lineup. I reckon he has to come in shorter spells. And Dushan Hemanta needs to come to the party. Sahan Arachige with all his experience was angling across the right-hander. And Tayyip Tahir probably trying to go down the ground for a single, not using the long handle, not trying to go big. As you said, he might just held on to his pitch and played it too early. And a good catch on his own bowling by Sahan Arachige.
So there you go. You see, LANKA brings himself on. This is a good move because a wicket falls. He's now looking for the kill. He's looking to pick up more wickets. He knows that wickets can bring the pressure back. He needs to bring that scoring rate down. They're going at over 4 runs, 5 runs and over.
And gets a slip in place as well. If Sri Lanka can nick off Umar bin Yusuf, the settled batter who's just scored his 7th list day half-century, they'll be a hook with the condition. There you go, that's what he spoke about. Agonizingly just away from the first slip fielder.
Well, they'll pull it back. He's gone for 3, is it? You pick up 3 on that. But that is what he was looking for. Well, bowler might be a little bit unfortunate, but I like the intent. I like the move done.
And for Kasim Makram, the new batter, I don't mind getting Avishka Fernando at short mid-wicket fielder into the second slip, the gully area. Try and put that pressure. Keep the leg side open. Let the batsman go across the line and try and invite that top edge or the outside edge.
Okay. But he gets off the mark with his very first ball. But Sri Lanka need to pick up wicket. Now this is the fall of the previous wicket. Sahan Arachige going round the wicket. And that is a big wicket because he's got loads of experience. Plays his cricket for Karachi Oh, was that turning a little too much? I thought it did a little too much.
Yeah, I think so too. More than appeal, it's a plead by Dunit Villalage. But a good decision by the umpire. Anand Padmanathan from India, who's been quite steady today. There have some close calls. Have made sure that the calmness still prevailed. Run out chance here, maybe a direct hit would have been close. This is good cricket all round. Dunit Villalage bowling really well. Two batsmen identifying, getting those risky singles when they need it. And Sana Archige at short extra cover was diving forward, but in the end, no damage done for Pakistan.
Even a direct hit might have felt that he's got himself in. Oh, that one turned out. Did it hit anything? It's gone past the slip cordon. Or the lonely slip fielder. It'll reach the boundary. Now, you have to take a closer look at that, Maha. It's a boundary signal.
It's been signaled by the umpire. What a fantastic delivery again. These are the more evidence to have another slip field in place. Vinod Bhanuka, I think he could have done much better. It wasn't that bad a delivery for him to collect it. It was a fantastic one. Unfortunately for Sri Lanka, runs are leaking.
So Villalage, look at his figures. He's into his 6th over. How does he manage himself? Does he come on for another over after this? Oh. Across the line. Lucky. 24 done. 1-3-1 for 3. So there you go. Those are the past winners of the Emerging Asia Cup. India winning the inaugural one in 2013. Sri Lanka winning it twice in 2017 and 18. And Pakistan are the current champions, winning it in 2019.
Ball it.
Arachige will continue.
Sami chudda itne, Sami.
Well. Very confident to do that. Mind you, he's got a half century.
Lots of risks being taken just for a single. But in the end, I think that's how Omar bin Yusuf likes to play.
Now, this is the previous delivery that we're talking about. If you look at the glove work by Vinod Bhanuka Maha, he's been grabbing at the ball too often rather than collecting it. There you go. Again, he goes for the grab rather than the collect.
Ball it.
Stiff hands. As they say, a good wicket keeper, let the ball come to you rather than going after the ball. Vinod Bhanuka, a decent wicket keeper. But that's just today. He started having a couple of mistakes, could be costly.
Another plead, but that's running down to the boundary. We wait for the umpire's signal. It's off the bat. Pakistan able to take it.
Interesting, Vinod Bhanuka and Sana Arachige was very interested. But the umpire, Buddhi Pradhan from Nepal, had a clear viv and said that it's came off the bat. And I think so too.
Now this is what happened. Oh, well, it's cut off. They'll come back for 2. Now, this is what happens with part-timers. They give you a good over, and the next over, they sometimes intend to fall away.
Sana Arachige is bowling a little too quick for my liking. In a slower surface, what you have to do against a batsman, especially Qasim Maktab, who just come to the crease, is to slow things down, not letting him to time easily. With the Omar bin Yusuf bowling it, firing it in and giving a single is fine. That's much better. Slowing things down, I think that's a better pace and a better length by Arachige. We continue this chat in the next over. Halfway mark, 138 for 3.
Well, this is the Sri Lankan ace squad that's in this tournament. Now, taking a look at that, with the Asia Cup coming around and going into the World Cup in India. Now, Dunit Vellalage will be... Oh, that's well done. That's very well hit. Good. Oh! Should have done better. He did the hard work to get across to that and then let it go in the last minute.
Yeah, bad bounce, unfortunately, for Pramod Madhushan. Always, when you play a sweep shot against the turn, which is Dunit Vellalage, turning the ball away from the right-hander, there'll be a spin. The second bounce, it does, but in the end, the odd bounce and the fielder was wrong-footed, unfortunately, for Sri Lanka.
No running one.
Single off the next. Now Yusuf is growing in confidence. He's moved into the 60s. And mind you, his innings is more than run a ball.
Keeping things busy, isn't it? Pakistan understand the surface is getting slower and lower. And get the 250, 260 at the toss. Skipper Mohammad Haris mentioned that they are targeting 280, 290. It's quite gettable if Pakistan doesn't lose any more wickets in this pace. Sri Lanka is very simple. You have to pick up wickets to stay in the game. If they score 275, 280, that's going to be one hell of a chase to come and do it.
That's better. That's better. Build the dot balls, build the pressure. That's what they need to be doing. Now, the concern here is, does Vellalage go beyond this point? Does he take a break here? Does he hold these 3 overs later on?
In my opinion, he should hold on. He did the right thing. As soon as the wicket went from the other end, brought himself in, try and get the wicket of Qasim Akram. In 2 overs, if he's not succeed in doing it, I think he should hold the next 3 overs for the rest of the batters.
Vellalage about to finish over number 7. Let's see what Akram has in mind. Goes for the sweep, he's wrapped in front, he's gone. He was a gone of all money, he was playing across the line, missed the length, I would say. And that is crashing middle and off.
A complete misjudgment by Qasim Akram. That looked straight, that looked plumb in front for me. Conventional sweep shot, yes, it did turn, but I just thought that was crashing onto the off stump, pitching middle stump, turning away. Qasim Akram gone for 8, Pakistan 145 for 4.
So the captain makes his way out to the centre, vastly experienced player. Coming in at a very crucial stage, just after the halfway stage of the Pakistan innings, 145 for 4. They're in good control, but that fall of wicket, this is what the Pakistan A has been doing throughout this tournament. They've been losing far too many wickets. That's been a concern for them. They lost 6 wickets to get 170 against Nepal. And this is the skipper in, Mohammad Haris. Over 800 runs, strike rate is good. Now, how does Sri Lanka build pressure here, Maha?
Ideally, I think Dushan Hemantha should be brought in the attack right away. Why I say that is Mohammad Haris is new to the pitch, and that's the best time for especially a wrist spinner to come into play and try and get himself in. Understand that Omar bin Yusuf is going strong, but even he will take a second fiddle as soon as the wicket has been fallen. That's a nice stroke, soft hands by Mohammad Haris. It's a very good start. Lairu Samarakon giving the chase and saves the single. That's good commitment shown by the big man.
Well, they'll pick up 3, but look at that, how late he played on that, Harris. He waited for that. Just good wrist work. And very well placed. There's a check upstairs for a boundary. Yeah. Oh. Now that's interesting. Was he touching those cushions when was the ball in hand when that foot was touching the cushions?
Close call. Close call. The third umpire's work will be even tougher. The big unit, Lairu Samarakon, gave the chase. Been down on time to pick up the ball, but did he touch the cushion? I think he probably did. He probably did. Slowing things down. And it's leaving the palm right now. And is he touching now? Oh, who wants to be a third umpire right now?
Mahan, no wonder why you decided to take on the mic instead of getting out there in the center as an umpire.
2 reasons. One is decisions like this, and second, standing in the sun. Simple.
Safe, so it's safe. So it'll be 3 runs. It's better from now. You can't afford to do that. You need to make sure. Lucky there was no run taken off it. Sri Lanka needs to pull up their socks. They need to be more tighter on the game.
Absolutely. I'm very much interested to see the tactics of Willalage, the captain. Will he continue himself for one more over, which he will be tempted, picking up a wicket? In that case, he'll be bowling the 8th over. Or bringing your ace spinner Dushan Hemantha into the attack and get him tested. 3 overs 23 has not as the best of days, but I feel plan B is a good option to have. As soon as Mohammad Ali comes in, he's a price wicket. Try and get the wrist spinner and get a good delivery or a fall stroke to get that wicket.
Nice. 27th over comes to an end. Pakistan A 150 for 4. So 150-4. Now look at the bowling options that Sri Lanka have. Karunaratne and Hemantha both gone for over 7 runs and over. That might be a bit of a concern for Willalage. Well, he's gone for his ace spinner. He's gone for his leg spinner. Correct thing to do because you need wickets. Sri Lanka needs wickets and to put the brakes on.
Yeah, definitely. And also to give him the cushion. Have the deep mid wicket, have the deep square leg. Let him settle in to his new spell. It's important Dushan Hemantha bowls well in these conditions for Sri Lanka. He has been decent in the right throughout the tournament. If chips are down, this is where you need your experienced spinner to come into play.
Interesting to see how Yusuf goes about things. He's been there now for quite a while. Almost a runner ball innings for him. And Mohammad Haris.
At short extra cover, Ashen Bandara is back in the field. There was a slight concern that he did a damage for himself. He's a live eye of this team. You need those players in the team. And in the middle, especially, it's the energy. And good to see him back in the field.
Now, if you look at how Dushan has been bowling on this surface, Maha, now you can see the batsmen are quite comfortable in turning him around. I think He needs to just shorten that length by about an inch. This time taken on the full, goes aerial and goes big for a maximum. Good use of the feet, took it on the full and watched it till the last minute and then came up with the execution.
Brings up the first maximum of the Pakistan innings. It was a freebie by Dushan Hemantha. The ball reached the eye level and a settled batsman, Umar bin Yusuf, down the wicket like a flash, took it on full and a good shot. Kept a nice high elbow, relied on timing, went aerial but quite safe.
Now, straight away, Yusuf knows that the ball is going to go shorter, rocks on the back foot, gets it into the, for a single. Now this is good rotation. Again, we've got 9 runs of this over so far with 2 balls remaining.
All of a sudden, one loose delivery will spoil the over. That's a good shot. Knew exactly where the fielders are.
Well, will that run away? Yes. Now this is not good for Sri Lanka. Dushan Hemantha is really struggling for his line and length today. He's been good throughout the tournament, but on a very important game, he's gone for plenty.
Right through this spell, the length has been inconsistent by Dushan. This occasion was full outside the yaw stump. Har is usually very bottom-handed player. Squeeze it through car point. Once it's past the 30-yard circle, it's good as gone with his outfield.
That's a big over. That's a big over for Pakistan A. 14 runs coming off that over. It's 164 for 4 at the end of today. Now a concern for the Sri Lanka A captain, what does he do? He brings like ace leg spinner in, he goes for 14 in that over and he releases the pressure, and the pressure is now back on the Sri Lankan A team with the new batter in. So he's going to continue with Arachige, who's been more decent. 1 for 21 from his 5. Oh, you need to be better. You just can't afford to do that. You just can't afford to give singles.
San Harachi will be disappointed. The face says it all. It's important Sri Lanka keep fighting.
Oh, that's better. That one went on straight on. That's the angle that he's looking for, going round the wicket, going wide of the crease, trying to angle it across. Inviting the batter to try and run it down, maybe looking for that inside edge. This one turns. I go through for a quick single. This is good cricket. This is good on the part of the Pakistani batters. You see, running with the shot, picking up the single. Good call. The non-striker called straight away, and the striker responded.
That's a good bit of running between wickets by the two players. Understood that the short fine leg fielder was hugging the 30-yard circle. And Dushan Hemantha, that is, probably thinking of the over what he bowled. And in the end, conceding that easy single.
Now, Harris is also growing in confidence. He's not afraid to play the sweep shot. He's picked that one from outside the off stump.
Mohammad Harris, predominantly, is a busy player. And this was the 2 days before. Dushan Hemantha was quite late in picking up the line. 2 is the call. And says no. That's Janit Trinagate, the 12th man. The substitute does the fielding.
So 168 for 4 into the 29th over. I feel that Pakistan A, to me, are now in the driving seat. Last ball of this over. Oh, there is a shout for a leg before. No, maybe maybe pitching outside the leg stump. Anyway, it's the end of over number 29. It's 168 for 4.
The buildings are getting better and bigger for Pakistan. One really big one. So those little dots are the wickets. The run rate under 6, just under 6. But they're threatening. Sri Lanka need their spinners to stand up. Dushan Hemanta has been a disappointment. Sadly, one of his off days. He's been mid for runs. He's never not been able to build those dots. The batters have found him easy to just knock it around. Now Yusuf 75 of 68. Haris starting 11 of 9.
Whenever as a spinner you are tense, your body is tense, you are really fast through your run-up. And he has been erring both on the fuller side, on the shorter side. It's very important for you to breathe a little, have a bit more rhythm to your run-up. Don't hurry yourself up.
Absolutely right, Sana. You've got to breathe, you've got to relax nicely. You should not rush unless you're bowling well. You need to get through your overs quickly. Then it's a different story. 4. I think Sri Lanka will have to look at another option here. We just can't carry on with Dushan Hemanta. They'll have to bring in a seamer. So he's already got 6 of the first 3 deliveries.
And Pakistan is very clear. They've got a bowler they want to attack. This time straying down the leg side. The sweep shot has been the strength for all Pakistan batters.
Oh no. Oh no. 1 bounce for 4. The previous one was swept. This was dragged and hammered to mid-wicket.
And Umair bin Yusuf, he's looking really comfortable, dominating the bowlers, especially the spinners. He's quick on his feet, quick with the weight transfer. A very bad delivery for a batter who's set. Now on 83 with that 4.
The Sri Lankan captain will have to change his plans, definitely, because 10 overs was what was expected of the leg spinner. And at the rate he's leaking runs, and his confidence must be low. So in a mindset like this, I don't think he can do anything better. The best is take him off the firing line and hope for the seamers to come on and bowl economically.
And he's not done anything differently, changing the end for his bowling. Slowing down, that's a better delivery. Good ball to finish the 30th, 179 for 4.
That's the last delivery. Just push through a bit quicker. Some turn and a bit of bounce as well. The second semi-final is going to be live at 2 p.m. from the R. Premadasa International Cricket Stadium. 2 p.m. Sri Lanka time, that is. India A versus Bangladesh A. Well, promises to be another very good game. India are an experienced side that hasn't dropped a game. Bangladesh, on the other hand, very exciting as a unit. Narachige, on the other hand, has been good. Quick run here. A rather wild return.
The running between the wickets has been really good for Pakistan. And Umair bin Yusuf, he is one player for the semi-finals. In the last semi-final, Emerging Asia Cup, he scored 66 against India to win that crucial game. And he's producing a very good innings here. Soft hands this time. Good release by the fielder as well. Overall, good cricket.
Well, I must say, that's another look. That was wide. He was throwing it on the run. So as he does that, chances are that he could, with the momentum, throw it away from the stumps because he's not balanced at the point of throwing. So far, Sana, I must say that the surface has been good. With the seamers, we did see that the ball was not coming on. The bounce was a little bit low. But other than that, it hasn't spun, it hasn't bounced as much. Batting has been easy.
I think what Sri Lanka has missed is the length. They have been either too full or too short with the boundaries that have leaked. Otherwise, a little bit short of a delivery within stumps is difficult to hit. But this time, Mohammad Haris has no problem hitting that one over mid-off.
Excellent shot. Mid-off inside the circle. Sahana Arachike pushing it a little bit fuller, pitching it up. And the batter not afraid to go down the pitch. Lovely use of the feet. And over mid-off. Immediately forces him to bowl just short of a length. This is great cricket by Pakistan batters.
Because Sahana Arachage is coming around the wicket, so that LBW shout is also out. Little defensive there. That's a better line and length. You need to bring in the stumps. You need to have that bit of a short delivery, because if you're going to be full and outside the stumps, it's easy pickings.
He's not a big turner of the ball, so what he'll do is work the angles from round the wicket. See, he will slide it a little bit, another single. This is clever cricket by Pakistan. They're looking for every possible run. See, what they do well is they complement the boundary. They get a boundary, and then what happens? They get singles. So so much of value. Now he's in trouble, wicketkeeper. That was a very strong throw. I think the fingers.
A very difficult job, wicket keeping. You need to be very brave to be a keeper in cricket. Your fingers generally get dented right, left and center.
Well, yeah, you need to look at the wicketkeeper's fingers. I had a close look at Ian Healy's fingers once. Unbelievable. They're pointing in different directions.
That's true, and Mohammad Haris quickly goes to him because he understands he himself is a keeper.
Catch it. Oh.
8 of the over. They're milking Sri Lankan bowling. 187 for 4, 31 completed. Partnerships, and look at the pace they have made them. The opening partnership, the first and second wickets weren't all that quick or brisk, but then look at the other three going quickly. Now Ashin Bandara, he's a part-time bowler, Sana, but what it tells me is that what the captain thinks this surface will offer to the spinners. He has 3 seam bowlers if he wants to, but instead he's opting for a part-time spinner.
It's only about bowling in the right areas, whether you're a spinner or a medium or a fast bowler. Ashin Bandara, 74 matches, 12 wickets. So what's important is the line and length you bowl. What type of a bowler you are, that's different. Any good bowler can bowl in any pitch. That's why you're a good bowler.
And my point is, he still has 3 seam bowlers up his sleeve. That ball stayed down. So he's going for the part-time leg spinner who doesn't really bowl, which is to a point a risk because already they're scoring at more than 6 runs and over. You bring in a part-time at this stage. It's a massive gamble.
It is a gamble, and both these batters enjoy batting against spin. Umair bin Yusuf has been really good with his feet movement, and Mohammad Haris, he loves that sweep shot.
See, that last ball must be, I'm sure, the reason that he's still looking for the spinners to bowl on this surface because there's something for them. Oh, gets an edge, gets an edge. Should be overhauled, I think. He'll come back for 2.
And overall, when you look at Ashin Bandara, he's more at ease at his run-up as compared to Dushan Himanta, who was under pressure from the ball 1. So he has a more smooth, relaxed run-up. That's why he's been better with his outing. 4 of the over, 192 for 4. When you look at him, he's not rushed at all. He's approaching the crease very relaxed. Good follow through. He got eyes on the spot he wants to deliver the ball. That's how you want to be as a spinner, even though it's a part-time, but the run-up has been really relaxed and rhythmic, in rhythm.
I always believe that a good action is important. As a spinner, you can bring in so much of control. And you do have, that's what Pakistan have achieved. Yusuf 88 of 78, Haris 20 of 16, threatening. Just Akram missing out. And of course Farhan making 12. It's about, I believe when you're a spinner, you spoke about it, what is so important is the control. You need to have that as a spinner. Just be able to drop it. That's their strength because spinners are generally the insurance. When things are difficult, when you try to control things. Pace. Taken. Pramod Madhushan strikes. Short and wide. Don't think there was enough pace on that ball. Found the man at gully, Sri Lanka. Indeed, fortunate that they're picking wickets. And another big one.
This is the big one. Umair bin Yusuf, he was playing so well. It was there to be hit, but it went right to the fielder. Comfortable catch at point. And Umair bin Yusuf, what a fine knock this has been. Goes for 88. Pakistan 193 for 5.
193 for 5. Pakistan still has 18 more overs left. Well, they got all-rounders. Mubasir could bat. Butt is a decent player. Haris, Mohammad Haris, the captain's there, so they'll be backing themselves to get something big. Maybe 260, you reckon, Sana?
The captain said 270, 280 at the toss. They have the platform set. Mubassir Khan, the new batter, he was involved in a very good partnership with Qasim Akram against India in the last game. So he will be coming with a lot of confidence here.
He's facing Pramod Madhushan. Oh, look at that strike rate. Close to 100. Over 1,000 runs. Straight away, tight length. Now what Sri Lanka will be hoping for is to bowl a few economical overs just to try and get some control back. And they'll also hope that the seamers would do something.
This match has shifted on both sides after every phase. First 10 overs, Pakistan were 58 for 1. Then Sri Lanka came back in. This was the wicket of Umair bin Yusuf, the last wicket. He played really well for 88, but found the fielder at deep backward point.
Off the mark. See, that's the danger on the surface with that line. You can just easily open the face of the bat, run it down to third man. The bounce is manageable. Another look at that wicket. Good sharp catch. Made it look easy. Sahanara Chige. It was flying. He had to, not that he had to jump high, but he had to time that jump just a little bit. Those catches, those square catches are never easy. Fielders make it look easy because they're good. But otherwise, they come very, very fast.
Again, quick running there. If you're not a good fielder and you are at point, that means you have just sneaked your place. You sneak yourself there. Otherwise, it's only for the good fielders that place.
Just wanting that single, rushed him a little bit, Mohammad Haris. Ishan Hemanta throwing. I think the wicket-keeper's just appealing for some obstruction or something like that. I don't think that's obstruction. He was creasing the bat. He had to find a way to get into the crease. He can't be doing favors there. No run there. Just going full on the leg stump.
Whenever bowlers have bowled in the stumps, they've even got away with a half volley sometimes. But on a pitch like this, I cannot stress enough how important it is to bring the stumps in play. Because one delivery that doesn't bounce as much, or a batter missing on a straighter one, these pitches produce those LBs and bowls.
No.
So far, it's been good. He's bowled a few dot deliveries. In fact, just 2 off the over. 33 gone. 195 for 5. The second semi-final that is going to start at 2 p.m. Sri Lankan time. India A versus Bangladesh A. We are now reaching the business end of this Emerging Asia Cup, Men's Emerging Asia Cup. Ashin Bandara starts off with a full toss. Well done in the deep, just a couple of runs. Unfortunate on the part of the batter. That was a gift.
Sri Lanka can be intelligent here. They can put the new batter on strike, Mubassir Khan, because the spinner is operational and they've got 4 fielders outside. After the 40th, they'll be the 5th fielder. They can bowl as many dots to the new batter, Mubassir, who's now on strike.
Well, they need to look at a way to stop the single. They got the 5 fielders inside.
That's all extra.
So the current rate, just under 6, they'll get close to 300. That would be a good score. That would be a very good score considering that 5 wickets are down. And this surface is not the easiest. Oh, goodness. That score will be even greater if they can get to 300 with deliveries like that. It will be far more challenging.
Absolutely. This pitch is going to become slower and slower as the match progresses. So anything above 260, 270, that will challenge Sri Lanka because it's a semi-final must win. And batting second, never easy.
I think even 240 might be a good score provided your spinners are willing to bowl on the surface. The problem for Sri Lanka has been that they got to find 5 overs from Ashwin Bandara. Full toss. 4. That's not a great effort by Lasith Cruz Pulle, who hasn't really had a good day in the field. 200 is up. See, this is the danger of a part-time leg spinner. We spoke about it. And here is the result.
And Mohammad Haris, the captain, he plays like this. He wants to dominate. Full toss there, dispatched to perfection.
Oh, yes,
Then you follow it up with an absolute peach. 203 for 5. Those 50s are coming quite quickly. The third and the fourth, hardly anything to choose. 44 and 43, which tells you that Pakistan has started to move. Pramod Madhushan bowled an excellent last over. He's into his 6th, 1 for 26. And Sri Lanka now, they got 16 overs left, Sana. And how do they make up their bowling? Now, Arachige has 3 overs left. Vilalage has 3 overs left, so that's 6. And it's important to understand bowling at the death as well. Now, who's going to be the death bowlers? Down the ground, mid-on, mid-off inside the 30-yard circle. You pitch it up with pace on it. This is the result.
And I'm really enjoying this batting approach from Pakistan A. They understand till the 40th over there are only 4 fielders inside the circle. Even though that the batter is new to the crease, he is going after the bowler. Excellent shot, safe shot down the ground. Not an easy shot to play on the surface.
Yeah, you're right. It's not an easy shot to play. I think it was a pace off the ball. For a moment, I thought it was seam up. Looked like a cutter. And that's what makes the shot even more special. Didn't really have too much of pace to deal with. When he bowls seam up with pace, he tends to drag the length a little bit shorter. Just looking to push the batter a little bit, hurry him a bit. Into the 35th over. So just trying to understand who the death bowlers will be. So Sahana Arachige and Vilalage will naturally bowl their full 10 overs, which means they still need to find another, now this is over number 35, another 9 overs. That's a lot. Considering that the leg spinner hasn't done his bit and Ashwin Bandara is also going for a few runs.
Good running again, once again. I think it will be Chamika Karunaratne and Samarakon. They will be using them at the death. These 5 bowlers, you don't need any other bowler now. After this, I think the leg spinner should also rest now. Maybe bring in your proper bowlers, because Pakistan is running away with the runs.
Arachige has been good. Samrakon has 5 overs left. I think Karunaratne, with all his experience that he brings in, the variety, he'll be more than handy bowling at the death. Face of the ball. Almost the back of the hand. Bowlers have developed so much of skill with the slow ball. You would think in the years gone by, they would bowl with the fingers that is wrapped around the ball, where they look to bowl cutters. These are the wickets. Samarakon started. Then good catch by the keeper, Chamika Karunaratne, striking. This is Sahana Arachige. Excellent return catch. Dunitwe Lalage had the umpire upholding an LBW appeal. So that was wicket number 4. 210 for 5.
And Pakistan, look at the strike rates. Mohammad Haris, 29 of 22. And Umair bin Yusuf, he has been really good. Another over for Ashwin Bandara.
To me, this is a bit of a gamble, because Ashwin Bandara is a part-timer. And he's bowled some really good deliveries. We've seen that, but he's also bowled a few loose ones. This is high. It will fall safe in the gap at extra cover. Couple more.
Good batting. Mubassir Khan, who's only faced 13 deliveries, but he's going for the shots. And so it's so important to use this power play when only 4 fielders are outside.
See, Pakistan scoring at 6 runs an over at the moment, almost, which is a run a ball. So they can only get better if they bat sensibly. That's what I'm talking about. At the current rate, 300. They now might be having visions of about 325. But credit to Bandara. So far, it's been decent.
He has looked relaxed in his run-up. You can see even in the run-up that the bowler has a better rhythm. He's relaxed, but not like this. If you are going to bowl like this, you will be dispatched. A full toss down the leg side, gift for the batter.
See, that's the risk I'm talking about. As a part-timer, you are bound to give a few freebies. You'll bowl good deliveries, that's why you're a part-time. Just like that, full toss outside the leg stump.
And anyone who has seen Haris knows he sweeps. So not having that fielder, misfield there, couple of runs for Pakistan.
Not great cricket by Sri Lanka. They conceded 9 in that over. 219 for 5, 36 gone.
Leading in the left hand. He is going in external injury.
219 for 5 at the end of 36. What a position Pakistan A are currently at. A top score of 88 for Yusuf. And now Captain Mohammad Haris continuing from where his opening batter, or his one-down batter, left him off. Change in the bowling. And Shamika Karunaratne comes back. He's been expensive. 4 overs, 1 for 29, but he's been the bowler who's been among the wickets in this tournament. Let's see how his comeback spell would go about. Starts off with a slow one. Maha been impressed the way Mubazir has been batting from the moment he came on. 12 or 15.
Looks like two Pakistani batters are trying to accelerate before the 40th over. Only 4 fielders outside the circle, and the runs in this little juncture is very important going into those last overs.
And you see, Karunaratne is, you can see, now this is how Haris' knock against the UAE. He's very good square of the wicket. He likes to sweep, likes to pull. His favorite area is not afraid to go inside out. Was a wonderful innings from the skipper.
Predominantly a bottom-handed player, and that 50 was scored at the same grounds. So he'll know the conditions, he'll know the angles. And at the moment, he is dominating in the middle.
This is what Karunaratne will keep doing. He'll bowl into the surface, the cutters, the slow balls, the back of, and that's a good way to go about in this track. But Sri Lanka needs to make sure that they don't give the boundaries away. They had to contain with singles, try and bowl a few dot balls, build a little pressure back on the Pakistani batters.
Too many boundary deliveries. That's been the problem for Sri Lanka, especially the spinners. Ashen Bandara 3 for 21 in his 3 overs. Dushan Hemant 48 in his 5 overs. That's been the issue. So at the moment, it's all about damage control for Sri Lanka. Spinners aren't providing the breakthrough they had, and Dunit Lalage, captain, forced to bring the fast bowlers. So I reckon it's been a tough old challenge for the young captain Dunit Lalage, but he's handling it okay for the moment, and he's expecting his experienced campaigner Shamika will get the breakthrough what they're looking for.
Two balls to go in this, so it's been a decent over, just 4 runs off it. Again, bowling into the surface. That's going to be a wide. Vinod Banagar doing well to keep it in play.
There was a loose delivery by Shamika. Vinod Banagar did well to stop it without going for a boundary. Taking it short, probably off cutter into the pitch. The damage already done, the wide call. Extras has been an issue as well. Sri Lanka looking down the barrel at the moment. They need some sort of inspiration from somewhere. Who's going to provide that for them?
Sped up. It's a dot ball in the over. You need a lot of those to build that pressure. Look at that projected score, Maha. Anything beyond? This is the previous delivery. Into the surface again. 329. Well, that's going to be a tough ball for the Sri Lankans.
Anything over 275, 280, it's going to be a tough chase for Sri Lanka. I just feel that one of the Sri Lankan batters have to bat out of their skin. If I'm being really honest to you, because the pitch is not getting any easier to bat. It's getting slower, lower. It's just dying on the batsman.
5 runs, 6 runs coming off that over, including the wide. That ends over number 37, 2-2-5-5. There you go. That starts on the 30th of August. The Asia Cup 2023. Look at those two groups, India, Pakistan and Nepal. But Group B looks very, very interesting. Sri Lanka, Bangladesh and Afghanistan.
Certainly the Group B group is group death, isn't it? 3 test-playing nations going after each other. The top 2 teams goes to the Super 4 round and they play each other again. So there's a possibility India, Pakistan could play 3 times if they get to the final as well. That's going to be massive. And lots of these players, the fringe players, are eyeing a spot. The man on screen, now the captain of Sri Lanka, Dunit Lalage, is a fringe player. There or thereabout will make it to the 15. So interesting to see how he goes about. Mohammad Haris of Pakistan is another player I can think of. So a lot to play for these youngsters.
Swept and swept very effectively. You just can't err on line on this track. The batters are always looking to play you with the horizontal bat strokes. And, well, take a look at that if you can again. There was nothing much that Villalagi did wrong. Good comeback.
Couple of deliveries before the boundary which was scored over short square leg by Mubasir. It's a good shot. In all honesty, I thought it was a decent delivery. But the presence of mind, knowing where the field was and a huge vacant area behind square, and he bisected that perfectly and wasn't afraid to take the aerial route. This is where these Pakistani batters have been really good today, being aware where the fielders are and taking the right options. If I can take a look right there, Dunit Lalage has a fantastic day so far. Just completed his 8th over, 28.
So that is the boundary of that over that we were talking about, placement. Interesting fact now, Maha, is who does Villalage go to? He's got 2 overs left. Archie's got 3. So he needs to work around his 3 fast bowlers now.
Bowling Arachige will be tough, isn't it? With 2 right-handers looking to up the ante. It's going to be tough to bring Arachige, but I don't think Dunit Lalage has much of the choices. And Dunit Villalage for sure will bowl out. And Karunaratne with his experience probably will be the experienced man. This is Villalage's boundary. Take a look at that. That was probably pitching leg stump, finishing in middle stump. But before the ball even bowled and delivered, Mubasir was having this deep square leg mind on top of his mind. So that's good batting. With square leg being such square towards mid-wicket, finding that gap. And this is what Pakistani batters have been brilliant today. They've been proactive and they've been very good.
Karunaratne mixing things up, and it's been called a wide. It's been a call a wide. Again, going in. Interesting to have a side-on angle on that, Maha. Maybe over the shoulder.
Yeah, close call. Umpire Padmanathan at the square leg position just thought that it's over the top of Haris. I said, let's have a look. Yeah, very good call. Very good call. The umpiring right throughout this tournament have been top-notch.
So Harris will continue to work his way out. He'll use all his experience. He's played 2 formats for the Pakistan national side in the white ball format, 50 over and T20. He's featured in the PSL, so that brings you a lot of experience.
Pakistanis have produced lots of great wicket-keeper batters from the days of Moin Khan, Rashid Latif, the time I remember, Safraz Ahmed, Mohammad Rizwan, all these players who are playing presently. All these wicket-keeper batters have been quite busy. And they come in all guns blazing, especially against the spinners. And no secret with Mohammad Rizwan, Mohammad Haris, is that he's doing the same thing. And being the captain, he's holding the responsibility as well. So the tradition continues for Pakistan when it comes to batters who are the wicket keepers.
Good to see.
Yeah. And they were pretty decent, more than decent batters. I can remember how Moin Khan used to really destroy the bowling when he was batting. He was a very destructive batsman. But it's really revolved around, isn't it, Mahal? In the 80s and 90s, you would see the wicket-keeper being a pure wicket-keeper, not much renowned for his batting. But things have changed so much that you expect the wicket-keeper to be the all-rounder of the side, in whichever format they play.
Nicely bowled. Hint of reverse swing by Chamik Karnaratna. Clearly going down the leg side. 100%. I think gone are the days. Now the wicket-keeper got to bat. Simple as that. And all these players, which I mentioned about Moin Khan, Rashid Latif, Rizwan, Safraz Ahmed, Mohammad Haris, all are good sweepers. And they play the short arm jab strokes very well. Whether the fast bowlers going over mid-wicket with the slow or playing the sweep against the spinners, they are quite powerful.
That's talking about the Pakistani wicket-keepers who have really dominated world cricket. Again, they're not afraid to play those horizontal bat shots, and has that got enough? Oh, Sri Lanka just can't afford to do that. Now, I have to take a look at what really happened there.
Very unlucky. Ashen Bandara at deep square leg came in like a tracer bullet. A bit of sensible thinking would have saved a couple of runs there. Take a look at that where Ashen Bandara dived. There's about 10 feet to go. But unfortunately Sri Lanka rebounds it. And the field at deep mid-wicket was wrong-footed and off balance. Is that sort of a day for Sri Lanka? These little percentages isn't going their way. And as far as Ashen Bandara is concerned, yes, he's a brilliant fielder. Over enthusiasm sometimes goes wrong.
Well, this is going to hurt. This is going to hurt the Sri Lankans. 39th over completed. 2-3-7 for 5. There you go, the projected scores 325. Pakistan will definitely be something that they're looking at, but if they get beyond that, my, as you mentioned, Sri Lanka will need more than one batter to bat out of the skin.
Already Pakistan have mastered a very good score comparing the pitch. It's been really slow. Predominantly the batsmen have been busy. It's not about only targeting the boundaries and the maximum. It's about picking up singles, running hard, converting ones into twos, twos into threes, keeping the fielders in their toes, and not let Dunit Kallalag as a captain to settle down. He has to bring in the bowling changes as well as the fielding changes. So lots of issues Sri Lanka going through. As you correctly said, I think Sri Lanka have to bat out of the skin to win this game.
Again, you can see the slowness of the pitch. See how late he was into that shot, Mubazir. It's going to be easy as the game goes on. That's good. A bit of turn as well. So Sri Lanka really will be put on a lot of pressure when they come into bat. This time given more air from Vellalage. Just a single. This has been a decent over, Maha.
I think two Pakistani batters have made sure that Dunit Vellalage just bowls out his 10 overs, not been given easy wickets. That was 2 deliveries before. Opened the face, in all fairness. Not taking any risk against Vellalage, just had to bowl one more over after this. This sensible batting, this is what I like about Pakistan today. They've been very smart. In fact, street smart. Identifying the bowlers, identifying the areas which to be attacked. This is a team who is on a mission. Knows exactly what they are doing.
Another single. Sri Lanka wouldn't mind that. Just 4 runs coming off that over. The 40th comes to an end. Pakistan A electing to bat first are 241 for 5.
ओवर के बाद मैरी प्रोटीन शोटीन लिया प्रोटीन शोटीन एनर्जी एनर्जी कुछ लिया भाई डॉक्टर को नहीं बोली
Looks like Sana Arachige into the attack from the far end. Longer ball to the leg side, looking the end right. Dunit Vellalage to introduce Arachige. It's a risk. I don't think Vellalage has much of a choice.
But also, if he feels that he needs Arachige to bowl out his 10 overs, and this is the correct time because he's got 5 men outside there, so he's getting a little bit more protection. But is he geared enough to bowl in this power play? That's what we need to look at.
Arachige has a canny act of picking up wickets. That's his trademark and that's his nicknamed off. But at the moment, it's about not picking up wickets. It's about damage control. If you bowl as an off spinner to the right hand in the hitting areas and hitting overs, 5 to 6 runs per over, that's a very good effort.
What was he doing? What was he looking at on that occasion, Harris? Maybe looking to play for turn. This time, get a single. But the disappointing factor for Sri Lanka A has been Dushan Hemantha going for a lot of runs. That's hurt them a lot. Well, look at this partnership. It's 50 runs from 52 balls for the 6th wicket. Down the track. Goes downtown. And has he got enough on that to take it over? Yes, it has. 6 more to the Pakistan total.
Seconds maximum of these innings, and it came in the right time. Targeting the straight boundary, right at the side screen. This is good batting by Mubassir. Strong man, didn't go through it. I don't think he got hold of it fully. But in the end, the power, the guile, making sure that it went along the distance. Pressure on Sri Lanka.
This is good cricket. Pushing through, looking for the second. They'll settle for one. So Mubazir is 29. Haris is 46. 250 on the board. Now this is what the Pakistan captain was expecting at the end of the innings. Now this partnership is worth 57. And it's come more than run a ball. Look at the confidence that Haris has grown into. 251 in fact now. Harris closing upon a half century. It's in the 41, 251 for 5.
Yeah, 58 of 55 deliveries. The partnership, Haris and Mubassir Khan, comes in no time. They look busy. They were running the field as ragged around the field. And certainly Sri Lankans are under the pump. The pitch report, I did mention this pitch will wear and tear and slow things down, but 255 for 1 and the 54 deliveries to go, even 325 is definitely gettable. It looks like Wellalage is going to finish up his spell. Bowled really well the first 9 overs, just giving away 32 runs. Looked really dangerous. And I'm interested to see what are the tactics going to be used by the two Pakistani batters. Whether to see out Wellalage with 6 singles or else attack just like what they did against Arachige.
47, Harris closing upon a half century. This is the partnership of 50 runs between them. I thought Mubazir was pretty severe on the Sri Lankan bowlers, and they like to sweep. Look at that, horizontal bat shots have been. And this one, he decided to go downtown and got a maximum out of that. So 251 for 5. 42nd over just about to commence. Wellalage was ball in hand. He'll finish off his spell with this one. He's been decent, but he would have liked those column of wickets to be more. He's just picked up a solitary wicket. Let's see what he can do in his final over. This is his run. Young lad knocking on the doors of the national side. Oh, look how deep he gets on his crease on that occasion, Haris.
It certainly looks like the Pakistani batters are just seeing off the Wellalage spell. This is good batting, good thinking. It's about not being over smart. And Wellalage has been really good for Sri Lanka. You mentioned about knocking on the doors. Right throughout this tournament, with the ball especially, he has been the go-to bowler for Sri Lanka. He's the only genuine left-arm spinner who's in the team, in the squad, beg your pardon, and he has taken the responsibility every time, and he has come to bowl to get that breakthrough. So
it's been a decent start so far for his final over. Given air on that occasion. Another dot ball. So you can see that the Pakistani batters are making sure that they see off Wellalage. There you go. Anything beyond 320, that's what Pakistan will be looking for. And this time, he decides to go towards cow corner, and he's got another maximum. Mubazir is meaning business here.
Two dot deliveries. The third one, Mubasir said, nah, I need to go after Wellalage, and does it in style. Against the sun, short a boundary to the leg side, but still well hit.
This time again, trying to go big, pick up one more. 259 for 5. Last ball coming up of Wellalage's spell. So that's another good over where Pakistan A is concerned. 42 overs completed in the innings. It's 260 for 5.
Make it fast, make it fast. Glove change for batsman, glove change, only gloves.
Helmet. Sita, Sita.
So these are the past winners. India A winning it in 2013. That is the first edition. And in 2017 and 18, Sri Lanka winning it. And reigning champions, Pakistan winning it in 2019. And today, in this first semi-final, they are well on course for putting up a challenging total to the home team, Sri Lanka. They're 260 for 5. This is about to start over number 43. Concern here now for Velalage. Who does he go to for these remaining 7 overs? He's got Karunaratne with a few more overs. Interesting to see whether he's going to bring back Samarakon. Pramod Madhushan, the experienced guy, might be used in. Interesting call, Maha. No more spin for sure.
Samarakon has been trusted with the death overs the previous games as well, so I'm pretty sure skipper Velalage will turn up to his all-rounder Samarakon, and Pramod Madhushan have done the responsibility also. So I reckon from here onwards, if these two batters remain, it's all about pace. When I say pace, fast bowlers should be using their slow balls much more. Just like that, change the lengths, change the off cutter, the leg cutter, be different. And Mohammad Haris brings up his 50. A captain's knock came in when everything was going well for Pakistan, and brings up his 7th list A half century when it matters the most as a captain.
Yes, definitely. He's got a captain's knock. Now, if Pakistan A go at run a ball from this point onwards, they'll end up somewhere around 310, 315. But they will want to better that, especially when you got 2 set batters out there in the centre.
What's Madhushan going to do? Is he going to bowl those cutters into the pitch or hit the Yorker length?
Well, they go through for another quick single. Not good fielding. Again, that's Samarakon in the inner ring. No pressure been applied by Sri Lanka.
Predominantly first 2 deliveries has been slow balls. Looks like Pramod Madhushan will trust his skills to bowl those slow balls into the pitch, not giving any length. If it's in arc, trying to bowl the York and you miss the length, you go the distance, especially with these 2 batters timing it so well. So it's not a bad option being taken in the first 2 delivery by Pramod.
Again, he continues to roll his fingers around. Sri Lanka wouldn't mind the singles from what they're at the moment, as long as they can prevent the boundaries. That will compel the batsman to try and do something different, try and go big. This is Haris's 50. Look at how he was driving through the offside, coming down the track, taking it over the infield. He was very severe on the leg spinners, sweeping, taking them on the full. He likes to play that pull shot into the gap. So he's played a wonderful innings. A captain's knock, where Haris is concerned. Madhushan continues to bowl it into that surface with these cutters. Another single.
This good tactics used by Pramod Madhushan, getting the batsman to hit to the long part of the boundary, which is to the leg side. If Cyrus Samarakon bowls from the opposite end, which is the commentary box, and the leg side boundary is shorter. But that is where I think Samarakon's skills will be tested, whether he could bowl the Yorkers outside the York stump. So there's plenty to think of for Sri Lanka, especially the bowlers and the captain.
That's a poor delivery. Again, change of pace, not in control when you try to do that. And that's gone down leg side. He was trying to bowl a leg break on that occasion.
As expected, every delivery in this over has been slow deliveries, whether it be a leg cutter, full, off cutter into the pitch. So trusting his skills when it comes to slow balls, Pramod Madhushan. Don't think he's comfortable bowling the Yorkers.
This time, again, now Harris has identified what Madhushan is going to bowl. He's not afraid to come down the track, trying to pick it up on the full. This partnership growing in confidence. It's 73 now, and just coming off 67 balls.
Coming in no time, 73 of 67, just what the doctor ordered for Pakistan. The chips are down, the wicket for losing. These two came in and they dictated terms from the first delivery itself, not letting any of the bowlers of Sri Lanka settle down. Another slow delivery, this time just hangs on the pitch and batsman beaten, all ends up. 43 gone, 266 for 5.
Right, we got 7 overs left, 266 for 5. I'll tell you, Pakistan will be looking at 300 plus. I won't be surprised if they get to about 320. They got 42 deliveries left at a runner ball. They'll get to 308 with a little bit more enterprise. Lairu Samrakon. Oh, done him. This is really good bowling. He got across. That was a swinging Yorker. And he gets a wicket with his first ball. So important for Sri Lanka to strike. And that's one way you could try and control this Pakistan innings.
Very well executed Yorker. Mohammad Haris looking to go onto the square boundary. Played it all across. It was a premeditated shot, as there was no one on square. A very good Yorker by Samar Rakoon. And Mohammad Haris, a captain's knock from him. 52 of 43. Pakistan 266 for 6.
Seven bowlers used. It was a juggling act for the captain, Villalage. He was handicapped by the fact that Hemantha went for 48 and then Bandara tried to make up the 5 overs, went for 21. Just look at that, 8 overs going for 79 runs. That's more than 9 runs an over, Sana. And so when you have one of your main bowlers leaking at that rate, it's always tough.
And I'm surprised by the use of Samar Rakoon. He won't be able to bowl all his overs. 1 over will still be left, and he's been the best bowler for Sri Lanka so far. 16 for 2, 4.1 overs.
Sometimes, now that's Ahmad, but goodness, that strike rate is awesome. And that's ominous when it comes to a Sri Lankan point of view. This guy can hit the long ball, he can take on the bowling. The point you made about Samar Rakoon, sometimes you go with preconceived notions. And that is that this, oh, well done, good wholehearted commitment from medium fast bowler, threw himself diving. Another look at the wicket.
Very well directed Yorker. Mohammad Haris, he saw the batter making room, followed him right at the base of the stumps, between the legs. Couple of wickets for him already.
He's enjoyed it. Lairu Samrakon. Again, pace of the ball. This time, just a nudge down to long off. See, regarding the point you made about Samrakon, I think captains, teams, sometimes they go with preconceived notions. Now, the notion was that you bowl your spinners. So you bowl as much as you can. There is not much for the seam bowlers. So you hold them back a bit. You hope that your spinner will stand up, which was not the case. Oh, what a good shot that is. Good fielding in the deep. You should not look to bowl that line because he bowls in swing. So it becomes easy when it starts around the middle stump.
Good feet setting for the bowler as well. It was a good shot right from the middle of the bat, but the field placement. It's okay to bowl the spinners. It's okay to back them on a track like this, but the calculation as a captain needs to be very sharp. With this bowling distribution, he will not be able to get the maximum out of Samrakon because he won't be able to use all his overs. After 44, 170 for 6.
.270 for 6. Now, partnerships have been very good. The top two, reasonable. Then Yusuf and Akram, 23. But the rest has been brilliant. And they've been going at either a runner ball or more than that. Pramod Madhushan, 1 for 39 into his 8th. Goes for that full length delivery, which is a very useful delivery. The Yorker, you've been speaking about bowling wicket to wicket. That was perfect.
Absolutely. And with Pakistan A, I think this has been till now the best batting performance for them in the tournament. And what a time to bring it. They have looked convincing. Yes, there's still 6 more overs to go and they need to finish well. But till now, the batting approach has been really, really good.
And they should be pleased with the way they have scored runs. We all had doubts about the surface when we looked at it. Pace of the ball, only a single, and we were saying 230, 240. And I remember Fawaz Maroof said anything over 250, it will be tough for Sri Lanka. So that was the kind of surface we're speaking about here. And on a surface like that, for Pakistan to come out and maintain a rate of 6.14 up to now is very creditable.
And it's so good to see Mubassir Khan and Qasim Akram being able to make place for themselves in the same 11. They are off-spin all-rounders. Sometimes batting all-rounders they are considered, but when they come into the top level, their bowling is recognized more. So having two of them together, that will be very key for Pakistan, even with the bowling as well.
There may be off spinners, but I haven't seen them. I can't comment. This is this last delivery. Just a hint back into the right-hander. You reckon reverse? I don't think. These are 2 balls, so this is over number 23. So I'm not sure whether the ball will start to reverse at the end of 22 overs, but you never know. Oh, pace, no pace. Oh, he's floored it. What happened to the man at short third? It was clever bowling. Bowled into the pitch. The ball didn't arrive. Avishka Fernando. What happened? I think he was slow off the blocks.
Absolutely. Not only the batter, but the fielder was almost confused about the pace of the delivery. He gave in the dive at the very end, but the moment he landed, the ball just popped out of his hands.
Yeah, he was very slow to react. That's what happened. Maybe he was expecting the ball to come quicker. That's again another slow delivery. That's the other one. The previous one, you bowled a fast off break where you roll your fingers around the seam. This is with the wrist. It's a great skill to develop, especially not the fast off break, but that you could control to a point. But when you bowl that leg break or the quickish leg break or the slower ball with the wrist, that's the difficult one.
Absolutely. Pramod Madhushan, he has been impressive. He has gone for runs, but overall his bowling has been pretty good. So has Mubassir Khan. He has been brilliant in the late order for Pakistan.
Oh, 274 for 6, 45 done. Well, that's this game starting very shortly in about 40 minutes or 45 minutes. Bangladesh versus India A. Bangladesh A versus India A. Yeah. Did you see the Bangladeshi team bat? Were you didn't watch any of their games?
I was not able to watch Bangladesh, but I watched India. Oh, there's a miscommunication. It will be a run out, and that will be a big blow for Pakistan because it's Mubassir Khan who has looked so good, and Ahmad Bhatt who was ball watching. It's a very unfortunate end to a brilliant innings.
What was Bhatt doing? He was definitely ball watching, as you said. There was a run because the fielders were concentrating on the LBW. Just take a look. Lairu Samarakon, he was asking for that LBW. That was looked to be sliding down the leg side. Now, why is he pushing him back? There's every opportunity. Had he gone with it, he was more focused on the umpire. That's a shame. Mubassir Khan out for 42. That was an excellent innings. 274 for 7. Now Mubassir run out. Now Samarakon was the bowler, but the fielder was Sahan Arachige who ran in. So I'm wondering whether it should be Samarakon or Sahan Arachige or both of them. That should be a wide. It is just sliding down the leg side.
And Ahmad Bhatt, who has been rested for the last few games, he did not give his wicket away for the set batter Mubassir Khan. That's a wide delivery, extra runs for Pakistan.
Samarakon, I don't mind starting wicket to wicket, not starting leg stump, because he tends to swing it down, swing it back into the right-hander. That's a better length going full, and he tends to have that tailing in kind of effect as the ball is pitched up.
And with the last wicket, Pakistan has lost a set batter. Mohammad Wasim Jr., he comes out to bat. 111 strike rate. He can definitely strike a long ball. Has got some innovative shots, lap shots.
Samarakon taking a lot of pace off the ball. Another look at that run-out wicket. That was a terrible mix-up. I think the focus was on the LBW.
And here Ahmad Bhatt should have given his wicket away because Mubassir Khan was looking so good. And it was his call as well. Unfortunate way to get out after a very well-made 40 plus.
In the gap. And it's 4. This outfield is very quick. And that was hammered in the gap at mid-wicket.
A very welcome boundary for Pakistan with the wicket of Mubassir Khan. Now these two new batters will have to up the ante. Mohammad Wasim Jr. bringing out the pull shot. Made room for himself. And he knew there was no fielder on the square, deep square.
Down the ground, only a single. Under the circumstances, he's conceded 7 runs so far in the over. Sri Lanka needs, well, under normal circumstances, 7 runs and over into the last 10 is good. But here, Pakistan 281 for 7. Not the friendliest surface for the batters. So 7 runs and over at this stage is not great. Last ball of the over. Again strikes the pad. They go for a run again. Pasindu Surya Bandara is the fielder. 281 for 7. 4 overs to go. Just to remind you, first semi-final, Sri Lanka versus Pakistan, the reigning champions. Then the next big one, India A versus Bangladesh A. This is Sri Lanka A versus Pakistan A. Don't forget, this is the Emerging Asia Cup, ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup. Pakistan are the reigning champions. Madhushan, pace of the ball. Very, very good bowling. Did him a little bit on length. The ball didn't arrive. Just a single.
That's the perfect line and length. We have been talking about bowling to the stumps. That back of the hand slow one with so much control in these last overs, that requires a lot of quick skill. Excellent bowling.
Mastering that delivery is not easy, and to have the confidence to bowl at this stage, knowing that you're under pressure. Of course, the batters are not looking to tear you apart, but still knowing that you got to save runs, you got to be tight towards the end. Pramod Madhushan has been good. Another one with pace off the ball. An easy single. Sri Lanka won't mind singles at this stage.
The last 3 overs have gone to the Sri Lankan side. 4 runs, then 7 runs and 1 wicket. And then 2 runs of the first 2. That wicket, that run out of Mubassir Khan has definitely dented 20-25 runs from the Pakistan side, because a set batter at the end of the innings is so important. That's the run out. Mubassir Khan was very clear. He wanted the strike. Ahmad Butt said no, and there was no way Mubassir could have come back.
See what the Sri Lankan fast bowlers at this stage is doing. A softer ball, they're looking to take the pace of the ball. But this is an indication as to what you could expect when Sri Lanka bats the second half on the surface. You'll see a lot of those. Pace of the ball, lot of spin. You'll see the fast bowlers looking to bowl cutters. Bowl those cutters into the pitch. In short, they'll try to avoid giving the batters pace to work with. I'll be interested to see how the Pakistan spinners bowl on this. Another one with back of the hand. What we haven't really seen with the Sri Lankan spinners is that ripping turn. The odd ball has turned and bounced a bit as well. But how will the Pakistan spinners bowl on this surface?
If I was in that dugout, I would just say you need to stay within the stumps, because it's not breaking too much. But if you bowl the right length, you bring the stumps in play, you bring the edge in play. And because it's sometimes a double pace wicket, then you can get an LBW chance, a caught behind. The moment you give room is where you are leaking runs.
He's following the batter. The intention of the batter is obviously to try and be aggressive. So he's looking to come down. Madhushan is very clever. He's just following the batter, taking pace of the ball, which doesn't give him that leeway or the space to play the big shot. He's not close to the ball to go over the top. The length's good where he cannot play the horizontal shot. So his best hope is a single.
Yes, both of these bowlers, Samarakun and Madhushan, they've bowled really well. Shame that Samarakun won't be able to bowl all his overs. That's where Sri Lanka has missed a trick.
It's a wide. Just straying down the leg side, but that was a very good delivery. Disguised it extremely well.
Still a pretty good over, unless Pakistan is able to get a boundary. Of course, new batters finding it difficult to connect. Mubassir, again I will bring out that Mohammad Haris and Mubassir getting out back to back has definitely brought Sri Lanka back. They can still restrict Pakistan under 300 or 310.
Hot and bowled. Very good bowling. That was the other one. The previous one was back on the hand. This one was a off break, bowled into the pitch, a cutter. And wicket number 8. A good sharp catch by Pramod Madhushan on his follow through.
And we have been talking about how good he has been with the variation, and this time disguising once again the off cutter Ahmad, but he was not able to really connect in the 11 balls he faced. Goes back for 7. Pakistan 287 for 8.
Sri Lanka coming back strongly. Those 3 dots are the 3 wickets. 21 runs, 3 wickets in the last 4 overs, which is a very good recovery. Samarakun, pace of the ball, it's hit high, and 6. These guys pack a punch. That was a little bit too full. It was in his zone, and it was perfect.
Mohammad Wasim Jr. That's why I say he can be turned into a proper all-rounder. He can bowl and he can definitely bat. It's not an easy shot to play on any surface, let alone a slow surface.
Samarakun that time dragging the length. Staying down a bit. The previous delivery, the previous 6. See, that's pace of the ball, a touch shorter. But look at the 6. You need to see where he pitched it. Pace of the ball. Well bowled again. Well bowled again. He certainly knows what he's doing, Samarakun. He's looking to control.
Excellent bowling. Mohammad Wasim Jr. trying to create that pace for himself, using the pitch, but unable to connect. It's not easy to just come out and start hitting on this pitch. Samarakun has been the pick of the bowlers for me.
That's a good Yorker. Not very well fielded by Cruz Pulle, who's struggling. He's not had a good day in the field. He's had a few fumbles. But just looking at the way Wasim's trying to take on Samarakun, it's a little bit predictable, isn't he? He's just swinging. So that allows Samarakun to try and take pace of the ball, bowl those slower deliveries. If he can bowl those Yorkers, he hasn't looked to get those singles or look to play shots on the offside or to different areas. And he seems to like it, and that's gone for 6 again over Lasith Cruz Pulle. The ball seemed to be following him, turning out to be a massive over, the second 6 in the over.
And Samarakun going for that Yorker, this time not able to deliver, but Mohammad Wasim Jr., he was able to deliver. What a shot there. Flick of the wrist, a lot of wrist being used. Excellent timing as well.
That's better. Need to focus on the offside as well. He seemed to like the leg side a lot. The 300 is up. 302 for 8. We still got 2 overs to go. Right, that's an interesting decision. Bangladesh winning the toss and choosing to bowl. But Premadasa, if I know that surface right, it's generally a bat first pitch. I don't know whether Bangladesh. It's a wide, I think. Yes, it is. I'm just wondering, Sana, whether Bangladesh is merely taking a cue out of the Pakistan-India game. Because India put Pakistan into bat and restricted them. Now, I don't think that I haven't seen. I'm only assuming that it had anything to do with the surface.
Yeah, I think maybe it's only because India has not set a target in this whole tournament. All the matches they were chasing, so maybe they're just getting them out of the comfort zone, because India had looked really comfortable chasing the target. So maybe under lights they are also banking on the fact that the ball might come onto bat a bit more. But it can be a very brave decision, and it can go the other way as well.
Some say courageous decision. And as soon as the word courageous come out, people who make the decision tend to wander.
Mohammad Wasim Jr., he's playing a cameo here, 22 of 13. And he's making sure he keeps the strike, even though Sufyan Mukim played a good knock the other day, 25 not out against India. But he's keeping the strike with himself.
Oh, he gave himself a lot of room, exposed his stumps. I like what Pramod Madhushan did there. Good thinking. The batter was going one way, Madhushan, pace on the ball, went the other way. Look how he gives himself a lot of room, looks to charge down the pitch. Madhushan was very smart. He went in the opposite direction. Precious dot balls. Pakistan have got that run rate above 6 and over. Always challenging Kosala when you're chasing at more than a run a ball.
He goes big again, but this time it's only a single. But coming back to that point, yes, it's always pressure, especially Roshan, when you're chasing over 300, and especially in a semi-final.
Runner ball chase is always tough, or more than a runner ball, because you expect to be meticulous in what you do. You don't have much time to relax or to try and recover when you look at run rates. So you've got to really strategize. Either you try and get off to a good start, or you just maintain consistency. And we got the left-hander. So Mukim, the left-hander on strike. The field comes in a bit on the leg side. Deep mid-wicket, deep square leg out on the boundary. Short third as well. And he does the right thing. That's what he needs to be looking at. Don't go for the glory shot. Just get off strike.
Yeah. I'd like to see Mohammad Wasim have the bulk of the strike. 3055, this is always going to be challenging. And coming to that point again, Roshan, like say, the moment you start off at 6 runs and over, and then you fall back, the run rate starts creeping to 7 and 8. Then the pressure builds on, and the batsmen intend to do something different, out of the ordinary, from something they don't know to do.
See, that's the problem. That's exactly why run rates of 6 or more create so much of pressure. pace of the ball. Again, Pramod Madhushan doing well. He's just conceding singles now. 4 runs so far in the over. He's got 1 ball to go.
So what does Mukim do now? Now, this is the update from the R. Premadasa International Stadium. India A versus Bangladesh A. That's the second semi-final. It's scheduled to start at 2 p.m. Sri Lanka time, but the toss is already done. Bangladesh have won the toss and they chose to bowl.
Last ball of the over. Last ball of his spell. Hits it to extra cover for 4. I think I heard the wicket-keeper Minod Bhanuka telling the bowler he's looking for a big shot. Be careful. He was smart. Gets a boundary. 310 for 8.
So there you go. That's the big shot Roshani were talking about. It was expected, isn't it? Because it is the last ball. He was going for a big one. He was not going to kick a single because we wanted Wasim to have the strike.
We're into the last over. 24 extras stands out in this score of 310 for 8. Wasim on 24 will be the man on strike. Mukim getting a much needed boundary of the last ball. Samarakon spell is done. It's going to be Charmika Karunaratne coming on. 1 for 43 in 6. Well, you couldn't have called for a more experienced seamer at this stage because he's played a fair bit of international cricket.
White ball.
And he starts off with a rather ordinary delivery, a wide. You've got to be tight. You've got to be tight, Charmika. Can't afford those wides.
Not the best of starts. And those extras keep building. It's 25 now. This will hurt Sri Lanka a lot. Because at the toss, the Pakistan captain was thinking of something like 250, 275. They've gone definitely beyond that. And this time he goes big and it's taken by the captain down at long on. So a relief for the Sri Lankans?
Definitely, because Wasim was threatening. Again, the secret or the key was pace of the ball. He didn't have pace to work with. Wicket number 9. Back of the hand, pace of the ball. It was still coming. And what Wasim had to do was he had to make all the pace. But he did well. He went very far. Very well judged by Dunitwe Lalage. So Wasim goes for 24. Pakistan now 311 for 9. And they still got 5 balls left in the last over. For 9. Arshad Iqbal is the last batter to come in. Now the ICC's new rule is that the new batter needs to face. And Arshad Iqbal will be the man on strike. And he gets off the mark. He brings his most senior partner, Mukim, on strike.
So interesting to see what Mukim would want to do. This is Arshad Iqbal. Nothing much to show about his batting credentials, but more important thing, he'll want to hang in there till the end of the innings to make sure that they bat the entire 50 overs. Just 4 balls from now. So let's see what Mukim has in mind. Maybe he will be thinking that I would want to face all 4 deliveries.
What options does he have in terms of a batter? He's got a short third and a short fine leg. The rest of the field is generally well covered. The bases have been covered. You would think that tailenders would like to swing. I'm not sure whether he will want to loft. He might want to go over extra cover. They want two here. They want two here. And they're running two. Oh, he's not interested. The throw is to the wrong end, but doesn't matter. Mukim is off strike. Mukim was pretty determined to run two, but I thought Iqbal's decision was a good one. There wasn't a two there.
Something that Sri Lanka managed to keep down. Take a look at that again. Mukim always wanted two, but the fielder got to that ball very quickly, and the release was good.
And the modern throw is the relay throw. You don't throw it full, throw it on the bounce. Slices it just over extra cover. They'll come back for two. They're throwing their bat at everything. The Pakistan batters, they'll want to accumulate. Shamika has conceded 5 runs in the over. Just to remind you, that's what's happening in the second semi-final. Bangladesh, they are bowling after they won the toss. That's Bangladesh A. We've got 2 balls left here. High down towards long on. It's 6. Goodness gracious. What power is that? For a moment I thought he hit it down long on's throat, but he did better.
Just look at that for a number 11. He predicted the slow ball, and he saw that it's again the back of the hand delivery. And what power did he pack, Roshan? That is tremendous.
He virtually thrashed it. His feet didn't move, but the bat certainly did. Last ball. Goes down to long off. They want 2 here. They want 2. They want 2. The throw is to the keeper's end. That's the 12th man, Janit Lianage. He's been sensible. He sent it to the keeper's end. And Pakistan A lose their 10th wicket. And they are all out. I think should read as 322 because that second run doesn't get counted.
So there you go. Sri Lanka finally finishing off the Pakistan innings with a run out. They get them all out, but I think they've conceded about 60 more than what they would have expected.
A very good score by Pakistan, no doubt. And they got the scoreboard pressure, they got the runs on the board. And do they have the bowling? We certainly think they do. The Sri Lankan batters will have to really rise to the occasion here.
So this is how the Pakistan A batting looked like. A top score of 88 for Yusuf, and then a half century for the captain Haris. Mubazir was good with his 42, but at the end Wasim's 24, making sure that they end up at 322.
A good performance by the Pakistan A. Sri Lankan bowlers struggled. They bowled in patches. The spinners were expected to play a role, but they went for a few, particularly the leg spinner. The seamers had to do a lot of work towards the end. And this will confirm the way the Sri Lankan bowlers. Arachige just 8 overs. Samarakon was good. Velalage was the best. He bowled his 10, 1 for 41. But Hemantha and Bandara, that was the worry. They leaked 79 runs in 8 overs, and that was tough for Sri Lanka to close. So 322 is what Pakistan A got.
So this was the start by the Pakistani A team. Batters, they went very hard at the Sri Lankan opening bowlers. That is the first wicket to fall of Samarakon. Samarakon picking up that first wicket, but then the partnership for the second wicket kept things going. And they were hitting the boundaries very often. And Yusuf really batted well for his knock. Look at that, just a pick-up shot. And that was the second wicket to fall. Karunaratne coming into the party on that occasion with a good catch behind. But then it kept on going.
Yeah, the Pakistan batters were good. they just continue to knock the ball into gaps. They were not afraid to take on the spinners. Some really big shots, some of them clearing the boundary, and they took on the leg spinner in particular. They milked him at the start, and then they pounced on him when whenever he bowled loose.
And that was Arachige picking up a wicket. He bowled pretty well for his spell as a part-timer. But then again, it was that 6-wicket partnership between the captain and Mubazir that really took things away from Sri Lanka. The leg spinner again coming back for his second spell. Didn't do good. He was taken to all parts of the park. He was short on a lot of occasions. And that was pounded on by the Pakistani batters. They were not afraid to come down the track, especially Mubazir. But that was a very soft dismissal. Again, then they used Ashen Bandara, but didn't have any effect. The Pakistani batters just kept going.
That's exactly what they did. Not afraid to come down the pitch, not afraid to play those big shots. Good use of the feet. The slog sweep was more than useful. And then Samarakon into his second spell, getting a good Yorker in. Sri Lanka needed wickets, and then they had another one. The run out, courtesy, some very, very poor understanding and communication. Pakistan kept losing wickets, but they also got runs through some great innovation into gaps. And a good sharp chance from Abdushan. Never easy following through. But this was a huge over. 2 sixers in the over. And finally, wicket number 10. But this is, it was not over for Pakistan A. They just kept going and going and going. And eventually 322 all out with that return to the wicketkeeper's end. And 323 is what Sri Lanka needs to get. Let's go across and join Sana, and let's see whom she has.
And Pakistan has got 322 on the board, and the foundation was set by Umair Yusuf, who came out to bat at number 3 and scored 88 runs. Umair, well done on the runs, and you have always looked really comfortable playing the semis. In the last semi, you scored 66 against India.
Alhamdulillah, I try my best. What I have practiced through the sessions before coming here. So just executing what I have practiced before the game, and it was just execute what I have learned. So today was a good game, and the pitch was not that much easy for the batters. So I tried to play into the gaps and try to focus on singles and more than boundaries. So it was good for me.
The first boundary, the on drive was perfectly timed. How good is the pitch, and do you think it's enough runs on the board?
Yeah, I think it's a very good runs on the board. I think 322 is a tough total for them. Our bowler is very good, and spinner, especially spinner. So I think we'll be I think 150 will be doing it.
And you had a tough day against India, of course, but one rest day. How was the preparation? Because the performance has been totally opposite today.
Yeah, versus India, we did not play what we potential for, and we realized what we done wrong, and we practice according to it. And the day before, we have a good session for spinners. We try to play more spin into the gaps, and today is execution time, so we've done well.
Definitely, the execution was really, really well. Now we go to the next phase of the match, but excellent batting from Umair.
Thank you. Thank you.
So there you go. That's the target that Sri Lanka A needs. 323 from the 50 overs. Well, we will be back with you with the run chase, but before, a quick reminder that Bangladesh A have won the toss and they'll be bowling first in the second semi-final at the R. Premadasa International Stadium. Good afternoon. So the target for Sri Lanka A is 323 to get in the allotted 50 overs. We are about to start the run chase as the two batters, Vishka Fernando and Cruz Pule out there. And the Pakistan seamers are about to start proceedings. Dot ball to start proceedings off. Good afternoon, Maha, and it's going to be a hell of a chase to Sri Lanka to get there.
Good afternoon, Kosala. Good afternoon, all our viewers. Sri Lanka will have their work cut out to chase down a mammoth 323. This is what all the four teams are playing for. Another semi-final happening at R. Premdasa Stadium. Avishka Fernando, centurion from the first game. Missed out on the second, got a start in the third. He might be looking to get a back one for Sri Lanka.
First runs on the board for the Sri Lankans. Avishka Fernando gets things underway, but has started proceedings for Pakistan. Ahmad Butt, over 100 wickets in list A. Game that economy rate a little bit on the high side. One of the bowling all-rounders in the side. Given the new ball here today, Lasith Cruz Pule. He's another budding youngster that Sri Lanka cricket is looking at.
It's a nice little platform for Lasith Cruz Pule. He usually likes to get on with it. And today it's one of those situations where he has no time to muck around with. You just have to get along. I think this might work on Cruz Pule's side. Has got a start, thrown away in the first two games against Oman. Played some lovely strokes, but just couldn't go and get a big one. But today may be the day.
And he starts off with a poor stroke to long on, rather than mid-on. And this is definitely not what we were talking about, Maha. And what a poor selection of shots.
In all honesty, I thought it was down the leg side. It was like a freebie for Cruz Pule. Wanted to go over mid-wicket. But slowness of the pitch, just holding on to the pitch. And Mohammad Wasim Jr. cannot believe his luck. The dolly catch that he received. Cruz Pule gone without scoring. Sri Lanka 1 for 1.
Left hand, boys. Left.
So just not what Sri Lanka would have expected. One down in the very first over. Well, it's going to be interesting. 1 for 1.
Middle.
New batter in is Vinod Bhanuka. Played a wonderful innings in the Afghanistan A match. Over 2,400, almost 2,500 runs under his belt. It's the two centurions of the tournament for Sri Lanka. They need to take Sri Lanka with a good partnership here. And you can see straight away, slip in place.
There's some seam movement for Ahmad Butt, just going across Vinod Bhanuka. Beaten all ends up. Beautiful length as well. Bhanuka almost saw his team through against Afghanistan with a magnificent 100. Missed out in the last game against Oman. Came down the track to the yaw spinner. Was almost run out with that stumping. But these two pair got to do the bulk of the scoring if Sri Lanka to have any chance winning this game.
This has been a wonderful start from Ahmad Butt. The first over comes to end. Sri Lanka 1 for 1. So I think that batting card will definitely change. Surya Bandara might be the next batter in. But this pair needs to definitely put the platter for Sri Lanka.
Angling down the leg side and Cruz full leg. They're trying to probably overgo mid-wicket. It's a forgettable series for him. Got some starts but just couldn't kick on. It's been soft dismissal. That's been the issue. But the script was written nicely for Cruz full leg's cameo today. Everything to gain for go out there, enjoy yourself. But unfortunately, second delivery perishing and caught at mid-on.
That's beautifully done by Avishka Fernando. Didn't try to hit it too hard, but the timing was perfect and into the gap. First boundary for Sri Lanka A.
Arshad Iqbal, nice juicy half volley to Avishka Fernando just outside the off stump. There was some shape, but Avishka Fernando was equal to the task. Not trying to hit too hard, just a gentle punch through extra cover. Brings the first boundary for Avishka Fernando and for Sri Lanka.
That's a good comeback. Again, getting that shape. So Pakistan A opening with Iqbal and Butt. So Mohammad Wasim Jr. not been given the new ball today.
I think that is because Mohammad Wasim is a slingy bowler who like to bowl with the older ball. Arshad Iqbal and Ahmad Butt. Probably Arshad Iqbal is a bowler who likes to pitch it up and get some movement and look for some movement. Ahmad Butt looks like a bowler who hits the deck and try to seam the delivery. It's a good combination to have, and your third seamer is very good with the older ball. Maybe some reverse swing later on, he'll be in a handful.
Beautifully done. This is the strength of Avishka Fernando. Anything short, anything full, he will just punch it through that offside. That's his strength.
That's bread and butter for Avishka Fernando. Likes to play on the up, this time slightly shorter. What Avishka did well there was waiting to the ball to come to him rather than going looking for it. With the new ball, I still feel it's the best time to bat. Sri Lanka got to maximize this power play somehow.
Again, that shape been brought in by Iqbal. Now, Avishka Fernando is another batter who is really looking to make his way back into that national side. Second semi-final. It's at the R. Premadasan United. It's 22 for none after 5.3 overs. That's India A batting first. They were asked to bat first by the Bangladeshi A captain when he won the toss. But here, in the first semi-final, Sri Lanka need 323 to make it to the final on the 23rd. Outside edge, a run away. Just a single.
The last two deliveries, length has been really good. One before was left alone by Avishka Fernando. The carry through the wicket keeper Mohammad Haris was really good near his belly button high. At this occasion, he was slightly outside the off stump, moving away. Has still got good bounce in this slow, tiring pitch. The crowds have been pouring in for Sri Lanka. And downstairs for lunch, and I saw so many of them coming in numbers. Even the game against Afghanistan at the Colombo Cricket Club was a decent turnout. Good to see.
So Iqbal will finish off the second over with a dot. It's 10 for 1. So 27 for none. That's the scoreline after 6 overs from the R. Premadasa in the second semi-final. But here it's 10 for 1. Sri Lanka A chasing a target of 323. But we'll start over number 3. It's a better line, better length. But I like the sound of the bat that came in.
As well as I like the lengths being bowled by both the Pakistani bowlers. They found a nice nagging length, just not too full, not too short, that in-between length, hitting the bat hard. And they're asking questions from the batter. You want to go big? Go from that length and take a risk.
Again, Avishka likes to play on the up. That's how he plays his game around. Avishka Fernando bursted into the Sri Lankan side. Now this is Fernando, 100 in the opening game at the ACC. Those are his strengths, sweeping, playing those box sweeps. He was severe on the spinners. He likes to make room for himself, not afraid to come down the track. Good bit of feeling, just a single.
Avishka in this Emerging Asia Cup started with a bang with 133 against Bangladesh. Was out the first bowler against Afghanistan, and then against Oman scored 25. It's important that he keeps scoring runs for Sri Lankan native. Why I say that? Somebody who has been in the system, went out with an injury slash out of form, then trying to come back. These are the players that need to be knocking on the door for Sri Lanka. That's how the players who are at the national team already will feel the pressure when players like Avishka scores runs and put the pressure on them. So I just feel that Avishka is due. He missed out in the 2 games. I see a huge difference in his confidence, his vision, his focus. I feel he's more determined to score runs. And this is what happens to professional players.
This is Vinod Bhanuka, the other centurion of the Sri Lankan team in this tournament. In the game against Afghanistan, he was severe on the pace, especially on the shorter delivery. Almost single-handedly took Sri Lanka over the line in that game. Oh, Vinod Bhanuka wanted that. The hesitation was there, but lucky that the fielder didn't collect that ball and then able to get through for a single.
A hesitation, almost either Avishka or Vinod was in trouble. I thought Avishka should have responded straight away when Vinod said yes. That's Vinod's call. It's in front of square, basics. And in the end, Avishka Fernando, maybe he's apologizing or not, but definitely I thought it's Avishka's fault. In the end, for Sri Lanka, no damage done. The last thing what Sri Lanka needs is run out. And one of these top order players, they cannot afford to do that.
Field now changing in for the right-handed Fernando. Last ball of over number 3. A dot ball. So 3 overs ended. 12 for 1, Sri Lanka A. Just talking about Fernando knocking on the doors of the selectors by getting runs. He bursted into the international arena in the 2019 World Cup in England. Surprised everybody with some fantastic knocks. Took on Jofra Archer in one game, in the England game. And took everybody by surprise with his pulling and cutting and driving on the up. But then just lost his way a little with failures and then was sidelined by injury out of the side. It's a good time for him to make a comeback. That one came back. That is a quicker one. Surprised the batsman.
Someone that burst into the scene from under 19 straight away. I can remember against Australia. Made his ODI debut and then he went out and scored a lot of runs in domestically. Came back in, scored a lot of runs in the World Cup, yes. And this happens to any cricketer. They go through a patch where not much runs being scored. And to add to worse, he was injured as well. Had to go through an operation to recover. And now this is his comeback trail. Has been playing a lot of domestic cricket with National Super League and playing for Sinhalese Sports Club. So this is the testing periods of any sportsman or women. When you go through a tough time, yes, injuries comes through, adds on to the misery, and this is where the toughness of the boy will come out and make sure he gets through the hard patch.
There you go. This is what he has been doing in List A cricket. Over 2,700 runs. Strike rate is decent. 1150s and 900s. Just shows how what talented player he is. Comes from a cricketing town, Moratuwa.
Those are decent numbers. He just needs to keep scoring runs and wait for his chance. As simple as that.
Shout, and up comes that finger. That was a crashing Yorker. Bhanuka might have been beaten for pace on that occasion, Maha.
Beat for pace as well as movement. Minod Bhanuka, full length delivery, head falls over. When the head falls over, most of the time you're going to get wrapped in your front pad. Minod Bhanuka gone for one. Sri Lanka in trouble. 12 for 2.
Twelve for 2, Sri Lanka A. They're in a spot of bother here. One of the men in form, the Centurion of the second game against Afghanistan, is back in the pavilion for one. Cruz Pulle was out for no score. Avishka Fernando will have to do a bulk of the scoring now and make sure that he gets Sri Lanka. Let's take a look at this wicket again.
Take a closer look where the head position is when the ball hits the pad. That is way outside the off stump. That means his balance is not right. He's fallen over. And most of the time, right-arm fast bowlers bowling to the left-handers with the new ball. When you do that, and the umpire is going to give it, that's their benchmark. Surya Bandara, decent form, man of the match from the last game. That been a confidence booster for the young man. So Minod Bhanuka, I thought he was undone by pace, as you said, as well as the movement and the length, especially.
Oh, that's going to be a wide. But look at the movement. Two slips in now for Pasan Sibra, so you can see that the Pakistani captain is going for the kill. He wants to make sure he wants to put it beyond Sri Lanka from the start.
Also, square leg is vacant. Means that extra field in the offside. Only two fields on the leg side. Mohammad Har is clearly calling the shots. Movement, pace, bounce, very impressive in a pitch where there's nothing much for the fast bowlers. These two fast bowlers, especially Arshad Iqbal, is getting something out of this.
There you go. This is good. This is a good line. Bowling on that fourth off stump line with the two slips in place. Creating pressure against the new batsman. There you go. So 29 for 1. India has lost their first wicket in the 9th. It's 8.2 overs. It's against Bangladesh A.
Sai Sudarshan, the batsman, out for 21. It's a big wicket for Bangladesh. Man in form, batted really well in that run chase against Pakistan. Nicely bowled. Good feet movement by Pasun Suryabandara. Leaning forward, not being intimidated with the pace and the bounce, but Arshad Iqbal is showing the field I was talking about. There's no square leg field. The one mid-on is coming back to his position. And the square leg field have moved across to short extra cover. It's predominantly going to be outside of stump or off stump line. Anything straight up, Pasun Suryabandara, that's almost like a free hit through the leg side.
And also the movement is expected to go away from the right-hander. So confidence on the captain of the part of the bowler. And that's what we were talking about, but that's beautifully played. Width on offer, and Pasun Suryabandara pounces on that. It's a boundary to Sri Lanka at the end of the fourth. It's 17 for 2.
No! Come on, fix it.
The line of attack has been outside the off stump from both these opening bowlers.
The last ball of the previous over from Arshad Iqbal. The length was short and Pasun Suryabandara just had to time and got the placement right, which he did it perfectly. In slow pitches, if you pitch it short, you're asking for trouble. Just a word on Ahmad Butt, who has replaced Shahnawaz Dahani from the last game. I just feel this is a bowl call by Pakistan. Why I say that? Dahani is aggressive. He likes to bowl quick. And in this pitch, I just feel you need these kind of bowlers, wicket to wicket, on a good length, seaming back into the right hand and not giving any width. And it brings that control what Mohammad Haris is looking for. I was told he's a bowling all-rounder, so that definitely adds a lot of value to this team. And I think it's a bowl call to rest Dahani. I don't think I can call him drop after picking up 5 wickets in the first game. But it's definitely a very good call to bring Butt into the team.
Good assessment of the conditions, you could call it. Identify who needs to be there. And look at that change in the field. A man catching in at short mid-on or mid-wicket, you could call it.
That's in the batsman line. Those are the past winners. Sri Lanka winning it twice, India once, and the last one, Pakistan winning it. Looks like Pakistan is in the driving seat, I should say that. But I'm very impressed with Mohammad Haris' captaincy. Short mid-on, right next to the non-striker, in line of Avishka Fernando's eyes. Great captaincy.
You see, this is a indication, is that you can see that but his intention is to go away from the right hand, and maybe for that ball that he might bring in, it will compel Fernando to go on the front foot to drive. That's why the catcher comes into play.
Yeah, unlike Arshad Iqbal, Mohammad Butt is just trying to bowl wicket to wicket. He's not worried about any swing, or maybe if he gets some seam movement, it's a different story. But the lengths have been brilliant, as well as the crowd. On a Friday evening, that's one section of the crowd. There's the other near the dressing rooms is always full as well. It's good to see cricket love public supporting their heroes of the national team, some of the national team, and upcoming players as well, having a closer look.
The Pakistani fast bowlers controlling things out there. We've just had 2 boundaries so far. These are the 2 wickets to fall. Cruz pull there, nothing shot. Holding on, mid on. And then got beat for pace and swing. Beautifully done, but still no run. Pressure building on. The 5th over completed, 18 for 2, Sri Lanka A. So we look at that batting card. Sri Lanka bat very deep. Samarakon can also bat, but they need a good partnership here. The required run rate starts building. And the two fast bowlers giving right on the money. Good line, good length. Very little that they've offered these Sri Lankan batters.
The two fast bowlers have bowled within him themselves, but bought the control. The last game against Pakistan under lights at the Arvind Stadium. Come back to that. This is a beautiful Sri Lanka, the capital, Colombo. It's a town hall a few kilometers away from Pisara Oval. Lots of Buddha statues. Lots of great areas to visit if you're a tourist. The best time to be in Sri Lanka. Lots of holidays, places to visit. Countries opened up fully. So weekend as well, Kosala.
Oh, that will run away. That will run away to the boundary. First time, Iqbal straight down the leg side. And it was very well executed by the batter.
Margin for error in these kind of pitches is very minimum when you have only two fielders outside the circle. It's an easy pace pitch. All what Avishka Fernando had to do was to get some bat down the leg side. Clearly we are missing the leg stump. Probably trying to bowl wicket to wicket. And the radar slightly off and pays a penalty.
Switches to outside the off stump straight away. 22 for 2. So the current run rate is at 4 runs and over. The required run rate is now gone to 6.76.
Arshad Iqbal didn't play the last game against India at Arvind Stadium, and I felt they missed a trick there. With the movement what he's getting, thought under lights at Arvind Stadium always there's help for the fast bowlers. And instead they played Shahnawaz Dani and Mohammad Wasim, who both are hit the deck sort of a bowlers. And at Arvind, we all know first 8 to 10 overs it swings a little bit. We saw the Sri Lanka Oman game, Gairu Samarakon, Pramod Madhushan, Chamik Karunaratne, all got swing more than seam movement. And Dahani was going for runs as well as Mohammad Wasim Jr. I just felt they lost the trick, but today picking Ahmad Butt in this slow surface is a masterstroke as far as they're concerned.
Yeah, look at that action. Look at his build up. And this is Fernando for you. He loves playing it in that area.
It's amazing how Pakistan just produce fast bowlers. Great fast bowlers. There are so many to choose from. Even in the national setup, there are so many to choose from. This quick score update from the R. Premdasa Stadium, where the second semi-final is happening. India are 41 for 1 after 11 overs. Batsman out Sai Sudarshan for 21. It's a bit of a tough start for India. Bangladesh will be wanting to get wickets. Against India, you need to pick up wickets to stay in the game.
Oh, that's beautifully played, but again, unable to beat the infield. It's another dot ball. Things getting tighter and tighter in the Sri Lankan run chase. It's 22 for 2 at the end of 6. So 22 for 2. Sri Lanka A chasing 323. They need another 301 from this point onwards. The remaining 44 overs. It's going to be a challenge. They need a partnership here between Surya Bandara and... Now this is some of the spectators who've come in. That's a family that has come in to watch this game. And but we start a fresh over.
Sri Lanka have to get a move on. Easy to say that being in the commentary box. I understand 2 wickets are down, but we're chasing 322. And you know that once the ball loses the hardness and the shine, it's going to be tough work in the middle overs. This is where the experience of Avishka Fernando and the rest of the batters in the middle order will be counted on.
This time Fernando punches again. Still no run. It's a lot of dot balls building, pressure building.
The last 2 overs, Avishka Fernando has been timing it so well, but only find the fielders. Cannot find the gap. The frustration can be seen with his reactions. The fielder on the island at short mid-on has moved across to the offside. Cannot get any straight now, Ahmad, but just has to be on the 4th stump line, use the variations. And the fine leg is moving towards square leg. Bowling within himself, but bringing that control what Pakistan is looking for in the power play.
This time they go through for a quick single. Oh, that will be overthrows. That will bring 4 extra runs to the Sri Lankan total, which they will take it. It's 5 in all.
The field at mid-off went to the wicket keepers in, whereas Mohammad Haris thought the fielder was going towards the stump of the non-strikers in and moved across, and hence he was wrong-footed. That's a lucky boundary that Sri Lanka was gifted. But Mohammad Haris, I just thought he should have been at the strikers end, covering his stumps, because at the non-strikers end, deep square leg and fine leg was there to cover the ball. Basic error costed 4 runs for Pakistan.
This time it's Surya Bandara who picks up his second boundary. Short given with, and he loves to play that cut shot, isn't it?
A rare loose delivery by Ahmad, but short, got some extra bounce, but Surya Bandara didn't have any intention to keep along the ground. Which was the right thing to do. You're going hard outside the off-stump, you need to go hard. And Ahmad Butt knows that was a bad delivery, comparing the stuff that he has bowled in this spell.
Good comeback delivery, looking for that Yorker, trying to cramp him up for room.
I thought Pasun Surya Bandara missed out opportunity for another boundary. He's darting down the leg side, 2 fielders in front of the leg side. Now the third comes over from a short extra cover. It was a golden opportunity to get the 3rd boundary in this over.
Missing out on that one, 32 for 2. A single to end over number 7. Sri Lanka A are 33 for 2.
Just to remind you that there is an Asia Cup, the proper Asia Cup happening, and that happens on the 30th of August, so not too far away. Lots of cricket. It's happening in Sri Lanka and in Pakistan. Before that, we will have the Lanka Premier League, Pakistan Test Series, so lots of cricket in these parts of the world. Oh no, that's a poor shot. That's really a poor shot. Wicket number 3. Pasindu Surya Bandara, what was he thinking? What was he trying to do? Sri Lanka lose another one.
That's a big wicket. The informed Surya Bandara. He has been so instrumental in Sri Lanka batting lineup. Arshad Iqbal testing him with a shorter delivery. Extra pace got big on him. And Mohammad Wasim Jr. with another catch. Surya Bandara has to walk back for 10. Sri Lanka a 33 for 3.
Well, at a time when Sri Lanka needed a concerted effort, they needed a massive score. They needed to score at more than a run a ball. You can't afford to lose your top order that cheaply. Pakistan made a very impressive 322, and Sri Lanka needed to bat consistently, get into a position, but at the moment they've fallen way behind. So much of catch-up cricket to do. 3 wickets lost. This is the last one. Pasindu Surya Bandara, look at him, he was batting outside the cricket. It was onto him, and the bounce.
The bounce surprised him, got big on him, an easy take for a fielder like Mohammad Wasim. Sahan Arachage, the new batter, immense pressure on him.
See, the other thing about this Sri Lankan batting lineup, Sana, is that they have just Ashin Bandara coming in next, and then they're down to the all-rounders, so they're done with the specialist batters. So they got Avishka Fernando batting, now Sahan Arachige in, then there is Ashin Bandara, then Velalage, Dushan Hemanta, Chamika Karunaratne, they are the all-rounders. Oh, misses a full toss. Arachige did make a good 48 in that last game against Oman. That time a full toss, just missing out. Rather friendly delivery again. You could see that it's an indication that the batters need a little bit of pace on the ball. They're looking to bat outside the crease.
What the Pakistan bowlers have done really well is they've mostly bowled within the stumps. And that's why no room was given to the Sri Lankan batters. It's not an easy pitch to bat. But because of that room given to the Pakistan batters, Sri Lanka made it difficult for themselves.
Well bowled, well bowled. Lovely line, good length as well. And there was space. Arachige did well to drop his wrist, get inside the line. These are the wickets. This is Cruz Pulle. Fairly simple chance. Then Minod Banuka, done by a quick delivery, a swinging delivery. Done for pace. And this was a poor shot by Pasindu Surya Bandara. He was looking good. He was looking to take the bowling on, but then thought was a little bit too adventurous. Holding on to the man at mid-on. This has allowed Sana, this has allowed Pakistan to be able to attack a little bit more. Just look at where the fielders saving one are. They've crept in. They're not going to allow you the single. They're creating that pressure.
The run rate was a bit similar for Pakistan. At this stage, Pakistan with 37 for 1. But the wickets column, that's the big concern for Sri Lanka. They are 33 for 3. So 3 of their top order batters already in the hut. That's the problem here. They need a partnership.
Runs on the leg side. Might be two. Yes, there'll be two. See, you said wickets are a concern. It's a massive concern. In a side that's playing 6 batters, when you have 3 of them out, that's a massive concern, especially when you're chasing a target of 323. So you need a big effort here. Forget about the run rate. Just try and get out of jail. Get a partnership in and then assess.
In Pakistan, seam bowling has really learned from the mistakes they did in the past. They were a bit wide and short. This time, even the shorter delivery was within the body. Well directed, got big on the batter. They have bowled better, disciplined lines.
That angle will take the ball down the leg side from round the wicket. So now there is no protection, so that becomes easy to the left-hander. Maybe to a right-hander, it's different. 39 for 3.
Going back to change his bike. Fielder. Ahmad bhai, fielder ka kya hai?
$39 for 3. 8 overs. Ashed Badara next, then Villalage, Hemanta, Karnarata, Samrakon. Yes, he can bat a bit, but then you can't expect him to bat long. Now, I can tell you that's a very encouraging sign to have people supporting their team. I wonder whether you have heard of the name Percy Abesekaran. One man cheering scout for Sri Lanka. He was so loyal, Percy. And his strength used to be very witty, and he would be sharp and snappy, and he would kind of engage players. This is Wasim Jr. So I'm referring to Percy Abesekaran. I'm sure you've heard of the man.
Absolutely, I've seen him also, heard of him, and these characters are so important. They lift the spirit of the teams, lift the spirit of the nations up.
I'll give you a quick one. So Russell Arnold, co-commentator, once said, "Percy, you're boring." And you know what his reaction was? That's because you're not scoring.
Sahibzada Farhan, shot mid-wicket. What a lovely shot that is. Excellent timing. Little bit room offer, little bit on the offside, and there it goes.
I like this approach of Avishka Fernando. He's moved to 25 of 27, and he's hit 4 fours already, but it's the approach. He's unhurried. Just look at this shot, just waiting for it, and use the pace, use the gap, and it gives you that kind of calming influence. That's what Sri Lanka needs at the moment, that body language. Anyway, you could just look at the way he gets behind the line. He's not hurried. He's very, very focused.
That's extremely important. Having that calmness right at the top of the order. It's a big chase for Sri Lanka. It's not impossible. You need one big partnership and you're back in the game. But you need calmness in the center.
What Pakistan has done, this is good fielding, has dispensed with the slip. Instead, they've opted to have those 7 fielders inside the 30-yard circle, creeping in, not letting the batters get singles. That's the other thing, Sana. I believe it's not only about boundaries, it's about a rhythm that a style, a method that a batter needs to start developing. You need boundaries, but you need those ones and twos. Could have, that time that didn't come on. Now that is something Avishka will want to try and develop. 43 for 3.
Okay. Bowling change. Right arm round.
So there's a Super 4 round in the Asia Cup 2023. Well, India, Pakistan, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Afghanistan. That's a tough group. I'll tell you, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Afghanistan, the 3 top teams. Sri Lanka, of course, the reigning champions. I'm a bit surprised that they've been grouped with Bangladesh and Afghanistan. That's the tough group because you just can't afford to drop a game. Just 2 teams go through.
Yeah, at one point the groups used to be on the ranking of the teams. I don't know if that's the case anymore.
You would expect us as the reigning champions to have some leverage. That's always the case, but then
Coming over.
Mubasir Khan, 24 wickets, pulls a quickish off spinner. Might be interesting on the surface because it's a slow surface. But sometimes on surfaces like this, you'd rather bowl not too quickly, but at a reasonable pace. No, not that length also.
And he'll be confident. He had a really good outing. 42 of 45 deliveries, a very handy all-rounder. Himself and Qasim Akram, both very talented. And there's a left and right hand combination, so perfect time for him to come on.
See, that's what happens when you start firing the ball. That could be a boundary. This is a slow surface and the length becomes critical. Now, if you look at the length he's bowling, he's firing it, but just back of a length. Get the batter playing forward.
Or get one extra fielder from the offside onto the short fine. If you are going to bowl within stumps, then you will need that fielder. And now that fielder is moving. But now you can't go outside off because then there will be a gap there.
See, that's a case of setting a field for a bad ball. I would rather bowl off stump to the left-hander. Now he's got the slip. That's not the line to bowl. Just from round the wicket. It's not a pitch that's turning. So he's sliding on and also he's firing it in. So he's not really looking for that spin. He's just pushing it through.
It's mostly for the arm ball. With the new ball, the arm ball coming onto the legs. So you need that short fine fielder. That becomes very important as an off spinner. You don't want to give away a 4, maybe contain it as a 1. But you want to bowl that ball because it's a wicket-taking ball. That's the over after 10, 49 for 3.
First proper done.
At the end of 10 overs, 49 for 3. Avishka Fernando has been the key. He's done the bulk. 26 of 31. Sahana Rachige, 11 of 10. Power play number 2, which allows Pakistan a little bit more breathing space. 2 more fielders allowed outside the 30-yard circle. Now they got 4 outside.
Right.
Mohammad Wasim looks really nippy, but let's take a look at the power play.
It has been Pakistan all around. Couple of early breakthroughs for Arshad Iqbal and Ahmad Butt. Some good shots from the Sri Lankan batters, but not consistently. This was the 2nd wicket. The moment you are giving width, there are runs on offer. And that was the 3rd wicket to fall. Surya Bandara, easy catch for Mohammad Wasim Jr.
At the moment, the seamers have been impressive. They bowl wicket to wicket, just as you said, Sana. Well, I think Bandara will come in at 6, not Velalage. Bandara is the specialist batter. Velalage should be 7. Then Dushan Hemant 8. It should be in that order. So far, 2 dot balls. Nice punch down the ground. What a shot that is. Timing is perfect. Outfield is quick. Boundary number 5 for Avishka Fernando, and Sri Lanka's 50 is up.
Wonderful shot. Avishka Fernando, he scored a century in the first game. And it shows how good rhythm he has at the moment. Just a mere push down the ground. Excellent timing. No chance for the fielder.
That was a special shot. That was really special. Got into line and punched it. Yes is the call. This is very good running. This is good cricket. You're putting pressure on the fielders. Now push those fielders back a bit. Saving 1. Push them to the 30-yard circle.
That's the positive for Sri Lanka. Both these batters have had runs in this tournament. Retrige was also part of a very important partnership in the last match. Very good running. Right, the moment he hit the shot, there was run. There was the intention of run. And as long as these two are there, Pakistan won't relax.
Sri Lanka has a lot to do, lot of work to do. It's a massive road ahead of them. In fact, it's a tough road, I must say. That's a good bouncer. Good bouncer, good change up. Now that asking rate is closing in on 7. Now 7 runs is not frightening. But once it starts to climb above that, that's a quick bouncer. Really rushed the batter, didn't bounce as much. Ducking and weaving. That is also special. I know there are batters who struggle to duck. Weave is not difficult, but ducking is massive. You get drawn to playing at bouncers. Either you go for that hook shot or you fend. So bowlers tend to identify those. 54 for 3.
ऊपर
54 for 3. Arachige on 11 of 12 balls. Right, now this is interesting. Off spinner to the right-hander, mid-wicket area open. Long on. But that's a big gap on the leg side. Avishka Fernando, sensible. Very, very sensible, because it's not a turning track to try and take you on from outside the off-spin unless you're really in.
It seems like Mubassir really wants to bowl to the left-hander. They are not bothered by giving a single to Avishka Fernando.
I think got to be careful. This is not a pitch that's turning. There's a lot to do with the pace on the pitch or the lack of it.
Slip is off now.
Does that surprise you? Sri Lanka 55 for 3 into the 12th over, off spinner to the left-hander. I know he's not a big turner of the ball, but then just to try and keep the batter a little bit concerned. There goes the sweep. Should be 4. He is hitting it behind square leg. I don't think the square leg fielder picked it up. This outfield is extremely fast.
And he did not position himself rightly. He was more towards mid-wicket rather than being on square, but he played it in the gap. Bad delivery there. It does seem like he's using the arm ball a bit more. That's why not using that slip fielder.
Also, he goes wide of the crease, so he's looking to angle it back into the left-hander.
Nice, good over. Over.
12 gone, 59 for 3. The Worms at this stage, inseparable. They're hugging each other. Just those dots indicating the wickets lost by Sri Lanka.
Nice.
Pace off the ball that time a little bit. Fernando again impressed with the way he gets into line.
And it's good to see the Pakistan bowlers learning from the mistakes in the previous match. They were wider with their lines, and length was a bit shorter. This time on this pitch we have seen in Pisara Oval, the more you bowl within the stumps, you make it difficult for the batters. Overall they have been quite better.
Can't get through. Now there is a big gap on the offside. That's a good option because mid-off is on the boundary, cover is on the boundary. In fact, mid-off is leaving one, I beg your pardon. Cover is on the boundary, there is third man. So if it is short and wide, Fernando has that option of going square, or he can punch it to the extra cover gap. So that fielder at short extra cover is absolutely pivotal. He really doesn't have much to protect behind him. Safe. 6. He picks the length well. He's very good with his pull. And again, I thought that it was bowled into the pitch, pace off the ball.
It was a slow one, definitely, and it was picked really well by Avishka Fernando. The length again, it was a bit short. Excellent connection there. Maximum runs. First 6 of the innings for Sri Lanka A.
And Avishka has been the man. 38 of 39. That's a good follow-up. Called wide. Slightly higher the height. Just inviting Avishka for a repeat.
And so many times you see fast bowlers coming back with a bouncer. This time given wide. Wasim has a lot of pace, but that can work against him as well.
Good fielding, very good fielding. This is the point I was making. Such a pivotal place. Avishka was punching through extra cover. That was 4 or 2 at least.
Avishka Fernando has the highest individual score of this ACC emerging tournament, 133 runs against Bangladesh. That was the first match, and he has been brilliant to watch. Excellent timing, exquisite timing.
Sadly, he's been out of form and been out of the team, so he's got something to prove to the selectors. Punching down the ground, running quickly. And he gets through quickly. He had to move quickly. Mid-on field had to move to his left. But the thing about the mid-on fielder is he had all three stumps to aim at.
He should have definitely tried the throw because the keeper was right behind to back up. You don't know, sometimes direct hits can be really close, so he should have thrown.
.67 for 3. There's a partnership developing, but still a long, long way to go for Sri Lanka. Goes past the outside edge. They're asking for a stumping. The wicketkeeper is very confident. He is very confident. That's the captain. He is very, very confident. I'm wondering whether Avishka had that back leg raised.
And Mubassir Khan is as surprised as Avishka. Checking the front foot, no ball. He's perfect there.
Well, it's the next frame. Next frame, the Sri Lankan side, that dressing room will be very anxious just to see whether, well, if they're checking for that catch, I don't think that went past the outside edge. That's the point he asks for the stumping. Now let's see. No, I think he's having something behind the line. He's all right. He's all right.
A lot of excitement from Mohammad Haris. Does seem like he has got something behind that line, definitely.
He's safe. Avishka is safe, definitely. He's just got something behind the line. Yes, there was a stride, but he made sure that he didn't drag that back leg or the back foot. Just look at the time he takes the bails off. Is that foot is stationed? It is stationed. There is enough for the third umpire to decide that he has something behind the line.
Nonetheless, a very good delivery. The one that remains straight.
Yeah, it's a pretty straightforward decision for the third umpire. Well, the way Haris was excited, I thought he had his man. I mean, they were celebrating. Is he an excitable guy?
It does seem like. At the moment, it did seem like. Generally, he's quite calm when he's keeping. As a batter, he brings a lot of excitement whenever he comes to bat.
Now, I like this. Now he's coming over the wicket. Now, I would have preferred Mubassir to come round the wicket just to create that angle. The one that went past the outside edge of Avishka. That he slides.
But I like this angle. Reason being, it keeps the LBW in check as well. From this angle, off spinner to the right-hander. And that's a quick update from the second semi-final, India A versus Bangladesh. India has lost a couple of wickets. 76 for 2. A very good shot right in the gap, the cow corner.
Well, that angle sometimes helps you to play shots like that because it's coming into you and that area is open. And Avishka just got to it and chipped it. Little drop kick.
A very good shot, excellent use of the feet. And he has a very stable head even when he's coming down the pitch.
Should be four, yes. It went quite quickly. For a moment I thought the backward square leg fielder had it under cover, but it was not. He couldn't cover it at all. Just couldn't move.
And the momentum seems to be shifting. Avishka Fernando taking on Mubassir Khan. Excellent shot. There was a fielder at deep square, but the ball was traveling really fast.
1 is the call. Might push two. Yes, they're pushing two. This is very good running, but how close do you think that was? Because the wicket-keeper loved the ball. He didn't intercept. He was hoping it will strike the stumps. These direct hits, I'll tell you, they can be tight.
It was a quick double. You just keep an eye on Mohammad Haris. He let the ball go. If it would have hit, that would have been really close.
Oh, that was close. That's it. That is his 50. 50 out of 78 for Avishka Fernando. 14 overs completed. 78 for 3. Thank you.
That's a good comeback delivery. Good start-up delivery. In fact, Avishka Fernando completing his 12th list a half century. 7 boundaries and a 6. Strike rate is good. He needs to carry on. He needs to move on. His job is not done yet. That'll be a wide. Fernando needs to carry on. He needs to make a big one. He needs to make a big 100 to make sure Sri Lanka gets closer to that target. Look at that again. Angle down the leg side. The release is what made it go down the leg side.
They're going with the angle this time, Wasim Jr. So the expensive side. But he's been hitting the deck really hard. Quite evident the first delivery of this over. The bounce, but he had... Mohammad Haris was collecting near his head. Slightly singy. And he prefers the older ball. The way he bowls, he's a bowler, looks like he bowls a lot of reverse swing when the ball is reversing. And at the moment, he's just hitting the deck hard. This was I'm talking about. From nowhere. Even Avishka Fernando was surprised. And the wicket keeper held on to it near his head height. Brilliant by the Pakistani seamers, in particularly Arshad Iqbal and Wasim Jr.
Is all that they will get, but now Pakistan A was 63 for 2 at this juncture. So Sri Lanka ahead of them, but they lost 1 wicket extra. I don't think that might concern them much. It's all about building a partnership here, all about putting the pressure back on the Pakistanis. His 4th wicket partnership is 48 or 46. Fernando has done bulk of the scoring. Arach's gaze given him good support. Go again. What Sri Lanka mustn't get carried away is let a few dot balls go, get 1 or 2 in an over, target a specific bowler and get runs off them. That's what they need to be doing. Play the bowling on its merits. They need a partnership with just into the 15th over. A long way to go in the Sri Lankan innings. They need to make sure that they don't lose many wickets, Ma.
The word is partnership. At the moment, it's Avishka Fernando and Sana Rachige, the two experienced campaigners. Need to at least bat close to 35 overs. Now, if Sri Lanka can get up to, this is the 50 package of Avishka Fernando. He's been creaming the ball beautifully through the offside. Full shot, doesn't matter. That's the shot of the day for me. Straight punch down the ground of Wasim. Slow ball picked up over mid-wicket. And the drop kick over short mid-wicket, bisecting that gap between long on and mid-wicket. So I reckon these two batters have to bat out of their skin for Sri Lanka to come home victorious.
Spot on. This is the partnership that Sri Lanka needs. End of the 15th, 82 for 3.
Boys.
82 for 3. That's what Sri Lanka is at the end of 15. They wouldn't mind about the run rate now. They've just caught up things. They would be okay with that. Fernando has been looking good. It's 52 unbeaten. Arachizge has given him good support. Changing the bowling.
A quick score update from the R. Premdasa Stadium. India 83 for 3 after 21 overs. Abhishek Sharma, Sai Sudarshan and Nikin Jose are back at the pavilion. A decent effort so far by the Bangladeshis this time. The mid-wicket is vacant and a great couch catch. That was brilliant from the hut, straight away out. And Sufyan Mukhi, it's a half track and Avishka Fernando smashed it over mid-wicket.
You just can't afford to give that length to Fernando. He's been there for a long time. That's the second 6. Not the best of starts for Mukim. Again, short one. But he gets away with that. Look at that ball, Maha. That kept very low.
And was dying when it reached Avishka Fernando. Sufyan Mukim, if he gets it right in this pitch, he'll be a handful. Dushan Hemantha struggled for Sri Lanka. That was a huge punch to the Sri Lankan bowling attack. That's why I think more than 320 runs were scored. But if Sufyan Mukim gets it right in this pitch, I'm telling you, he'll be a handful.
It's better. It's better from the left-arm wrist spinner. Well, these wrist spinners are pretty dangerous, isn't it? Because you sometimes don't see which way they're turning. Sometimes get it where they have the googly coming in. It's not hard to. It's not easy to pick them off the hand sometimes. Again, a short delivery now. Arachige might feel that he missed out on that. But again, if you really look at it, this is the sixth that is inviting Fernando to do that. That's a good catch in the crowd. Wow.
Get him to the grounds. Should be the 12th man. That's a googly. It's good variation. Sufyan Mukim made his debut, a list A debut, a few days ago against UAE at the same grounds. Picked up 3 for 36 of his 8.5 overs. Very impressive. Don't think Sana Arachige picked this wrong one. Did it hit the pad before it hit the bat? That's what Mohammad Hari is inquiring.
He's getting dangerous. If he falls into that line, that length, he's going to be dangerous. 16 done, 89 for 3. Well, this is what they're playing for. The ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup. Call it Sri Lanka 2023. And this is the 5th edition of this Emerging Cup. India won it once, Sri Lanka won it twice in 2017 and 18. And Pakistan are the reigning champions when they won that in 2019. Well, if you look at it, players like Babar Azam, Kusal Mendes, Surya Kumar Yadav, they're all players who played in these emerging tournaments.
That's the boy who caught the 6. He should be in the field. Safe hands, lovely technique. It's great to see. You've got to be playing, my man. You've got to be playing. Find him a club, Korsal Suresh Chandra. Maybe Ragama Cricket Club can sign him up.
Well.
Hey!
Come back for 2. Good running. Good running. Pressure on the fielding side. Well, you were talking about find them a club, Maha. Just look at this one. We're looking at that 6 again. And the catcher. We are focusing on the catcher. You told me to get him a club. What about you, Maha? You almost own a club.
we got too much. Roshana Besing is very impressed with his fielding technique.
Beauty. That's a beauty. Avishka Fernando loves to play on the up. Look at that position. I'm sure he was standing on his toes.
That stroke was stamping his authority. That was a slap. That was a stroke. Short. Back foot in the air. Classic. Mentioned in the previous over, Avishka Fernando is very good playing through the offside on the up. And take a look at that for an example. Absolutely magnificent.
This is good cricket. A boundary, getting the single, rotating the strike. It's left hand, right hand combination. Put the pressure on the bowler. Sri Lanka doing it good here.
A sensible, experienced batting by Avishka Fernando. Looks like batting on a different pitch comparing the other Sri Lankans. That's what happens when you start playing well in a surface such as this. You just need some luck and off you go. And Avishka Fernando just has to bat through and get the other batters to play those cameos. 86 for 3 out of 23, the semi-final 2 at the R. Premdasa Stadium. Reminding our viewers, Bangladesh won the toss and invited India to bat. The 3 players out, Abhishek Sharma, Sai Sudarshan and Nitin Jose, 3 top order players. India early in trouble, saying that they got a very strong middle order. Captain Dhruv Jurel, Yash Dul, beg your pardon, Dhruv Jurel, the wicket keeper, plenty of batters to come. Bangladesh just have to hang in there. It's not going to be easy chasing down in the semi-final, but they have started really well against the top quality Indian players.
And looking to run it down to third man, playing it with soft hands, but not getting the angle right on that occasion.
The length is much better. The one that went for a boundary through extra cover, it was short, and Avishka had so much time. And Ahmad Butt is a bowler, is more of a medium pace, bowling wicket to wicket. When he gives width, and he's asking for trouble.
And this time, well, that's another boundary. Look at the placement. Maybe not where he really intended that to go, but at the end of the over, it's 101 for 3. So there you go, that's a standout partnership, 68 from 61 between Arachige and Fernando. Fernando doing the bulk of the scoring, you can see that. But look at the batting to come. Vellalage, Bandara Hemant, Karnaratna, Samarakon, they all can bat, but they need this platform set by these two to put them. Oh, there's a shot right there. There's a loud one. Arachige was playing across the line now. Interesting to see where that pitched.
That looked really close, and for a second Sahan's heart would have been in his mouth. It's more than an appeal, it's a play by the keeper, the slip fielder, the bowler. I tell you what, that looked really close.
Something that I felt is that Arachige is not really reading him off the hand, so that's where he's struggling against the wrist spinner. Let's take a look at that again. Oh, that one looked very close. Just turning back, and the height might have.
Umpire Buddhi Pradhan would have thought it turned a little up. I mean, it gripped. It gripped through the offside, so maybe it's missing, and maybe the bounce, but it looked adjacent. Watching it live really closely, that's the advantage the on-field umpire don't have that we have, fortunately, for Pakistan.
Now, compared to Fernando and Arachige, you see Fernando seems to be picking up the wrist spinner more than Arachige. So these are the 3 wickets that he took against UAE. That one was the googly. Again to the right-hander and the left-hander. They were all at sea against UK. Again, there you can see again the uncertainty of Arachige.
Yeah, Mukim's 3-for was on his debut. That's how impressive he was. But today he has hit the straps well against the left-hander. With right-handed Avishka Fernando is struggling a little bit with the line especially. Yes, the first ball in his first over was a ranked half volley. There you go again, a perfect delivery this time. Mohammad Haris, overconfident appeal, and Buddhi Pradhan is not going to be fooled by those decisions, isn't it? It's a good decision, I thought. The bat was hitting the ground, yeah. The replay suggests it, but saying again, it's a nice delivery, beautifully done by Sufyan.
And this time, Shahan Arachke will be more relieved to see that being driven away. They'll pick up a single, but that's a good over from Mukim. It's 104 for 3.
हमाद भाई ये कासिम कर रहा है.
So 104 for 3. Mukib's gone for 5. Basi has been the expensive out of the lot so far. So another chance. This is the crowd that's coming to watch this game to support the Sri Lankans. The stars of tomorrow in action here. Changing the bowling. It's off spin now against the left-hander. Akram into his first over.
Yeah.
No.
A quick update from Arpindas Stadium is that Nishant Sindhu, another top order batsman, is out for India. Kasim Akram into the attack from the media box now. Bangladesh clearly fighting back. 93 for 4 in the top order of India in 25 4 overs are back in the pavilion. But skipper Yashdul still at the crease.
Look at the spin he's getting. That'll go. That will have the legs to take it away. Poor delivery. I was just about to say that he was getting into a good line. He strays down the leg side, and Arachke uses the angle and gets into the wicket area.
One wicket, boys. One wicket.
Almost like a freebie down the leg side. Shahan Arachke just had to get the placement and some bat on it. He did it perfectly. It was more of a top edge, but found the gap. Exactly what Sri Lanka need. A boundary every over and 3 singles will keep them interested. And Kasim Akram bowling from the media box end. The risk he's taking is that when Avishka Fernandez is on strike, a shorter hit to the leg side, and Avishka will be tempted as well. So the next passage of play, the next 6 overs or so, is going to be very, very crucial to the outcome of this game.
This is good. That's what they need to be doing. A boundary or the over, milk up 2 or 3 singles. Make sure that you get 5 to 6 runs in over. That will keep that required run rate always in check.
Correctly said, Kosala. 3 dot deliveries in this over. This is something that Sri Lanka cannot afford to do if they are to chase down a big score of 323. A boundary, 3 singles, minimum 4 if they can. If they have the wickets in hand, this game will go down to the wire.
Now run.
And they managed to squeeze in another dot ball in that over. So 19 overs completed, 109 for 3.
One wicket here, boys. Shabash.
So his left arm leg spinner, or the wrist spinner you call him, to me he's causing a few problems to Arachke.
And clearly, I don't think Shahan Arachke is picking him. That was the wrong one, coming back into the left hand, and Shahan was trying to go against the turn. If he had picked it earlier, he would have played with the turn towards the leg side. So this is where I think Shahan Arachke's experience will count on also. Get a single, get the strike to Avishka Fernando. Because against the right hand, I don't think Mukim is looking comfortable how he is against the left-hander.
More than run-a-ball partnership, 77 off 75. There you go, Fernando very comfortable against him. Getting to the pitch of the ball.
Good bowling, good bowling. Nice,
Again,
nice.
there you go, that's well played.
Pick
Pick up a single. See how confident he is in driving Mukim, planting that foot in the correct place. That's more important. So how do you do it, Mahal? Like, say, if you really can't read him off the hand, how do you read him?
Some players who don't read off the hand, read off the pitch. And that's where the pace of the bowler also comes into play. We've seen some players who don't pick from the wrist, pick from the after pitching. In fact, now it's going to be tough work. You've got to watch it really closely and rely on the small hints. Sometimes the spinners, when they wrist spinners especially, when they bowl a wrong one, they sometimes spread the fingers more than the usual grip. And those are the little pointers, but the striker or the non-striker can pick up. 20 gone, Sri Lanka A, 112 for 3.
Well ball. Jaldi boys, jaldi shabash. Bahar. Usa.
There you go. There's the comparison. Sri Lanka slightly ahead over Pakistan A, but there's the wickets column. That's the key that will come into play.
Yeah.
It's a bit of turn for Akram.
ये करना टांग पे नहीं जा.
He's into his second.
ये
Now,
कर,
how does
शाबाश.
RHK go about Akram? Try and work the single. Try and get Fernando on strike. Yes, that's what he needs to be doing.
Good bowling, सही है.
As you said, shorter boundary on the onside. Fernando in form, ball turning into him. We might see some action.
Towards mid-wicket, the swimming pool area is up there. Can see a plenty of action in the pool right now. But Avishka Fernando, will he be brave enough to take it up?
Good ball. Wazira. Arshida.
They'll look for two here. They'll definitely look for two. Yes, Fernando is coming back. Oh, that's
Come on, yaar. Done no
not
second.
clearly fielded, so they'll get it comfortably. But now, the thing that worries me a little, Maha, is now if you look at that required run rate, it's gone above 7. It's 7.08. Now, if that keeps climbing, it's 0.5. If it keeps climbing, that's where the pressure goes on to the batters.
Yeah, anything more than 8 runs will be the added pressure what the batsman will be going through. Need to keep on check, but saying that it's not easy. Comes down the track, probably wanting to go mid-wicket, but Kasim Makram saw him and went outside the off stump. I think I read Fernando's mind pretty well.
Yep.
इधर ही कर. Good ball.
And this time, he'll only milk it for a single. Now, the boundaries are dried up, the runs have dried up a bit. Now, this is going to build pressure on the Sri Lankans.
This is good bowling by Kasim Makram. This time going full, not letting Avishka Fernando get underneath the ball. Just the 4 runs in this over. This is exactly what Pakistan needs. Just squeeze in few tight overs and make sure the run rate goes above 8. And all of a sudden, Sri Lanka will press the panic button. 21 gone, Sri Lanka 117 for 3.
$117 for 3. If you've just joined us on this live coverage, we're live from the Pisara Oval. First semi-final of the ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup, Sri Lanka 2023. The target Sri Lanka A is looking for is 323. They're currently 3 down for 117. We're seeing double spin from both ends where Pakistan A is concerned, as I've been joined by Zana. Good afternoon, Zana.
Thank you very much. And the momentum has definitely shifted. Sri Lanka with a very good partnership, 84 of 86. You see the Pakistan bowlers and fielders under a bit of a pressure.
Well. Look at that. Look at the turn he's getting.
Sufyan Mukim, he can bowl a very nice googly leg spin, left arm wrist spinner.
Nice.
Keeps the batter guessing all the time. Can question both edges of the bat.
The required run rate keeps climbing up. That's where Sri Lanka will be in check now. The boundaries are dried up. That's why you intend to do these type of things once things dry up, but he gets the boundary, very cheeky shot, but Sri Lanka will take it.
It's definitely a very cheeky shot because he went onto the offside to sweep. Sufyan Mukim went for a little faster one, and then he brings out the pedal. Plays it really fine. Important 4 runs.
Very cheeky, there you go. But the good thing that how quickly he adjusted on that shot.
The best thing was the head position, very low.
This is good. Oh, that beats that diving fielder. Does it have enough to go into the boundary? That's back-to-back boundaries for Sri Lanka. That will release the pressure now.
Sufyan Mukim providing quite a lot of pace. The outfield is pretty quick. It wasn't a bad delivery, but played it really well. Nicely guided to third. Arshad Iqbal with a full-length dive, but in vain.
So back-to-back boundaries for Sri Lanka and Arachige. That will bring him in a little bit of confidence. And again, tries to do it again. Now, what Mukim was doing in those 2 previous deliveries is that it's the end of the over. We'll come back to that. 125 for 3.
रेडी रहे ऊपर से मारने जाएगा परी चलो शाह तलाश है यार इधर ही रहो
So definitely Sri Lanka might feel that they got back in with that over with 8 boundaries, but I thought the Mukim was trying to bowl a little too quicker in that over rather than trying to, because this surface, the quicker you bowl, the batters will find it much easier.
Absolutely, and they are set now. They're using the pace.
So Akram decides to go round the wicket.
Good bowling, shabash.
Qasim Akram, he took 6 wickets in one of the previous games. And that's a quick update from India A versus Bangladesh A. India in a bit of trouble, 105 for 4.
This is good. Fade it late. And that will run away to the boundary. So Sri Lankans getting 3 boundaries, you could say behind the wicket, but still, it'll count to the total.
They are using the pace of the bowlers really well. Qasim Akram also bowling a bit flatter and faster. Nicely guided to third. Intelligent batting from both batters here.
Well, looking for a single. Now, what Akram is trying to do is going round the wicket because he knows that he's got a shorter mid-wicket boundary. He's not trying to look at that again. That is the boundary that they got. So he's trying to bowl it quicker and firing in quicker. And Fernando is using that pace against Akram.
Catch.
And this time he sweeps and sweeps well. Well. We got a flurry of boundaries suddenly.
Vishka Fernando playing a very special knock that brings up the 100-run partnership between both these batters. And the problem with bowling around the wicket is That batter is not afraid for that LBW, and they can get onto one leg and sweep you like that.
Fernando is doing it well. To the way he's batting. They'll look for two. They're coming back for the second. This is good. Good running. He's keeping the pressure now. He's putting pressure back on the Pakistanis. The boundaries, the ones into twos.
And now Qasim Akram, amongst the spinners, he has been the most successful for Pakistan in this tournament. And now he has gotten for 10 runs in this over. Still one ball to go. That puts a lot of pressure on other bowlers. Just look at the running, determination in that run.
Run out!
Fernando wanted two all the way from the start. This is good. This is very good. That's a good over where Sri Lanka is concerned. 11 coming off that. 23 done. 136 for 3.
Come on, boys. Deal nahi, shabash.
So it's been 2 good overs for Sri Lanka. 19 runs coming off it. So that required run rate has now come down below 7.
I think Mohammad Haris needs to be a little better here. He is giving the wrong ends to the spinner. When you see the east side of the ground, it's a 67-meter boundary. The west side is 73 meters. And the breeze is helping the batters as well. So off spinner, from where Mubassir Khan is bowling, that's the end for the off spinner. Qasim Akram is bowling from the wrong end. And so is Sufyan Mukim.
I think. Yeah, so you got a point there. The off spinners to come in from the far end where the comb box is. And this is short, and that's punched away by Arachige. You can't afford to bowl on that length on this track. It just sits up for you.
Coming onto the legs from this end to the left-hander is dangerous. So you need to be aware of the field, the side of the boundaries. All these things matter because he's playing into the wind. It's easier, the ball's going to carry. Sri Lanka, very good partnership here.
Nice.
That's a good comeback delivery. That's better from Mubazir. I think you need to go in for a pace spin combination now, just to change things up from both ends. They're comfortable in sweeping.
And from here, Mubassir can go over the wicket and take the ball away with the angle from the left-hander. Because then you are asking him to bowl, play into the wind. At the moment, the angle created, it's easier to go onto the leg side, but a good shout.
It held its line, and I thought it was going down with the angle that he brought in. He got wide of the crease on that occasion. There you go. Would have gone down. Close call, but then get one more. So the 24th over comes to an end in the Sri Lankan run chase. It's 141, 42 for 3.
And Sri Lanka are right on the chase. They lost early wickets at the start, but after that, 109-run partnership between Avishka Fernando and Arachige has really put them back on this chase. A little ahead of Pakistan now. At this stage, Pakistan 131 for 3, Sri Lanka 142 for 3.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant fight back by Arachige and Fernando. Just what the doctor ordered for Sri Lanka after losing 3 wickets, 3 big wickets. At the moment, these two players are doing really nicely, risk-free. At this stage, Pakistan 131 for 3.
Nice, Umar.
Almost similar. I think Sri Lanka to have any chance of winning this game, these two batters has to bat at least another 12 to 13 overs to have any chance of pulling this off.
Change of ends for Sufyan Mukim. 4 overs he bowled from the far end. I do think he should have bowled from this end, from the word go, because you're operating with 2 spinners, 2 off spinners. That's a pretty good shout. Maybe bat involved there.
100% agree with you, Sana. Just thought Harris missed the trick by having the off spinner Qasim Akram, beg your pardon, from the end that Sufyan is operating at the moment. And if Sufyan is not too comfortable bowling the wrist spinner, which is turning back into the right-hander, predominantly because of a shorter boundary to the left side, he could bowl the wrong ones and get the batsman to play across the line. So I think that's where Harris could have been a bit more tactful.
Sufyan Mukim operated from here against UAE and he bowled really well from the commentary end.
Beautifully bowled, slow, lots of turn.
Because from here, when the left-hander wants to take him to the leg side, for example, he has to play into the wind.
A maiden over from nowhere. That too from Sufyan Mukim. Half a mark, 142 for 3, Sri Lanka A. Still a lot of batting to follow for Sri Lanka. Ashit Bandar will come at number 6. Bellalage, Hemanta Karunaratne, Samarakon, all players can use a long handle. As I said before, Sri Lanka to have any chance, these two have to go on.
And using the correct bowlers from the correct end makes such a huge difference. We saw Sufyan changing ends and a maiden over comes in. Let's see what this end does for Qasim Akram.
Only 2 maiden overs been bowled in the game. First was done by Dunit Bellalage. The second on the 25th over of the chase. That too in the middle of lots of boundaries being scored, and Sufyan Mukim delivers a maiden over. In the air, mid-on was up. Mid-off fielder was long off fielder, went across a long bar. It's just one bounce boundary. It's a good risk taken by Sana Arachige.
He was not fully in control of the shot, but calculated risk as mid-on fielder was up. So even if he had not connected, he was still safe. Pressure back on Qasim Akram.
Straight away after that stroke, mid-on drop him back to long on. Calculated risk, that's the word. Sana. The boundary with 3 singles, minimum 4, maximum. This should be the way forward for the next 10 overs. Sri Lanka will be in the hunt.
And that's where Pakistan need to be calculative also. After a boundary, you are opening the field. Maybe for some time, you will have to go on the defense. Make sure there are no boundaries, a couple of singles and few dots.
Looks like Mohammad Harris likes to fight fire with fire, but at the moment, as you said, sometimes sensible being a captain when the 2 batters are going really well, more than 100-odd partnership. Maybe they go forward.
Because this is the time where Pakistan can take the 5th. Maybe actually have 5 fielders inside the circle. So this is the time where there's a boundary available, at least for the batters all the time.
A single towards mid-wicket by Avishka Fernando. Slight misfield, but no chance for a second run. 26 gone. Sri Lanka A, 149 for 3. A solid partnership being built by Arachige and Fernando. 3 fallen wickets in the top order. Cruz Pulle, Banuka, Surya Bandara. And yet to follow, Ashin Bandara, Vellalage, Parna Ratna, Hemanta, all can bat. Sri Lanka going nice and steady at the moment. Pakistan looking for a wicket. Sri Lanka want to continue with these two as much as possible.
And the spell from here from Sufyan Mukim will be a very important one. Pakistan needs at least 2 to 3 wickets from him. At this point, Pakistan were 146 for 4. So the difference of 1 wicket is a very important one in the middle.
Yeah, over the cross at R. Premdas Stadium. It's 118 for 5 India. Rian Parag just got out. 31.2 overs. Bangladesh doing a very good job after winning the toss, bowling first. The top order is out. Rian Parag, who plays for Rajasthan Royals, has just got out. A full toss down the leg side. Bit of football work. And does well. The great Cristiano Ronaldo will be happy watching that moment.
The fast bowler, Mohammad Wasim Jr., making sure he saves a couple of runs, but with footwork there.
Come on, boys, come on, boys.
Full toss. Sufyan Mukim would be happy. It didn't go for a 4.
Two is a call. And Sanarchi comes back. This is good running. Very good running. Putting the pressure on the bowler, and Sanarachige brings up his 50. A fighting knock under pressure came in when the chips were down, and the situation demanded a partnership among the two batsmen, and Arachige did it certainly, and the crowd is elated.
And he's a real fighter. When Sri Lanka A was struggling against Oman A, he scored a 48 and a good partnership with Surya Bandara, who scored 60. Today again, when the team really needed a partnership, he stands tall with Avishka Fernando.
It's a great partnership under pressure in a semi-final of the Emerging Asia Cup. All to play for against a good Pakistani side. They've been magnificent. It's a good comeback by Mukim with 2 dot deliveries to end the over. 27 gone, 154 for 3. A partnership of 121 of ideally number 121 again. Pakistan bringing in the changes. The spinners have been quite busy, but the partnership have been really good. And this is the partnership so far.
And Arachige and Avishka Fernando, he did not allow any bowler to settle. They used the lap sweeps, dispatched the bad deliveries for maximum. Sweeping has been pretty good from both sides. Used the timing excellently as well. So very well made 121 run partnership of 121 when they were in trouble. 33 for 3 at one point, Sri Lanka.
Bowling change from the scoreboard in. Mohammad Wasim Jr. into the attack. Interesting to see whether he'll get any reverse swing. Down the leg side. And it's boundary. Avishka Fernando just had to get some bat. It was going down the leg side. And a poor delivery to start with.
And Mohammad Wasim Jr. has to learn and learn fast. He cannot start the spell with a bad delivery. He has got pace. And the moment he's going to stray down the leg side, it's free runs here. The outfield is lightning fast.
Yeah, pace will be your enemy if you don't direct it well. Wasim Jr. is blessed with pace, but sometimes his wrist position breaks and he slants it across down the leg side. And that's much better. Much better. Avishka Fernando will keeping himself. Couldn't find the gap. It was screamed through the offside, but unfortunately finding the lone field at cover point.
Avishka Fernando now one hit away from his century. At this stage, Pakistan were 152 for 4. Neck to neck, but one wicket in that middle can be a vital factor.
Right, Sana. If you're the captain right now, what are the changes you would bring to change the dimension of the game? At the moment, it's just computerized. Just going through one motions. Any changes would you bring in?
I think Arshad Iqbal maybe. He got a couple of early breakthroughs. Just bowled 4 overs. So very important to get your ace bowlers here because this partnership is running away with the match.
It's important when a partnership is being built is to be unpredictable as its captain. To bring in changes, some fielding changes as well, not to be too attacking, let it go, sink in the pressure and hope that one of these batsmen will do a mistake. But at the moment, both these batters are looking $1 million. Towards the call by Avishka Fernando. Not there.
And the use of the bowlers from each end is a very important one. If you see Sri Lanka, the off spinners were bowling from the right far end, and both the leg spinners were operating from the commentary end. And Pakistan has got 2 off spinners that will have to bowl. And because now they have bowled Mukim 4 overs of Sufyan Mukim from the far end, and now bowling fast bowlers from that end, they will have to bring off spinners from the shorter boundary. That can be a big difference.
Spot on, Sana. I think you were spot on with everything what you said. Dunit Vellalage, he was really good. This is Sana Arachige's knock.
He was brilliant. He waited for the bad delivery, settled himself in, and then used the pace of the bowler, played with the field as well. And the bad balls he dispatched right into the areas, vacant areas. And the running between the wickets has been amazing from him.
Running mid wickets, not only Sri Lanka's, even Pakistanis were very, very impressive. That's 5 runs of that over, 28 gone, 159 for 3.
Oh, good morning.
That's what all these teams are playing for. At the moment, only 4 teams remaining. Sri Lanka battling hard after that poor start, chasing 323. The greetings being put up by Arachige and Fernando with a brilliant partnership, going strong. Pakistan is looking for a wicket. Sri Lanka building on the partnership.
And we were talking about the other semi-final as well. I think Bangladesh played a master stroke by putting India into bat because the whole tournament, India has been chasing.
Dhruv Jurel just got out 121 for 6. Yashdul batting. And 6 of the top order batsmen have been dismissed. It's an impressive show by the Bangladesh A team. As you said, they did the right thing by bowling first against a strong Indian batting lineup who preferred batting under lights against Pakistan. Slight misfield at short extra cover, letting Avishka Fernando come back for the second run.
Because India has mostly played 2 p.m. games, and mostly in all the games they have chased. So they have not really batted at 2 p.m. Yeah! What a beautiful delivery there. And 97, heartbreak for Avishka Fernando. He played a special knock, but it took a special delivery to get him out.
Absolutely. It was a wonderful delivery. I think it's a wrong one. And Avishka Fernando agonizingly gone for 97 with a beauty. Absolute peach. Didn't pick by Avishka Fernando, and Mohammad Haris does the rest with a clean bit of stumping. Just what Pakistan need. Some brilliance in the field. That man, Sufyan Mukim, the wrist spinner, does the job. With Haris finishes the job off. Fernando gone for 97 of 85. Sri Lanka A 161 for 4. Pakistan A strikes at a crucial juncture, because Avishka Fernando was going so nicely in the end. It took a special delivery by Sufyan Mukim to dismiss him for 97. New man in is Ashen Bandar at number 6 for Sri Lanka. Another national cap, busy player, likes to rotate the strike, runs in hard, and he will need to play a blind rough and knock to get Sri Lanka home. The 74th game he's playing today. Slip in place for Bandara. Watch out for the wrong one. Sufyan Mukim is dishing it out perfectly today. There you go.
Lovely, lovely, excellent bowling, excellent bowling.
From the commentary end, because the offside boundary is a bit longer, he's able to bowl that wrong ones with more confidence. And that's what Mohammad Haris is saying. Keep the wrong ones coming in.
It's off the camera. Long on coming in to the circle at mid-on. 7 fielders in the ring. Only 2 fielders outside.
And Chacha Cricket, Pakistan, he's also here to support the youngsters, the emerging cricketers. Dayan from Sri Lanka, he's also here. So important to have these supporters supporting you, lifting your morale up.
Yeah, good to see Chacha in town. Always never a dull moment with him around. Top edge. And lucky Ashen Bandara, that was in the gap. Another wrong one to finish a successful over by Mukim. 29 gone, 162 for 4. And 6 bowlers being used so far by Pakistan. Only 3 bowlers are successful. But Iqbal with a new ball, and Sufyan Mukim, the wrist spinner, did the punching on the wall for Pakistan with the wicket of Avishka Fernando, who's stumped for 97. Arachige going strong, 50 of 66. Ashen Bandara need to start strong as well if Sri Lanka to have any chance of winning this first semi-final at the Pisara Oval. Hint of reverse swing there for Junior.
Interesting field set. Sabzada Farhan, flying slip, kind of a gully for the new batter. That's really important for Pakistan to get back-to-back wickets here. They cannot relax, because the last partnership have really put Sri Lanka back onto the chase.
Down the leg side, angling across. Again, some hint of reverse swing, maybe the angle, not too sure, but he's putting it in. He's putting it in for sure. This is the wicket of Avishka Fernando.
Wrong one from Sufyan Mukim. On 97, Avishka Fernando going for that single, completely beaten by the wrong one, and Mohammad Haris, excellent stumping from him.
Very neat by Mohammad Haris. Quick like a flash. Arachige was sent back. And this is where I think Pakistan will squeeze in some tight overs.
This is what a wicket can do, and especially of a player like Avishka Fernando, who was running away with the game. You will suddenly see so much spirit in the Pakistan team. Look at the fast hands of Mohammad Haris. Wonderful bowling by Sufyan and very well complemented by the keeper.
Down the leg side, nice rip by Ashen Bandar and finds a boundary. A hint of reverse swing, but the line started too straight in the end. Almost like a freebie for Ashen.
When you look him in the stance, his hands are so high that as a bowler you might want to york him. I think that's what Mohammad Wasim wanted to do, but played really well, not executed fully well by Mohammad Wasim Jr.
He certainly backs the punch, Ashen Bandara. Be short in stature. When it comes to power, he has got it. That's a nicely bowled. I think he heard you, Sana. Maybe you attended the team meeting yesterday.
No, I didn't, but yes, I do think as a bowler. So I was thinking if I was a bowler, I would be going. Even if I was a spinner, I might have been gone with a few Yorkers up front.
You were spot on when you said Ashen Bandara's bat level is so high. Any fast bowler who had the extra pace will be tempted to go full and hit the stumps or the front pad. Continue to do so. This time, nice piece of timing through mid-wicket. Chase on from square leg at no chance. 2 boundaries in this over, both by Ashen Bandara.
This is where I see a lack of communication between the bowler and the captain. If he's going to bowl that line, there might be 2 fielders back on the boundary on the leg side, because this is easy pickings.
It looked, Ashen Bandar was expecting it. Deep in the crease, opening up his front pad. Putting the length back this time. Runs in the first one hard. Yeah, there's a good bit of fielding. Saved 2 runs. He did come for the third one. No, says Arachige. Clumsy work at fine leg, but still saved 2 runs. Maybe, I think the third umpire will be called into to check whether the ball touched the rope.
And Arshad Iqbal on fine leg came down with the dive, but what we have to see is, was he in contact with the rope and the ball at the same time?
Was a foot touching it? Oh yes, I think his fingers did when he was touching the ball. The third umpire will pick it up, as we did. Very soon on the left-hand side, valiant attempt sliding across. And the left hand then. Yeah, forgiven. There's a right call been made. And 3 boundaries in that over.
And this is where Pakistan and Sri Lanka will have to be very, very careful. Pakistan needs to use Sufyan Mukim very carefully. He is the bowler that can turn the match. Only 3 overs left of him.
One.
It's important how they plan out the game plan here. 17 more deliveries of Sufyan Mukim. I reckon even 17 singles will be good enough, and the attack for the rest of the bowlers.
Absolutely. Maybe I would have brought in Qasim Akram for the new batter, because with the new batter he might have more of a chance to get those dot balls in. Because just 3 overs left from Sufyan Mukim.
A leading edge with mid-on, mid-off up. Still goes for a boundary. That's a solid wood what Ashen Bandar has got in his hands.
I wish I had that when I was playing. Cha-cha cricket. although he's waving the flag, doesn't seem very happy. And leading edge for 4 runs.
Mid on mid off, both up and inviting for a boundary. Ashen Bandar lucky was leading edge, but still doesn't matter how it comes. This time it's a brilliant delivery, and Ashen Bandar was off balance, and I think it was carried to the slip fielder. Now all full marks to the wrist spinner. Brilliant.
Ashin Bandara lost his footing because I think LBW was on his mind. He didn't want the ball to come onto the legs. But in the while, it took the outside edge. A very good catch by Sahibzada Farhan. Another wicket for Sufyan Mukim. He's the trump card for Pakistan.
Spikes got caught to the crease and couldn't release his back foot. And Ashen Bandara was undone by an absolute beautiful delivery. Gone for 17 of 12. Sri Lanka in trouble. 180 for 5. For 5 in 30.3 overs. Run rate isn't an issue, but the wicket column is. Sri Lanka losing their way. First it was Avishka Fernando.
Oh, skipper responsibility.
Last it was Ashen Bandar, was undone by a beautiful delivery by Mukim. So skipper Dunit Vellalaga, the young man at number 7. Big responsibility on his young shoulders, playing his 33rd game. And he has to partner up with Arachki and build a partnership at least for the next 10 overs.
But these 2.3 overs are going to be extremely important because Sufyan Mukim, he has found the rhythm from the commentary end. He looked a different bowler from the far end.
Maybe a good option to have Akram coming from the far end now with 2 left-handers.
Absolutely.
Sorry.
Sufyan Mukim from 3.4 overs from this end has already got the wicket of Avishka Fernando and Bandara.
Pakistan was almost identical at this stage, 185 for 4, but they had a late flourish, including Mohammad Haris batted so well. At the moment, under pressure, chasing a big score is never easy. Wrong one again. Don't think Vellalaga ready. In the end, no damage done. 31 gone. Sri Lanka 180 for 5.
$180 for 5. It's a stage where Sri Lanka need a partnership. Yes, they're going at a good rate. Their asking rate is not frightening by any means, which is just over 7.5 runs and over. In the modern white ball format, 7.5 is not difficult, but it's all about wickets in hand. Short delivery in the gap. That's 4. That's very good by Sahanara Chige. He's looking to pick his spots. And that time he's done it perfectly.
You can't bowl at that length on this surface. And Arachige has been there for a long time. He'll pick on that any day and getting it into the gap.
Akram, the off-spinner, bowling to 2 left-handers. He needs to be tighter. Yes, Mukim at the other end has been brilliant with his control and wickets. Goes again. That is 6. He's easily picked a 4 and then a 6.
So the pressure now back on the Pakistani bowlers. 10 off this over. And Sahan Arachige is getting into his stride. There you go. That was given a little bit air. Going down on that knee. Good connection, good control. Look at where he connects. He was watching the ball right till the end.
Well, that was a very good connection, no doubt. He looked to toss it up. He looked to flight it, but just erred a little bit. Wants a single, and he gets a single, but about the throw. Just a bit wide. Few hands went up, but no real damage. Well, Pakistan at this stage, neck and neck, 190 for 4. Sri Lanka 191 for 5. Another look.
Running with the shot. Let's take a look at that. Oh, that would have been close, but I think Arachige would have made his ground. Now, this is what Velalage needs to do. He needs to make sure that he holds his end up. Arachige is doing the bulk of the scoring. Maybe get a single, get Arachige on strike. Yeah. Doesn't matter because they got the runs in that over. It's 191 for 5 at the end of 32.
Sima.
191 for 5. Haris Mohammed doing the right thing, going on with Mukim. To me, that's the way forward. He realizes that another wicket here would really put Sri Lanka under a lot of stress. They got a slip in. Mukim's attacking. He's a good aggressive option. I always believe that wrist spinners can be tough to handle, and it's important that the wrist spinner understands the pace he bowls. Not too slow, but tends to push it through a little bit. And he's done that. Velalage on strike. Still the field hasn't changed. Slip in. Goodness. Goodness. That went like a top.
That one turned, so that just shows what this surface is offering. It can grip, it can turn, and wrist spinners can be dangerous. Velalage trying to smother the spin, come down the track, not allowing it to turn.
See, Sri Lanka should try and play this bowler a little bit more safely at these eyes, because that was brilliantly bowled the wrong end. Just pushing and getting a single. So you speak about the spinner getting purchase. The wrist spinners with his wrist rotation, he will obviously impart a lot of turn. And here, Hashan Bandara, very unfortunate. He was not stable. Just slipped as he played that shot. That was, I think, a contributory factor. Pounce on anything loose, that's all right. This should run away to the boundary, I think. It does. These are useful runs, particularly against Mukim.
So you see, as you earlier mentioned, you can't err on this track with length because it's a little on the slow side. It allows the batsman and to give him enough time to rock back and push it to where he wants to, and that's exactly what the batsman did. He saw that big gap on the offside and made sure he had enough to get a boundary.
Sri Lanka is doing the right thing by looking to take him on and punish him, but my thinking is that they also got to be identifying that he offers the greatest threat. They got to be a little bit more circumspect against him. That's better. That's what I mean. 197 for 5, 33 completed. $197 for 5, just to bring bring you up to date with what's happening in that India A versus Bangladesh A match. India not looking good at all, Kosala. 138 for 7 in the 38th over. Now that's a strong Indian batting lineup, and they are tottering. Well, the Bangladeshis will be really pleased with their effort. They've won the toss, and they've also got a lot of wickets.
So Iqbal comes back. Now pace from the far end. You can see that Haris is trying to mix things up. Pace at one end, spin from one end.
Spread out field. He's given Belalage the impression that he will look for the short delivery. He's got two men behind square leg, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, extra cover, backward point, all saving one. So that indicates to me the length he plans to bowl. He's not going to give anything full, or at least that's how it looks.
Well, it's interesting. Now, if you take a look around the field, Roshan, you see the square leg, where he's positioned. He's about 5 meters inside the line. Now, that's also the shorter side of the ground. So, is he positioned properly?
Well, it could be double bluff to me. But then, if you're looking for the short delivery, they have square leg about 5 yards in from the line. You'll expect him to be on the line. No ball. That's a free hit. Sri Lanka would really appreciate these extra runs at the moment. That is not good. That's stress pressing. Allow Sahanarachige, the set batter, the opportunity to face the free hit. That's a big one. That's a huge one. That's a good 6 inches past that front foot or the front line.
So where does Arachige aim here? There is a deep mid wicket going down. Now look at the open spaces on the onside. So he's got 3 men on the boundary on the onside. Now the fine leg is coming into the circle. Is he going to go short? Is he going to go full? Looks like he's looking to go full.
What's the line? Because the rest of the fielders on the offside are saving one, just 1 square of the wicket. Oh, bowled, cleverly bowled, very, very well bowled, I thought. He set him up quite beautifully and bowled a slower delivery. This is brilliant stuff.
Look at that again, rolling his fingers over. You call it a double bluff? You can call it a double bluff. Very well done. That run rate is 7.44. Sri Lanka wouldn't mind that as long as they have wickets in hand. The last 10 overs, if that is the wicket, they will take it. If the wickets are in hand. This is good. This is good now. He's gone wide outside the off stump. He's got 5 men on the off.
So far, it's been a good over. He's just conceded a no ball and a run. He did set him up. He did show him that he's going to have the field set on the boundary, and instead of giving him pace, he banged it short, but very, very slow. Took a lot of pace off that delivery. So it didn't arrive. Sahanarachige was waiting. It's a good follow-up over by Iqbal. Another good delivery. Just not letting Sahanarachige play those shots. These are precious dots. Just look at that. Just the no ball and the single. There have been so many dots that has followed. This is a brilliant comeback by Iqbal.
Yeah, just what the captain wanted, isn't it? He needed a good over from one end. And Iqbal's provided that. Let's see whether he can finish off well. He's got 2 more balls in this over to go. But he's mixing things up. That's what he's doing. He's giving pace. He's rolling his fingers over. He's hitting it into the surface.
Arachige on strike. He's got that extra cover area. He's got the mid-wicket open. If he gets that length. That's where he likes it, and that's where he's going to get it. I think this time there'll be 2. The 200 is up. He's been very good with those horizontal shots. Anything short, he tends to knock it into gaps. This means Sri Lanka into the 34th over, 201 for 5. They got 16 overs left after this one. So 96 balls left. And how much do they need? They need another 121. So 122 of 96 balls. That's the equation. 97 balls. It's a single. 202 for 5. 34 overs completed.
बॉल के बावजूद 5 रन का है बहुत ज्यादा. genuine set batsman ne.
We are back again. Sri Lanka 202 for 5. Pakistan make 322. And if you look at that comparison, it's almost neck and neck. Just a matter of one wicket that the difference that between the two teams. Well, if Sri Lanka to go all the way, Roshan, Sahanarach again needs to back. So there you go, 203 for 5. So it's almost neck and neck now. And as I did mention, if Sri Lanka to go all the way, Arach again needs to bat almost till the end. He needs the others to bat around him. Nagazir comes back into the attack with his off spin. Two left-handers in, that would be expected. So they've held back one from the left-arm wrist spinner.
Nice, nice. Umer.
Just holding back that one over is an insurance, just in case. Which is again good captaincy. He's just not taking any chances. Knows that the surface is reasonable, you can bat on it. Passing the man at point. Only a single. See, from now on, also the runs per over is going to be critical. Now keep an eye on runs versus balls, actually more than the average runs per over, because this is what will be more of interest. 93 of 120. Again another single. What Sri Lanka will be hoping for, so at the moment the gap is what, 27? So they need to try and reduce that gap. That has to be the plan.
Good ball, good ball.
This is a good over. This is
there.
really a good over. He's going round the wicket and firing it in just short of a length.
This is good. This is good from Bazir. Let's see how he finishes off. Oh, that's a beauty. That's a beauty. He finishes well. That's a good over. 35 done. 204 for 5.
Sri Lanka would have loved to have had some contribution from Cruz Pulle, Bhanuka and Surya Bandara, because it has just been Fernando and Arachige. Bandara pretty unfortunate. Then Hemanta, Karnaratna and Samrakon, the three all-rounders. But they need some help. They need a base. Iqbal. At the moment, Pakistan doing a very good job, and that is to tie the Sri Lankan batters down.
So they're drawing the boundaries up. That's what they're doing. They're not allowing any freebies. They're making even the singles hard to get. Now, what does Velalage do here? Does he get the strike back to Arachike, or does he look to get a boundary in this over? But Iqbal's been good. He's coming round the wicket. He's not trying to create that angle. This is good. He's not trying to bowl express pace. He's just landing it in the correct areas, changing his pace a little bit, varying things up. So this is good bowling. So 126 dots in the Sri Lankan innings.
And the last boundary was 16 balls ago. So it tells you that the Pakistan bowlers have succeeded to a very great extent. And that current run rate, which was hovering around the 6 runs mark, is under 6, 5.77. The asking rate is over 8. So Sri Lanka will kind of be mindful of all that. Something has to give here. Will it be the boundaries, or will it be the Sri Lanka break free, get out of jail with a few boundaries, or will somebody try to manufacture a shot? A single. It's all now on Sahana Rachige's broad shoulders.
If you look at it, chasing 323 in the remaining 14.3 overs. Well, this is update from the R. Premadas International Stadium. 151 for 7 in 41 overs. That's India A after being put into bat by Bangladesh A. It's going to be a very keenly contested game out there. But here, 118 from 87 balls. What does Arachike do? There's only a single in this over. Where does he aim? If you look at the boundary riders, it's a deep square, a long on, a super cover. Big gap at mid-wicket. So the fine leg is in the circle. Single, there's a chance of a run out. It's a direct hit. Now that's a direct hit. These direct hits are always dangerous.
I think Velalage is safe. I don't think he was in any kind of trouble. Well, they'll want to take a look at it. It was a direct hit, but I got the feeling that Velalage managed to get in. You don't see that excitement on the part of the Pakistan fielders where they're not really celebrating, but you never know. You never know. Let's see. Let's see. Tight, tight, tight. He's in. He's in. He's in. That's what I thought. He's creasing the bat. He's just making sure that he's doing it perfectly. That is the perfect way of creasing the bat. Because batters sometimes tend to land the bat over the crease, but coaches would teach you, you've got to make sure that you ground your bat and you crease it. You call it creasing the bat. That's a cricketing word. Crease karna.
Right, that's what we're taught in school. You need to crease the bat. You don't keep the bat from the top of the crease. Now, look at that required run rate. It's 8.16. How Pakistan have pulled this back in their favor by building dot balls. Now, that gap again has got wider between balls and runs. And this is what happens when the pressure builds. The batsmen intend to try and create some shot that they're not used to, not accustomed to them, and then that's where the danger comes. Take a look at that again.
See, they're struggling to get it away. Unable to time it. I'm just wondering whether that ball really didn't arrive, because Velalage was looking to go over mid-on. The length, back of a length. So Velalage needs to look at the aerial route. He would like a bit of pace so that he can use it and punch it. He didn't have it. So pressure now starting to build. Now that gap is, it was 27, now it's gone up to 32. Just 2 runs in the over. Last ball from round the wicket. They're running the first run hard, only a single. Pakistan wouldn't mind it. In fact, they would love it. It's 207 for 5. Right, this is how the Emerging Asia Cup has been shared. These are the past winners. India has won it once, Sri Lanka consecutively in 17 and 18, Pakistan in 2019. We haven't had a Emerging Asia Cup after that.
Nice, nice.
And Pakistan continues to peg away at the Sri Lankan batters with their dot balls. Velalage has made 5 of 17. That's a high percentage of dots he's played. He still can't get through. He's still hitting it straight to the fielder.
Pressure building on. Dots increasing to 129. This is good captaincy from Haris. And this time Velalage manages to squeeze in a single. No. Still pressures. 3 dot balls.
The spinners are doing good. In fact, he's doing a good job. He's getting through his overs quickly and he's bowling to Velalage. He's managed to bowl 3 deliveries to Dunit Velalage. This time, quick single. See, this is desperation. They're struggling with their stroke play. Runs not moving, runs not coming. And he seemed to have quickly off the pad, then the dive, I think a bruise. Yes, it must be. And it could be pretty painful. Especially when you start sweating, it starts to smart, and I can tell you, it can be painful.
So there is a slight held up of play because of the attention to the Sri Lankan skipper's ham. Yes, you can see that there might have been a bruise. Well, but so this is the Sri Lankan batting card. Fernando 97 at the top and Arachike 72. Those are the only two noteworthy contributors that you can see. Bandara got a start, but he was unlucky. But as you said, Cruz Pule and Bhanuka and Surya Bandara, a lot was expected from them.
Well, something has to happen from here. 115 of 80. Sri Lanka can't afford to be playing cheap overs. Well, just a little bit about Sri Lanka and Colombo. Plenty of history. The town hall. Well, Buddhism, as you know, is the state religion. And plenty more. The golf face is beautiful. The beaches are lovely. And some lovely hotels as well. And this is a look at Pakistani bowling. Basir. Very, very economical. Very good. In fact, respectable under 6 runs and over. Just Fazim going at 6.5 and Akram at little over 7.5. The rest of the bowling has really made sure that they kept Sri Lanka in check. And look at Mukim, 2 for 40. He's going at less than 4.5 runs and over. Obviously, there would have been some kind of message from the dressing room to Sahana Arachige. Well, India, some recovery there. They got some runs in the last 2 overs. They won 51 for 7, I think, in 41. Yash Dole, the Indian captain, he is there. So as long as he's there, I think India are living in hope. This is brilliant. This is a brilliant spell by these Pakistan bowlers. Nothing offline. The lengths are good as well. Last ball of the over. Another cheap over for Pakistan.
1-1, good bowling, good bowling.
Only 2. Well, Sri Lanka has been limping in this stage over this phase. 209 for 5. Now, for the first time, that blue worm, which is a Sri Lankan worm, is starting to dip. It is now starting to dip, which tells you that that run rate is now a concern. 114 of 78. They got 13 overs remaining. So that's 36 now, the difference. It's widening every over. It's not in any way reducing, which is a worry. So Velalage on strike. Akram coming on. He still can't get it off the square.
Well, now who takes the risk? Who takes the risk? That's the concern. It's 2-2-5 for 5, Pakistan at this stage. Oh, that's lucky. It's useful, but Sri Lanka will take it nevertheless. That's a boundary. Some relief for the Sri Lankans.
You were asking the question, who would take the risk? The risk has to be taken by Velalage. He needs to be the man to look to try and break free, break this field. He was just swinging rather wildly. Lucky that the keeper missed it. Little chip over mid-wicket. Will come for 2. Good running. Had that throw been a little bit tighter, Velalage would have been struggling. But then that's the risk, that's the urgency that you see in the Sri Lankan camp.
Well, they need to take those risks. They need to take Sahan Arachike at the moment, who is trying to take on Akram. 35-run partnership, 43 balls.
So it's Sahan Arachike on strike. This is nicely done, nicely done. Sahan Arachike using the pace, using the width. Well, for a moment I thought it was Velalage who was on strike, but it's Sahan Arachike, my apologies. And the bias was when Arachike was on strike. And now just using the pace, using that width. Sri Lanka breathing a little bit easier.
10 off this over so far. And what they've done is they've targeted Akram, because Akram's gone for a lot. He's gone for over 7 runs and over. So they've targeted Akram to be the bowler that they would go after. Get a single down the ground, that's good. So we've got 11 off this over.
103 of 73. Sri Lanka's target or task will be to get it under 100 first. Now what do they require? 103 of 73, which means now that gap is down to 30. It was increasing. Short and wide, that's hit her firmly. Couple of runs again. Velalage will have to hurry. I think he's in trouble, is it? That's not Velalage, I think it's Arachike who's in trouble. I thought he was a little bit slow. I'm wondering whether he was struggling. Let's see. This Sri Lanka could ill afford. Forced off the back foot. Let's see, let's see, let's see. Easy in, easy in, easy in. I think he's in. He's in. Sahan Arachike had done well.
There you go. This will give you a better view. Yeah, there you go. Yes, he's in. Once again, doing the thing correctly, creasing the bat.
222 for 5.
Sir, what is coming? यार इसको जरा बाहर कर दे, इसको क्या चुप कर बैठ. Zira.
Right now 42 of 46. Now that's better. There is some urgency. There was a time that they were struggling. Arachike on strike. Dot to start. Mubassir has been good. What he's been good at is the line and length, just back of a length on the off stump.
Well, it's an outside edge and that will run away. That will beat the fielder to the boundary. Arachike was looking to go over mid-wicket, but he got a top edge. He will take it nevertheless. That's what Sri Lanka need, boundaries.
Very lucky, very, very lucky indeed. His intentions was more towards mid-wicket. That was fired in wide of the off stump. There you are. And a bit of turn as well. Well, these are useful runs. Very useful.
1-1.
Good cricket. Boundary and a single. Now Sri Lanka's requirement is 96 of 69. Now the gap is 27.
Good ball.
That is encouraging because it's reducing.
What is slip?
So 2 good overs in the excess of 10 will bring that down. Now there's a slip coming in for Velalage. Fires it in. This is good. Now, you see how well Harris has read the game. They're tightening things against. Now, this is what's happening in our Premadasa in the second semi-final. India 178 for 8.
1-1.
Velalage does well to get that single. He needs to be doing that more often, Roshan.
Sri Lanka needs to be scoring at 8 or 9 runs an over just to try and break that deficit. 228 for 5, 1 ball to go in the over. What would Sahanara Chige do? He'll get a single. 229 for 5, which means they need 94 runs of 66 deliveries.
The 39 overs gone, 229 for 5. Sri Lanka fighting back with Arachige and Bellalage. Partnership of 49 in 52 deliveries. This is what all the 4 teams are playing for. It's an important game happening at the R. Premdasa Stadium as well. Mohammad Wasim Jr. from the far end. And this man on screen, Sana, has batted so well.
Absolutely. Ratchage, he has been a true fighter for Sri Lanka in this whole tournament. Whenever the team was in trouble, you can rely on him. Today, 86 not out, 96 deliveries. What an innings this has been in a semi-final where you have to chase more than 300 runs.
You mentioned of how calm he has been. And I think that's his hallmark. Under pressure, he looks very calm. He knows which ball to attack and which end to attack. And it's been a complete knock so far.
And he has been able to leave deliveries, duck the bouncers. He doesn't operate with ego. He understands, plays on the merit and plays the situation really well.
As they say, cool as a cucumber. Flick shot towards Squalek, coming down the track towards the bowler, possibly trying to target over mid-wicket, with mid-wicket and mid-on both in the circle.
Here, Dunit Lalage will have to play an important knock. He cannot keep on playing dot balls, 9 of 23, because the pressure will mount on Ratchage. Even though this partnership is pretty good, 50 of 54, but as the required run rate creeps up to almost 9, it has to be the captain who's need to take the charge.
Spot on. And also Dunit Vellalage's strong game is not being power-packed. He still don't have that back the punch against especially a bowler who's close to 135. And I agree with you, he has to take the risk, not Sana Arachige. With mid-wicket, mid-on, long off, all in the circle, that's a proper areas to score that boundary. At the moment, 24 deliveries for 9 runs. Under pressure in these circumstances, I don't think it's good enough.
And that's why having that lap shot and other shots, innovative shots, are so important. Just like that, that's exactly what's required of him. Because if he starts scoring, so much pressure will be off Arachage.
What a beautiful pickup shot by young Dunit Vellalaga. Used the pace this occasion. Wasim Jr. digging it short but not getting up. And young Vellalaga used the pace and found that gap between fine leg and square leg.
And Mohammad Wasim Jr., he used the crease so well. Dunit Vellalaga, he banged and shot. That's enabled him to play that shot into the leg side.
Run out chance, a direct hit. Hits it direct. The bowler, Mohammad Wasim Jr. is not that interested. Maybe Dunit Vellalaga has made it. Nevertheless, the single was on.
Excellent batting from Sri Lanka. They are really putting the Pakistan players under the pump. And that's the reason why you see Mohammad Wasim Jr. not excited about it.
And that's good effort by Dunit Vellalaga. Stretched arms, grounded bat, made it look easy, and in the end quite safe. Not out is the call, which is the right one.
Gives Pakistan an opportunity to regroup, rethink, talk to each other, so important where this partnership is moving on nicely. That there's something remarkable in the field. Only 1 over left of Sufyan Mukim, who has been the go-to bowler. Arshad Iqbal has bowled well. He still have 4 overs left, but he'll need to have someone at the other end chipping in with a couple of wickets.
Partnership is worth 55 or 57 deliveries, unbeaten. It's another flick shot towards Scarlett. 2 is the call. And comes back pretty easily. That's a very good over for Sri Lanka. 8 runs from the over. And the second power play ends with 40 overs done. Sri Lanka A, 237 for 5. At this same juncture, Pakistan A were 241 for 5. Sri Lanka 237 for 5. Just a 4 runs difference. And Sri Lanka, it all depends on these 2 players.
Can it get any closer than that? In 31 to 40 overs, it's still the same. The third power play. Now Pakistan allowed 5 fielders outside the circle.
Umpire Anand Padmanathan from India signaling the third power play. Beautifully bowled. And clean ball. In fact, I thought it missed the stumps and hit Harris's foot. But this is a gem of a delivery to get rid of the skipper, Wellalage.
Mubassir Khan, he has been bowling really well, finally rewarded. And with 5 fielders outside the circle, he was able to give a bit more flight. Takes the off stump of captain Dunit Wellalage. Important breakthrough for Pakistan, much needed. Dunit Wellalage has to walk back after making 14 runs. Sri Lanka A 237 for 6.
अमाद भाई इधर आ जाए ऊपर रही
Sri Lanka losing the captain, Dunit Wellalage. A real struggle in the middle today. 14 of 27 deliveries.
Sir, Arshid is back.
And scoring worse stuff for Wellalage. One of those days where he couldn't get the timing right. And the all-rounder, Chamika Karunaratne, coming in at number 8 for Sri Lanka. Can he do the job along with Sana Arachige for Sri Lanka? A fantastic delivery by Mubassir to get rid of Wellalage.
And with 5 fielders outside, he was able to give flight. There was not much turn, but right line and length, keeping the wickets in place. Chamika Karunaratne, 86 matches, 1196 runs, 550s. Sri Lanka will definitely be looking at him. All hopes on him and Arachige.
Nice.
Nicely bowled.
Good bowling.
Round the wicket to Karunaratne. And he's here. Wellalage was undone by absolute peach of a delivery by Mubassir.
दूर इसने उसको कह दिया मैं मारने जा रहा हूं.
At the R. Pimdas Stadium, India at the moment, 195 for 8 of 45.4 overs. With captain fighting for India. Single made it look so easy in 45 overs. That's an Indian game.
And this is what Pakistan did really well, playing Qasim Akram and Mubassir Khan together. Both are off-spin all-rounders. Both can bat really well. So in one match, Qasim Akram came good. This match, it is Mubassir Khan. He bowled really well, batted really well. He knows the importance of that wicket.
Come the man. Mubassir, what a fantastic delivery.
One,
to get rid of Wellalage. No, at Arpimdas Stadium, Yashdul is going strong for India. 53 of 69 deliveries. Lot will rely on those shoulders. What a fantastic player he's shaping up to be for India. And same as Sana Arachige. He's shaping up to be the next big thing for Sri Lanka cricket.
Definitely, when it matters and you perform, that's the sign of a very good player.
One.
Very good over so far from Mubassir Khan.
Good bowling, Mobe.
Let's take a look at the wicket side on. Beaten all ends up Villalage and a perfect off spinner's delivery hitting the top of the off stump.
Good ball. Maar de.
Sana going strong, relying on singles and gets a single at long off to end the 41st. Sri Lanka A 241 for 6. That's the update from R. Premdas Stadium. Just a reminder, Bangladesh A won the toss, put India into bat. And India 196 for 8 after 46 overs with Yashdul going strong for India, batting at number 4. He's on 54 not out, 4 overs to go. Anything more than 200 is a psychological mark, and I think India will be still in the game, especially the bowling attack they possess. At our Pisara Stadium, Sana Arachige, the lone battler, is going strong for Sri Lanka. On 91 of 101 deliveries. Ahmad Butt into the attack straight away. Oh, half a chance. I think deep mid wicket field was running in. And in the end, how costly is that going to be for Pakistan A?
And Ahmad Butt, bowler like him, can be dangerous on this wicket. He already had one breakthrough. First ball creates a chance, but it was not to be taken. It was a difficult one, but at this time, it's this stage, Sahabzada Farhan, the fielder.
Valiant attempt, never easy when you have to dive forward, when it's hit so flat and hard. But in the end, as you correctly said, Sana, at this level, you expect the fielder to take it. Hope he hasn't done any damage to his right fingers. Or is he coming off? It looks like he has done some damage to his fingers. Hopefully not too bad. Shamik Karunaratne at the strikers end. It's important that he find those boundaries. At the moment, required rate is 9.17 for Sri Lanka. Hitting the back of the length. Ahmad Butt will probably hit that area consistently.
And Kamran Ghulam comes in for Sahabzada Farhan on the field. And these are the wickets. The first one, Ahmad Butt takes slow delivery. Mohammad Wasim Jr. takes the catch. And Arshad Iqbal with the swinging in-swinger. And this was another Arshad Iqbal special. The ball got big on Sindhu. And then Mukim with a couple of wickets, very good ones in the middle.
So is the call by Sana Arachige and says no. Shamik Karunaratne was sensible. Here's a question for you, Sana. Qasim Akram got 4 overs, Mubassir got 2 overs, that's 6. And off-spinner bowling from the media box, and that's the risk against the right-hander. This is Dunit Villalage's wicket off Mubassir. Would you be tempted to have the off-spinner bowling to the short boundary to the right-hander, to the leg side?
I think what you can do is bowl around the wicket and make them hit on the offside. That can be one ploy. Taking 5 fielders on the offside. And that's a brilliant shot down the ground. No chance for the long-on fielder. Chamika Karunaratne. He's come to the party.
That's a tennis forehand. Great. Roger Federer will be proud of that. Shamik Karunaratne comes down the track. Ahmad Butt sees it, dig it short. Wow, that's a statement and a half by Chamika.
Absolutely, this contest has been very intriguing. Both teams giving it all because it's a big semi-final.
Oh, direct hit would have been curtains for Sana Arachige. India, no damage done. Ricocheted. No, I don't think so. As we speak, India loses their 9th wicket as well. 199. Hungrekar went for a big shot, being caught. And this is live. Sensible call by Chamik Karunaratne, but Arachige has come down so far, there was no chance he's going to go back.
Quick turn from Ahmad Bhatt, but the throw was not there. The first boundary after the third power play came in this over. Sri Lanka would want to make this a big over because the last 2 overs were quite low.
It's all happening. It's all happening at the Pisara Stadium. It's all happening at the R. Premadasa Stadium. The crowd is loving it. It's a close game. What a day. 2 semi-finals going neck to neck. And here, Sana Arachige fighting a brilliant battle. 93 of 103. Karunaratne looks like he's getting his stride in as well. It's interesting to see how Mohammad Haris is going to use his bowlers. Sufyan Mukim got 1 over. The other big question, when is he going to bowl? He'll be comfortable bowling at Chamik Karunaratne, though he's a big hitter. He could be vulnerable against Rispin. It's a decent over for Sri Lanka. The 42nd over. And brings up the 250 for Sri Lanka for loss of 6 wickets.
Point.
Still to come, Dushan Hemant. Batted really well against Afghanistan. Larus Samarkand can use the long handle, and Pramod Madushan could hold the bat as well. As we speak, I think Sufyan Mukim is going to finish off for Pakistan A.
It's not a bad ploy because Arachige, he's nearing that 100 mark and Chamika is still new to the crease. So it's not a bad ploy to get Sufyan Mukim to bowl this particular over.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's a good ploy. And that too, Chamik Karunaratne will be tempted to go to the leg side boundary, which is a shorter hit. But Sufyan Mukim has bowled really well. Take a look at that for a turn. That is beautifully bowled against Arachige.
Good bowling.
Arachige, who's approaching his 100, will be thinking twice about, well, while the ball is coming in, you have to read it from his hand. Great turn, that's why the slip fielder has come up.
1-1. Avigi.
Slightly short, but wait for a single. And this is the test for Karunaratne. Pretty sure Sufyan Mukim will be targeting more wrong ones. He got rid of Avishka Fernando, Ashane Bandar with the wrong ones. This is where Chamik Karunaratne got to be a little careful and not to go against the turn. There's plenty of time for it.
100%. With the shorter boundary on the leg side, with his swing more on the leg side, he will definitely bowling the wrong ones a bit more.
Shabash.
Deep mid wicket is vacant. Short fine leg in.
Yeah.
There you go. Chamik Karunaratne going across to the off stump. And only 4 fielders outside the circle. Mohammad Haris showing the challenge to Karunaratne if he wants to go big.
Good captaincy and good bowling. You need to have a bowler with discipline for a captain to do that as well. Big over for both teams.
Chamik Karunaratne having a slight slant towards mid-wicket. That's nicely bowled. Sufyan Mukim has been brilliant. Mohammad Haris could have been out. Don't think Chamik Karunaratne knew what was going on. It was quick thinking by Haris.
Good fielding by Ahmad Bhatt at the deep as well. Chamika Karunaratne was hanging outside the crease. If Mohammad Haris would have hit it, it could have been close, pretty close.
I think he made it in the end, but it was rather careless by Karunaratne. Almost lost his wicket. Cannot afford to lose a wicket through a run out. You go for a big shot and get out, doesn't matter at this occasion, but not through a run out.
Even though only 3 runs of this over, I do think it's an over gone for Sri Lanka because they have not lost a wicket yet. So this ball is going to decide whether this over goes to Sri Lanka or in Pakistan, because if they get a wicket here, then things become in balance.
One, ball and
played by Chami Karunaratne. And Sufyan Mukim ends his spell. 10 overs, 44 for 2, bowled really well. Sri Lanka needs 69 runs in 7 overs, 254 for 6. Nothing much to separate when it comes to the worm. Both the teams are neck to neck.
And the late flourish of Pakistan, some cameos at the end. Mohammad Wasim Jr., 24 of 17. Mubassir Khan, 42 of 45. And Arshad Iqbal, 10 of 4. All these runs are going to be very important. That's why Chamika Karunaratne's innings is going to be very vital for Sri Lanka.
Almost 10 runs per over needed. A big hit, plenty of singles, and one of those singles can be converted to doubles. This is exactly what Sri Lanka need. Looks like the big Arshad Iqbal, the lanky fast bowler, to bowl from the far end. 2 for 32 in his first 6 overs. What are the areas for Chami Karunaratne to strike? Deep mid-wicket is an option. Mid-off up, probably going over the top of mid-off is an option. Over extra cover is an option. And all importantly, the lengths Iqbal is going to bowl. Slow balls into the pitch will be the way to go. And start with it. Chami Karunaratne hits it in the air. Deep square leg fielder takes it. Change of length, bid for pace. Karunaratne going for the big sixer. In caught at deep square leg.
Excellent. Excellent from Pakistan. They are pumped up. Arshad Iqbal gets another wicket. He was lethal with the new ball. This time comes with the old ball. Creates a chance. No mistake from Pakistan this time in the outfield. Tayyab Tahir with the very, very important catch. Chamika Karunaratne goes off for 10. Sri Lanka a 254 for 7.
Sri Lanka loses their way with another wicket. That too of the big hitting Chamika Karunaratne. A big dent in their chase to score these runs. 323 to be exact. Dushan Hemantha batted really well against Afghanistan. He will be wanting to repeat that effort. Playing his 64th game, strike rate of almost 84. And he has to play a blinder for Sri Lanka. Had a day off while bowling. And this is his chance. Get it right and try and get Sri Lanka home.
He would like to redeem himself, but Arshad Iqbal, he seems like he means business. He has been bowling really well today. Good areas with the new ball. Started off well with the old.
Slow ball this time. I think it should be a leg by. Yeah, it's called a leg by. The change of length against Charmik Karunatha was very impressive. Why I say that? It was a digging shot to the longer side of the boundary, and Charmika took that challenge, but in the end was caught at square leg.
And he had kept that mid-wicket region clear, so he went for that shot, but it came to more towards square, where Tayyab Tahir was stationed for that particular shot.
Tayyab Tahir was a good catch under pressure. Never easy those skies. Change of line of attack for Sana Archie coming round the wicket, who's on 96. Beautiful ball again. Towards the call. No, don't think so. Shan Hemanta got to strike it, but it's not going to be easy for any batter who's going to come in and straight away look for boundaries.
The required run rate going up to 10.31. And a quick update from the other semi-final. India A 211 for 9, still fighting. Bangladesh bowled really well in the beginning. 1 over left in that Indian batting lineup.
Certainly India in the game. 211 under lights with Harshit Rana. Hungrekar with the new ball swinging around. It's not going to be easy. Get the hammer out and get the surface even. Yeah, the fast bowler's big foot comes down. And never a pleasant sight when you bang in those holes and it goes a bit wobbly. It could damage your ankle. A sensible call by the big fast bowler to ask the umpires to get the groundsman in and even the floor up.
Arachage, well composed, timed the ball to perfection. Used the lap sweeps really well. He's played the spinners and the fast bowlers equally well. Punished the bad deliveries.
He was really good. He's been in superb form lately. Quite a few months ago, South Africa A was touring Sri Lanka. Sanarji was among the runs, bowled well, fielded well, and was picked as the standby player for the qualifiers in Zimbabwe. With an injury, came to the 15 and then to the 11. Made his debut, scored a half century in the finals against Netherlands, an all-important one, batting at number 4. And getting the opportunity in this Asia Cup, Emerging Asia Cup, and making the full use of it, just what a young player should do. Whenever you get an opportunity at the highest end, grab it with both hands.
And the opportunities have not come in easy situations. Every time he has come on to bat, most of the time the team was under pressure. Today, 33 for 3. That's when he started his innings. That's the most impressive part.
Good to see a youngster soaking in the pressure and staying there till the end. Shot again. Is it a catch? Oh, taken. For a moment, I thought it evaded the short wicket fielder. They say catchers win matches. And what a great effort by the fielder at short mid-wicket.
And Pakistan closing in that finals spot with some extraordinary fielding and really good bowling. Arshad Iqbal testing the batter once again with a short pitch delivery. Dushan Hemanta was not in control, but Umair bin Yusuf, the player with most runs for Pakistan, was spot on with his dive and the timing. Hemanta goes back for naught. Sri Lanka A 256 for 8.
Yeah, 67 needed of 38 deliveries. Lairu Samarako on the number 10 for Sri Lanka. can back a punch. It's a big hitter. Under pressure, can he provide this big sixes for Sri Lanka? Iqbal picked up 4 wickets, 2 wickets in this spell. Oh, Fuller, as expected, trying to hit the pads or the stumps of the big left-hander. And Samarakon is in because it was a magnificent catch by Omar bin Yusuf at short mid-wicket to get rid of Dushan Hemantha.
And Bangladesh A will need 212 runs to book a spot in the finals against India.
A great battle there. India certainly got the scores, which is a psychological effort, more than 200 always. Nicely played by Larry Samarakon. 2 defensive strokes, which is quite solid. 44 gone, 256 for 8. Bowlers being used, and Sufyan Mukim has finished his quota. Everyone has chipped in pretty well. Qasim Makram, the most expensive, the off spinner, and he might play a role as 2 left-handers are at the crease. Yeah! Mubasir, that's clean bowl. Sana Rachige was trying to go towards mid-wicket. It was vacant, probably go for a single or a couple, and perishes agonizingly for 97.
And this time, the spinner Mubassir gets the better of Rachige, who was approaching his 100. Rachige played across the spin. The arm ball came in, and it's the undone of a very, very good knock, a fighting knock by Rachige. 97 of 109. Sri Lanka A in all sorts of trouble. 256 for 9.
Sri Lanka losing its way after a very good partnership between Fernando and Arachige. Unfortunately, both those batsmen are falling at 97 exact. There are cameos from Bandara, Villalage, Karuna Ratna, but not good enough in chasing a score of 323 in testing conditions. Fortunately for Sri Lanka, Arachige was the last man. It was clean bowl by an arm delivery by Mubassir. The home club hero, Pramod Madhushan, coming at number 11, plays for the Tamil Union. He's playing his 59th game. Strike rate can improve a lot, but he certainly can hold a bat.
And Pakistan now just 1 wicket away to book that spot in the final and become the first team to qualify.
1-1.
And Mubassir Khan, he has been really impressive today with the bat, with the ball.
Yeah, he has been. Mubassir pretty impressive in field as well. As a live wire. Very impressed with Mohammad Haris's captaincy as well. He's bringing the changes. A couple of decisions but we made, we questioned it, but I think he has rectified very well. And the results to be seen at the moment.
Absolutely. All of us make mistakes, but what's important is to correct them at the right time. Mubassir Khan with another beauty. And what a catch! Pakistan has been pretty good with their catching. We'll see, we'll have to see. There is an appeal. Sabzada Farhan is not sure. They are not appealing anymore.
Haris the captain and Farhan at firstly both wanted the square leg umpire to go upstairs. Oh! How do you play that? A right smile by Larry Samarakon.
You don't play it, you leave it.
Yeah. It's too good for a player. Even a great Muthai Muralidharan will be proud of that delivery. 2 slips in place. Samarkand goes for it. And Pramod Madhushan for a moment thought he was in trouble but made it look in the end. 258 for 9 after 45 overs. Arshad Iqbal to continue his hunting is 5 wickets, 4 for 33 of 7 overs. Came back for the second spell, got rid of Chami Karunaratne, then Dushan Hemantha. He's been impressive.
And so is Umair bin Yusuf, player of the semi-final against India in the last edition. This time also 88 runs and a superb catch. And what a shot. Purely power behind that shot. They need a couple of more than a couple.
This is the strength of Lairu Samarakon. Clears the front foot and mid-wicket long on is his favourite area. After that stroke, mid-on dropping back to long on. It's a strong boy. If he gets anywhere close to the middle of the bat, any ground in the world will be not big enough.
Maybe a bouncer coming.
A slow ball. Again, targeted that shot with deep mid-wicket area.
Good intelligent bowling. It would have been either a short delivery or a slow one. Very well disguised slow one from Arshad Iqbal.
I think that's smart bowling. Short delivery for a short bound to the leg side is a huge risk being taken. Against Shamik and Dushan, short ball, they were trying to hit for the longer part of the boundary. This to the left hand is a short one. And after that stroke, even the short mid-wicket drops back to deep mid-wicket. At the moment, plenty of activity happening. Long off in the circle, 5 leg in the circle, 5 fielders outside, third man, sweeper cover. Long on, deep mid, deep square leg. In the circle, short fine leg, short extra cover, mid off and cow point. I suspect it's going to be slow balls into the pitch. Down the leg side was quicker, been for pace.
Pakistan now just 1 wicket away. That's the wicket. Arshad Iqbal is searching as well. Down the leg this time. He's been bowling his heart out, Arshad Iqbal.
He's running all day. He's into his 8th over. The energy has been brilliant. He has definitely rose up to the big occasion. Semi-final, and has bought his A game. Bowled really well with the new ball. And now finishing up for Pakistan A. Clean bowl, and Arshad Iqbal deservingly getting his fifer.
Excellent bowling. And with that wicket, Pakistan, the defending champions of Emerging Asia Cup, booked their slot for the finals tomorrow. The first team to qualify for the finals. And it's with Arshad Iqbal fifer that Pakistan announces their arrival in the final of ACC Emerging Asia Cup.
They did it in style, didn't they? A good all-round performance. They've comprehensively beaten the Sri Lankan A team by 60 runs. Sri Lanka agonizingly losing it out, especially because 323 runs in a semi-final in these conditions is tough work. They did some good work in patches, but just not good enough. In the end, A formidable Pakistan A team goes to the final with a solid effort.
Sri Lankan team really played their hearts out as well. The turning points were the wickets of Ratchage and Avishko Fernando. They both batted really well. But in the end, they were 60 runs short.
It has been a brilliant effort by Pakistan A team, a comprehensive win. A spare of thought for the Sri Lankan team as well. They did put a fight, but in the end, just not good enough on the day. As the Pakistan A goes through to the final, which happens on Sunday of this ACC Men's Emerging Trophy. The batting card for Sri Lanka started purely with Cruz Pulle, Banuk and Surya Bandara all perishing pretty early, and then there's a big partnership between Arachige and Fernando. Identical 9-7 each, both of them couldn't get their triple figures. Bandara, Velalge, Karunaratne all reaching double figures, but just not good enough to finish off the innings for Sri Lanka. In the end, 262 all out.
And Pakistan bowlers, the pick of the bowlers has to be Arshad Iqbal. 2 wickets with the new ball, 3 wickets at the death. Ahmad Bhatt with 1. Mubassir looked really impressive with a couple, and Sufyan Mukim, the wrist spinner, he was brilliant for 2 wickets.
The inning highlights start of the proceedings with the Pakistan A bowlers finding the length. Ahmad Bhatt got rid of Cruz Pulle, was caught at mid-on. There's some nice strokes after that by Avishka Fernando of Arshad Iqbal. Couple of them back foot drive and off drive, front foot. And Vinod Banuk was undone by absolute peach by Arshad Iqbal. Ball swinging back in, probably crashing to the leg stump. Pasun Surya Bandara started proceedings well too. A couple of boundaries down the leg side for Avishka Fernando. That was in the air, over cover point by Pasundu. And Arshad Iqbal again pitching it short, and Surya Bandara was caught at mid-on for an easy catch by Wasim Jr. Then Arachige came into the crease, built a nice partnership along with Avishka Fernando. Some nice strokes, eye-catching ones for those two. That was a big 6 over mid-wicket of Wasim Jr. That was a drop kick over mid-wicket, trademark Avishka Fernando stroke. And just kept on going on with those sweep shots. Brings up his 50, the first in this emerging, and got 100 as well. Avishka, anything short, found the gap that went all the way. Beautiful foot drive through the extra cover. Arachige had everything. He had power, he had guile. That was a nice sweep shot, found the gap as well by Avishka Fernando, and then it was undone by a brilliant Mukim Dirwin, which was stuck.
Sufyan Mukim was very impressive. Some more boundary shots on Mohammad Wasim's bowling. We saw Sri Lanka getting back into the chase again, but not for too long. Sufyan Mukim with another breakthrough, and some good catching from Pakistan as well. We saw Arachige staying in the fight. He stayed till the very end, but it was Mubassir Khan once again with important breakthroughs. The captain Junit Velalage had to go like that. Then it was Chamika Karunaratne. Arshad Iqbal came, got his wicket. Tayyab Tahir, a very good catch by him. Then it was Dushan Himanta, and superb catch by Umair bin Yusuf. And this was the big wicket, the turning point by Mubassir Khan, getting the wicket of Arachige. And then Arshad Iqbal closed off the proceedings with a fifer.
Yeah, we've got Kosa Suresh Chandra downstairs. Let's see who he has got.
I have with me Avishka Fernando. Avishka, you felt that 323 was a little bit too much?
Yeah, I think it's too much, this wicket. So it's a very turning wicket. So I think it's too much.
How did you find batting, chasing, especially on this track?
So little bit difficult. So this is a spinner's wicket. So, but I think we can manage this to this 300 runs. For our batters are very very good batsmen we have. So I think so we can chase here.
So disappointed in the outcome, but something for you to take forward going into the your next games.
So yeah, I think I'm in now good form. So I think every match I will try my best.
All the very best to you, Avishka.
Thank you.
Back to you, Maha, at the comm box.
Thank you, Kosala. Thank you, Avishka. The match summary today. Pakistan A won the toss. Barrett's first scored 322 thanks to Yusuf 88, and Sri Lanka A in reply all out for 262 in 45.4 overs. In the end, Pakistan A winning by 60 runs. We are going to get a small break. When we come back, the post-match presentation. What a first semi-final we had. Pakistan A scored 322. Sri Lanka bundled out for 262. And Pakistan A winning by 60 runs. We have a post-match presentation ready. We have Roshana Bisinger downstairs.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have just seen the conclusion of the first semi-final where the reigning champions Pakistan have won by 60 runs in the ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup 2023. They beat the hosts Sri Lanka in a very good game of cricket. Right, let's start off by introducing the gentleman who will be doing the presentation, Mr. Kamal Dharmasiri, who's the head of the National Development Centre. Welcome, Mr. Dharmasiri. Right, let's start off as usual with the player of the match for his outstanding bowling. 5 for 37 in 7.4 overs. It is Arshad Iqbal. He will receive his trophy first from Mr. Kamal Dharmasiri. And then Arshad, you can talk to me. I believe you're going to have an interpreter. Right. So, firstly, congratulations, very well done. Tell us about the surface.
सबसे पहले अल्लाह का लाख लाख शुक्र है कि अल्लाह ने इज़्ज़त दी है और विकेट अच्छी थी, थोड़ी सी स्लो विकेट थी, लेकिन ये है कि मैंने अपने लाइन और लेंथ पे बॉलिंग की है तो उसमें मदद मिली अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह.
Asher is saying that wicket was good for the both sides, batter and bowlers, but bit on slower side. But I tried to do my best on the line and length and concentrate on that, and that's rewarded.
Yeah, anything that you tried to do differently? You said that the pitch was good, but then it's on the slow side. You're a quick bowler, but did you try to do like cutters, anything different that you tried?
शुरू में जैसे नया बॉल पे मैंने अटैक किया है स्विंग के साथ थोड़ा सा मिल गया लेकिन पता चला कि उस तरह नहीं हो रहा फिर मैं अपनी लाइन और लेंथ पे आ गया फिर बाद में जाहिर सी बात डेथ ओवर्स में मैंने अपने स्लोवर वंस और सारा कुछ वो अप्लाई किया है
He's saying in the start he tried to swing the ball, but later on he tried his variations and you get best out of the pitch. He concentrated on line and length and bowled within the stumps.
So it's a big win for Pakistan. Have you guys enjoyed the Asia Cup?
Thank you.
The emerging Asia Cup. Have you enjoyed it?
Yeah, really enjoy it.
All right, all the best and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Right, that's the player of the match, Arshad Iqbal, for his 5 for 37. And time to talk to Dunit Welalage, the Sri Lankan captain. Bad luck, Dunit. I know you tried hard. Do you think the toss was a factor?
No, I think we gave some extras, 26 extras, and our bowlers bowled some loose balls, and especially Avishka Fernando and Sahana Rachige batted really well, and Lahiru Samarakon also bowled really well, Chame Karunaratne. So that's a game.
Now, how tough was it batting second?
Yeah, wicket is little bit turning, but our batsmen gave a good fight. So unfortunately today we lost the match.
So what was the plan? Now we saw that all the batsmen who came in, they were looking to dominate the bowling, attack the spinners. Was that the plan on this pitch?
Yeah, especially Pakistan bowlers are bowled really well. They have good plan and bowl really well. So I think we have to more improve our batting.
Bad luck today. All the best.
Thank you.
That's the Sri Lankan captain, and time to talk to the winning captain, Mohammad Haris, the happy Pakistan captain, the captain of the reigning champions. Haris, congratulations. And were you at any time worried when the Sri Lankan partnerships were developing?
Yeah, first of all, thank you so much. When Ashok Fernanda played very well and the other left-hander, the guys were played very well. They put up a 100 partnership. So it was a bit under pressure moment for us, but at the end, Sufyan bowled well.
So you wanted 270. Your batters gave you 322. You should be quite pleased about that.
Yeah, the wicket was, there was moisture in the morning, so that was we thinking about 270, 280. But at the end when I played, it was a bit easy. I and Mubasir played, so we were thinking about 330, 340. So that's what we were success.
Just tell us about the surface. What was the plan? Now you won the toss, you batted, and when you all bowled, was there a difference in the surface or it just stayed like that?
The surface in the first inning, the ball came a bit low. And in the second it was a bit flat, but we have trusted our bowlers and they deliver us for us.
Now reigning champions into the final, does it give you pressure? You might be meeting India.
No, I don't think so. Let's see what happens. We are the defending champion, but it won't affect us that much because past is past and we live in the present. So looking forward to it.
Yeah, when I say you might be meeting India, it's a very good game between India and Bangladesh. So which side would you prefer?
Well, I don't think everybody's come. We are here for the Asia Cup. The boys wanted to beat India in the final.
All right, Haris, congratulations and all the best.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our post-match presentation.
Thank you, Roshan. It's been a magnificent day. Semi-final 1 is done. Sri Lanka losing to Pakistan. Pakistan qualify for the finals. And at the moment, second semi-final in progress at the R. Premadasa Stadium. Bangladesh need 212 runs in 50 overs. Is it going to be an India-Pakistan final or Bangladesh going to spoil the party and be a Bangladesh-Pakistan final? The final is coming up on the 23rd at the R. Premadasa Stadium at 2 p.m. Until then, it's a goodbye from all of us from the Pisara Stadium.